and things like that. Oh, then he made a friend in my father. But no, we were just allowed to express ourselves, any which way we wanted, because that was the first freedom to be vocal, to be curious, to ask questions. We were taught that.
Probe your environment.
Yeah, not to. We're not like the kids. Like when you have elders come over to the house, you tell your kids to go to the other room. Elders are there. No, we weren't brought up like that. We were brought up to stay with elderly people, and we were encouraged to be curious, to ask questions, even though we didn't know what the hell, the issue were about those days. Yeah. And then from early enough, that kind of made me very comfortable with people who are much older than me.
Yeah, I read somewhere that you studied communication.
Yes, I'm a mass comm major. I did mass comm, radio, TV. I used to run a public relation, outfit. We specialized in TV program, radio program, adverts, stuff like that, the documentaries. We did a lot for state governments, federal governments, back in the days.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
Now, let's relate that to your life as a performer, as an artist. Was your education helpful in putting it on track?
Yeah, it taught me how to look at things from different perspective. It taught me about being open, being my authentic self. My father raised us very well, if I must say, because early enough, I always heard him say, man, know thyself. A person who has a full understanding of him or herself and knows exactly what he's been given grace to do will only find fulfillment in the things that he or she does.
That's deep.
Yes, and I think my parents set us up on that track. Yeah.
So, reading mass comm was very useful to you in your engagements as a performer.
Oh yeah.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding.
As an activist.
Yeah, understanding the human psyche, understanding, arty people, they like to exaggerate a lot, and where your stunts, your hypes have become effective is when people start to see you in different lights.
Yes.
Because Charlie Boy means different things to different people. It's only from where you stand. If one stands on the side of ignorance, that's all you think that whatever this brand is doing is just something weird about him. There's nothing weird about it.
Talking about something weird, when you hit the scenes in the 80s,
yeah,
everybody was saying, he's the son of a Supreme Court Justice.
So
how can he dress like that? And you're still dressing like that at 71. Well, almost 71.
I've calmed down a bit.
Calm.
Yeah.
This one is coming.
This one, they come now. I remember when my head used to be red, yellow, green, and all of that.
And you don't get hair again.
Yeah, I don't get hair again now.
So it's not coming. You're toning
when I used to wear 2 different shoes on, each leg, my craze that time, computer no reach am.
You even use the word craze.
Yeah.
You have not seen that craze.
Although my mom was very understanding. My father, on the other hand, actually thought I was crazy. I say crazy because a lot of people out there too thought that the flamboyant image I built as Charlie Boy was crazy, weird, too loud, too flamboyant, not acceptable. perceived as not responsible, especially for the family image. You see, it's a different kind of craze, because
Yeah.
this craze, wait a minute, this craze is organized. It's well.
It's intentional.
It's intentional.
What was the intention about?
You know, when you have a famous father,
Good.
it's like a big thing hanging over your head.
A huge umbrella.
No, not an umbrella. It becomes a burden. Like, I like to give you an example.
Yeah.
Like, what's his name? Femi Kuti.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah? Fela's son.
Son. Yeah.
Fela was that big.
Huge.
So, can you imagine the struggle Femi at the time was going through to be
Femi.
to
Not Fela's son.
find his own identity?
Yes.
Because no matter what he will do at the time, he said, you can't be like Fela.
So there you
Can't
were.
be like
There you were.
Yeah, I hated to live under anybody's shadow. I didn't want that.
But
I
that
wanted
man
to
gave you covering.
Say?
Your dad, his name, gave you covering. He pushed you to go get education.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, from that perspective, sure. He gave me all I required.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for that.
And then you came back, you rebelled against all that you got. We need to say, I want you to say it.
Yes.
So why?
Yes.
Because you
Why?
don't want that
Because-
cover.
Why? Because you can't just call me up one morning and say, here, take a letter, go there, pack your bag, go and start work. No, I am going to take that from anybody. I never told anybody, I never had any discussion. Say, I'm going to go into paid employment 9 to 5. Yeah, we not discuss that. So when I got that letter one morning, that was in Owerri. I didn't say I know they go anywhere. That was when our fight really started.
Okay.
You say, why? Everybody, once they finish university, then find work. We don't find for you, you no one work. I said, I didn't have that discussion with you. Oh yeah, what do you want to do? Because I was tired of living under this shadow. I wanted to break away. I wanted to do my own thing.
Not break away, break out.
Break out, yeah. I wanted to do my own thing. So when it came to a head, when they asked me what I wanted to do, and I said, I want to be an entertainer. Of course, now everybody was disappointed. So that was when I decided I was going to cut the umbilical cord between me and my parents. At that time, we were in Owerri. So luckily for me, he was promoted as a Supreme Court judge. So he went to Lagos. Then me, we from America, come back. Now village I go enter. You don't see that kind of thing.
Yes, sir. You wanted to
For 7 years.
He was hitting the reset button.
Yes. Now village I go start to build the brand Charlie Boy. And for that, those were the darkest 7 years of my life.
Wow.
Because that was when I came to appreciate poverty.
Poverty?
Struggle, yes.
Why?
Why not? Because what grows in the village, really? Villages are where people go, elderly people, senior citizens go to relax and fade out. There's no prospect in the village.
But
even though I had a recording studio.
There's rejuvenation.
Rejuvenation.
Yes.
When you are young, you're not talking about rejuvenation. You're talking about your burning ambition.
Hey, but
where
if
you
somebody
wanna be.
give you contact, you say you don't want.
Why I go on to 9 to 5 now? I want to do my own thing now. Other people know they succeed when they do their own thing.
They do.
Must I
But that was
go
all he
to pay?
knew.
Huh?
That was all he knew. He was offering you what
Yeah,
he knew.
no. Well, I don't blame him. You know, parents are usually, sometimes they're overbearing and they worry a lot about their children. I've learned from
That's very true.
my parents to worry less. Because look at how I turned out. I'm sure in my father's wildest dream when I was like 15, 20, he wouldn't have believed it. Because I always said, oh, you just want to throw your life away. But I knew exactly what I wanted. And I wasn't going to throw my life away. But I was going to do it my way.
So after 7 years, what happened?
After 7 years in the village, well, an angel I met in one of my rare trips to Lagos to, scout for a recording company, see who will, take my body of music. And, I met Tina Onwudiwe.
Onwudiwe, yes.
Yeah, the African Oyibo. Yes. She's late now.
Yes, she is.
And that woman did a number on me. She was the one that restored first my confidence, because 7 years in the village robbed me of my confidence. I started to have an inferiority complex. I was avoiding my friends who I thought were doing much better than I was, and I swore never, ever in those 7 years to go back to my father to say, help me out.
I was just going to ask that in those 7 years, what was your relationship like with your dad?
It was really messed up. We weren't talking. In fact, I can boldly say that I disowned my parents. It got to a point where, I couldn't really take care of my family. I was living with my present wife in the village at the time.
Yes.
So you can imagine, from America to the village, no running water, no light, nothing. So we're like stuck. But the beginning seemed all right. I just had some few gadgets and stuff. I did one emergency studio where guys would come patronize me. Okay. But after the first year or so, everything dried up. Nobody was coming again. That was when I learned how to chop bread and granite for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
And it's usually very tasty.
It's very tasty, but too much cholesterol and all of that, not healthy. But that was what we could afford at the time.
At that time.
So 3 years, when me and poverty, they do face you challenge, I had to ask my wife to leave, to go back
to the U.S.
And walk and see whether she can send some little monies for us, because we just had our first baby, my last boy, before she traveled. So I think my son was just about 9 months or a year.
Okay, before they both left.
Before, they didn't both leave. Oh. My son stayed. I was taking care of my son. Yes. I mean, they changed nappy. I mean, they cook within the boy, they chop. Yes. I didn't have a maid. I didn't have anything.
It would be okay to conclude that you're a stubborn man.
Yes. If I want something, I can die for that thing.
And you took after your dad in that stubbornness?
I think it's my mother. I got that from my mother.
Both of them?
Oh, my mother is, you can't shut my mother up. A big wish.
Yeah. So your wife went back to the U.S.?
Yeah, she went back. She stayed almost 4 years. I didn't see her. She was sending money. God bless that woman's soul.
You guys are still together, right?
We're still together now. We'll die here.
But after 7 years, you now broke onto the national scene properly then.
Yes, thanks to Tina Onwudiwe. I'll always say, you can't talk about the history of the brand Charlie Boy without mentioning that name. That was that time now I was like Mumuna. I was Tina's like pet. She noticed my self-esteem was low. She noticed I didn't have confidence. But she admired me for all the creativity at the time. And she saw in me what at that time I did not see in me. Because she was convinced that this was something special, this was something different, and it was going to blow. I didn't see that, because 7 years in the village, like I said, robbed
Took its
me
toll.
of, took its toll on me. I started to even feel sorry about myself. So she was the one who gave me my confidence back.
Back. Now you got back that confidence, and it was easy for you, or wasn't it, to chart a path for yourself, to say, this is where I'm going.
Too easy.
Too easy.
Yes, too
So
easy.
those 7 years were necessary then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to go through you have to go through a baptism of fire. I mean, you just don't things don't just happen like that. You must suffer. You must sweat small.
Okay. In the 80s, you were in your 30s. Now, you're at the beginning of your 70s now. You're 71 in June. Now, what has it been like?
Up and down. Because sometimes I have to be Charlie Boy. Sometimes I am me, Mr. Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa. And all the time that I'm me, sometimes I wake up in the morning, there's one ankle ache, one wrist ache, one headache somewhere.
The body.
So the body is not adjusting to the commands that
But
I'm
the engine
giving
here
it.
is still.
But the engine here and Charlie Boy, they seem all fresh
They're in
and
sync.
youthful. Okay? And that is why when I leave the Charlie Boy brand, there's that thing that attracts young people, little kids, that lives in that brand that I don't want to lose, because it is the brand's simplicity, openness, authenticity that also keeps him youthful.
Now, talking about the youth and being youthful, you have been seen as a huge father figure to the younger generation of Nigerians, at least in the last 3 to 4 decades. And to all intents and purposes, you seem to have influenced the flow of their thoughts.
The brand has crisscrossed generations.
But there is a problem in our society today, and it is drug abuse. East, west, north, south, everywhere. What can we do about it?
We just have to keep fighting it.
How?
The people who young people look up to, they need to start to talk about it in a more positive light. For me, like, I'm open, I'm blunt, sometimes I'm wickedly blunt as Charlie Boy. I smoke weed, but I will never advocate that for young people.
Yeah.
I can't, but I'm old enough to know what's good for me and what's not good for me.
Yeah.
So I do my thing. Okay? The drug issue is a scourge as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And that is why, like with my kids, I want to be in tune with them, that I know everything. I mean, they can come up, they can be as open as I was taught to be with me. And they look upon me as their friend. Okay? Because I've been down that route before.
You said as their friend. That means
Yes,
that you are improving on the perception of the relationship. Because at some point, you didn't see your dad as your friend.
No, every child, you go think say your papa na wicked person, But all the good things that we were taught when we were little, those are the things I've run back to. Those are the things that are helping me in my life, even though that it's not in sync with the environment. But I've had to fall back on the values and the morality, the integrity as handed down by my father. And thank God, I'm not so much in a bad place not to say, I'm not going to do this. Putters don't do that.
Yes.
I'm not going to do this. I'm going to be like this. Even if it kills me, yeah, I can afford to do that. And so that's who I have become. But you know, the difference between me and my father, because in the beginning, my father used to punish also. He whipped me tire. And he scared me from learning because he would want us to be cramming things. Cram and come and recite for him. That's not learning. So we're not learning because we had fun learning. We're learning because we're afraid. If you don't get this thing, you say make you go cram. It go whip you. It wasn't till I got to America that I knew that even learning could be fun. And I never looked back since then.
Since then. I was going to say that, you're a very brilliant man.
I don't know about being...
It's me talking now. You don't need to agree.
Okay. If you say so.
I mean, that's something that I needed to say so that I could put you a bit in a position that would be uncomfortable, because you don't like talking so much about what you have achieved.
I don't think I've achieved anything.
Oh, yes, you have.
It just maybe a little.
If you had it, for instance, there was a time you were the one who came out and quelled the uprising that Okada riders were about to embark upon in Lagos about 2-3 years ago. And at that time, you had even stopped riding publicly. That's an achievement. You were a voice, and still you are a voice that people listen to.
Yeah, I know that a lot of millions of youth have been inspired by my lifestyle, by my story. They've been inspired in such a way that they now understand that they can't give up on themselves or their dreams. And it doesn't matter whether it's your father, your uncle, don't let anybody run your life. Live your most authentic life. And I don't know how it sounds now. It may sound too analogish, but hard work does pay.
So, hard work pays. Still on the youth. I don't hammer. I want hammer. That's what you hear. That motor winning they drive. That's what I covet. I claim it. How? What can we do? Because
the young people are looking at the elders. They're copying all these things from their elders. They are not living in isolation. Monkey see, monkey do. They are waiting how Papa live their life. Now then they copy so. How the people who, by God's grace, are in a position of leadership, how they messed up. They messed up our environment. They messed up the system. You can imagine the plight of young people. Government has failed them. Community has failed them. Parents have failed them. Where should they turn to? In our time, in your time, we had support system. If you are naughty, you're not in your neighborhood, and you're in some other neighborhood, and you do something naughty. In our time, somebody could see you and say, who you be? Who be your papa? After you don't ask that question, say, oh, no, they behave like this for this house. He go correct you, he go send you back, go meet your parents, say, this is what I found your kid doing. Everybody's eye was on the young people, the teachers, the community.
Yes.
Because for my time, when you don't finish like class 5, before you go to the university and you have a good result, before you come back to your house, many people don't call party for your head.
Yes.
It was a thing of pride for parents to say, my son is doing so well in school. It wasn't about the money
But would you say there's also the part played by population explosion?
It's population explosion, wrong priorities, wrong values. You know, after the war, when we now started to adopt the system, my teeth better pass your teeth. Now there everything crash. Because a thief is a thief. There are consequences of stealing.
Yes.
So all thieves should be prosecuted the same way.
Same way, yes.
No be when your man there for position of power and he's a bloody thief. You say, no, it's okay. But when my own thief come now, it becomes a problem for you. Until we can solve that. It's a mindset thing.
Yeah.
Your thief is better than my thief.
You're saying there must be equality in justice.
Precise now. Precise now. Do A as you take do B. The problem we're having in Nigeria today is because of the too many injustices everywhere. In the north, in the south, in the west, in the east. Injustice everywhere.
Let's evaluate the problem of insecurity in our country. There's so much call for breakup. North wants to go, East wants to go, West wants to go. Where are we going?
We're entering a big dark ditch. We don't know who is flying this plane. This contraption called Nigeria, where is it from? Is it our creation? Or is it the British creation? So, if you have leadership from the 19th century, it can't fit in the 21st century, can it? It can't work.
We can't, yes.
Yeah? If you have a building with a faulty foundation, with the foundation of the building, they not doing well. Then after it don't build like 2 stories, you want to put the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th on a faulty foundation, will that house stand? My brother, it no go stand now.
Yeah.
So
what's the solution?
the solution, bring down this house, start again. Because whether we like it or not, what is coming, what is about to happen to us is worse than what we've seen already.
By bring down the house, are you saying
We start,
restructure?
it could be restructuring if we go agree. Because you see, this is a give and take situation. Husband and wife live together. They no go talk. When they come to the table, if they have differences, they talk it out.
Yeah.
They have equal respect for one another.
Yeah.
If now the husband just they do what you do, na me dey here, na me be Lord and Master, how the marriage go work now? That is it. Because before we used to have this regional system where we made contribution to the center.
Yeah.
Why monkey go to walk about the chop? I don't understand. That is the injustices that I'm talking about. That is why Biafra people want to go their own. Oduduwa people want to go their own. Arewa people want to go their own. Because they can't stand these injustices. So until we come to the table to have that conversation sincerely and genuinely, I'm sorry, it's going to get worse. Then we now bring down the house. The house will fall, bata bata. Then we can start from beginning and correct that faulty foundation that we failed to correct in the first instance.
That's your prescription.
That's my prescription.
Talking
And
about
that's the only way I can see it working.
talking about prescription. Have you taken your COVID-19 vaccination?
They were supposed to come. They were supposed to come to the house this morning. I don't know what happened. So I'm hoping that this week, they come to me.
Supposed to come.
Yes.
Area father.
Yes,
Ew.
I say father now. Hey.
But what would you say to people about the vaccine and being healthy?
Well, how much time remains for me now?
Not to talk like that. Not scare us
No,
now.
I'm just being realistic. How much time remain now? If na poison be the vaccine, they give me that. Well, man must die. Something killed a man. Yeah, it can't be that bad. Prevention is better than cure. So I rather know that I've done everything
Good.
to be safe. So whatever happens, happens. So it's a good thing. I think I like to encourage people to go out and have the vaccine. How bad could it be? Yeah.
Yes.
And still wear the face masks and practice good hygiene.
Good hygiene. Now, you don't like being reminded of your age. You love being the one to tell
No,
us that you are.
because age. What is
Wait
age?
now, I
Age
never
is
finished the
neither-
thing
Okay,
now.
sorry,
Make you
sorry.
hear me now. Which
Okay,
one?
Okay.
See, in regular society, everybody will be calling you senior citizen, elder statesman, and all that. But all of those things don't resonate with you.
No.
How does it feel to be a grandfather?
I don't feel any different. I feel the same way I felt 30, 40 years ago.
Well, how
It's
do you
not a big
relate
deal.
with your grandchildren?
I have 16. Oh, like my relationship with my children, are not like father and son. They're like two adults, two playful, spoiled kids. And that's the way I like it because my children tell me everything. You can't imagine sometimes I'm dazed by what they're saying to me, but I try not to show it so they will always feel that they have a hip father, that I'm with the times, Because the kind things where they come out for their mouth, I say, okay, let me bond them anyway. And when I remember as I shaking my parents too, I would just laugh. I go calm down for Jesus because what goes around comes around.
It comes around. Yeah. I wish your mom were alive.
No, my mom, I had a good time with my mom after my father left. It was 3 years, so all the love was showered on her. And my mom pulled the biggest trick. I don't think she knew that I would have loved to be with her as she passes along, but she waited till I traveled when I wasn't around and decided to leave. And for a few days I didn't forgive her about that. I thought it was that wasn't the plan. But yes, I had fun with my mother. I always joked about her vision, and that's why I call her a witch, because she was very futuristic in her thinking.
She was like a prophetess to you.
Precise.
So the kind witch where you say your mama carry, you never seen type before. Why?
Simple. She was very futuristic, forward thinking. She held my father. That woman held the house. My father was a player. But my mom tamed him. And tamed all of us, more or less.
But she was also very soft towards you.
Oh, yes. Because she was the first to see that boy in me. She used to call me from the very first day I did hear something. I could comprehend things. She used to always call me Charlie Boy. So that's how that name came about. Because that was my pet name.
So the Charlie Boy actually came from her?
Yes. Yeah. That's why they call her witch. Yeah. And when people want to get into issues about how old are you, I say, I beg when I leave that thing. If my mama be witch, waiting, I have vampire blood now. What do I have to do with old age?
You had your first child at 17?
At 16.
16?
Yeah. I'm from Bele Spoil now.
From Bele?
From Bele.
Tell me.
I make, if to say all these funny pastors, they for that time, night vigil, them for the carry me go, now, deliverance. Yeah, but...
But your mom took care of that's your first child. What's your relationship with him now?
I didn't even agree that it was my child now. Now, when I come, things begin to work out for me, that I became more mature, that I went back to look for him. But then, at that time, we were supposed to be in school, not going around and getting women pregnant.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
But your mom she didn't give up on you.
No, just like I can't give up on my kids. You know, like I told you, children are like monkey see, monkey do. I've always seen my mom and my father together since I was born.
Yes.
Even when they have challenges and issues, before I turn my head the other way, I see them stealing kisses, holding hands, you know.
And that's why you're still with your wife.
I guess, because I wanted to be better than what I saw. You understand?
Would you give yourself a pass mark now? Or would you grade yourself, looking at their sheet and your sheet?
Yes, I've tried.
You've
45 years is no more now.
Yes.
Staying with somebody, no. The same smell, the same body, the same face, the same routine. I try. Over-try worry me.
Something to say to her?
She's my best friend. She knows that.
Look into the camera and tell her.
I don't have to be looking into the camera to tell her. She knows what she knows, and that's why we're all dying here. Nobody's going anywhere.
All right, we're about to round off this session of talk, but we won't go without talking about how to sustain older people in their old age. You're an old man now. What are your needs? What really are the needs of an older person?
You see, I'm always, like I say, I'm such an exceptionally blessed person. Only God fit understand. Okay? The kind blessing I get, sometimes I don't think I deserve it because it could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
You understand? But I think that I'm living my life on purpose because I'm doing really what God had always intended for me to do via people.
Yeah.
I love people. I don't like to see suffering, people in agony. So my heart is always going out for the underdogs. And I got that from my mom. My mom was generous to stupidity. And my father had a little bit of that. And I know that I'm not even supposed to be alive as I'm talking to you. No, because my youth was rough. I got into all kinds of things. Okay? Even drugs. But I healed myself because those were the American years.
Dark days.
Yeah. And I said to myself, this is not how I was brought up. So why are you doing this? I had to even go and see a shrink to figure out, is there something wrong with me or am I, only to be told that what activated my misbehavior at the time was the racism I experienced one-on-one in America. At the time, I was with my baby mama. Her sister came to visit. So there were 2 white women. And here I was sandwiched between 2 white women. We're just taking a leisure walk downtown Boston. And then 7 white, excuse my language, white trash comes out of the Cadillac, all with a baseball bat, nigger this, nigger that, just because I was walking with 2 white chicks. One was the mother-to-be of my baby boy. Then beat me that day. I thought I was going to die. The only thing that saved me that day was the police. You know, as police just they go around everywhere and are crime now. So they thought that, you know, the white women I was with had run up to call the police. That's how they let me off. That's how I was saved. And I ended spending almost 5 weeks in the hospital. I never forgot that experience. That was just barely 8 months staying in America. I never thought I had racism in my blood. But then my hatred was potent because I just couldn't figure it out. In our house in Port Harcourt, when my father was a lawyer, he was a legal attorney to Mobile and stuff like that. So we did see Yoruba people, they come house. I didn't think that there were any, I look at them as equals, not as superior to me. Only to go to America, then they asked me where I sabi speak English, whether I live in trees and all that crap, and to call me a nigger. So it wasn't till I saw the shrink when I was now questioning my modus operandi in America. Why am I doing all the stuff that I'm doing? That is kind of alien, you know? That came up.
Okay.
And that was how I was healed, and I said, I'm getting out of this country. I agree now, sir, old. No be lie you talk.
So what
But
does
Charlie
an
boy
old man
can be
need?
old, you know now.
Yeah, now.
Me as Charles Support, I agree. No be me they talk now. Sometimes I wake up, my knee is not in the right position. Either my neck don't bend, go one side. You know, little things like that. I'm more into myself, always checking my prostate, checking this, checking that, you know, as a health freak.
What does a man need, an old person need to survive now?
An old person needs a lot of companionship.
Companionship?
If you have children that are good, that are like Charlie Boy, who took care of his parents, you age so gracefully. And because an old person needs to surround himself with family and a lot of love.
Okay.
It can bring sunshine to your life.
Good health?
Good health is a sequence of where you are financially. So if you're a little okay, I think that's the major investment that everybody should make in themselves to make sure all the things are working when they should.
So let me throw you this final one now. All right. Are you okay financially?
Am I okay? Financially. Is Dangote okay financially?
On that note, thank you very much for coming on the program. You didn't disappoint me at all. I was expecting something like that. Thank you so much, Charlie Boy, for coming on the show. That's how we greet now. Eh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Nice having you. I hope to come back so we can talk again and look at deeper, other deep stuff.
My name is Yemi Sholade. I am an actor, and proudly so. Here is my good old days story. I recall as a toddler growing up in Surulere in Lagos, ours was a life of communal living. Every family knew one another, and the children played together in the neighborhood. We played football, we rode bicycles, we flew the kite, we even climbed mango trees, guava trees, and went after the masquerades. Calabar masquerades. The one we called Ojuju Calabar in those days. Interestingly, in those days, electricity was 24 hours constant. Public water works was efficient. Free-flowing water drawn from these taps were filled in bottles in our refrigerators. No one talked about typhoid and other waterborne diseases. So good old days. Days when houses had no fences. We would sit across those low fences at sunset and gist all days till night. When everyone knew one another in the neighborhood, we wouldn't forget street football and would forget we would leave our homes, go to a neighbor's place, eat, and even pass the night. In those days of Levante's department stores, especially in Surulere, we had our own fair share of pranks and youthful exuberance. Was it the days I chased a lady thinking she was biracial, those you call half-caste, just for me to discover she was an albino? I retraced my steps and lady felt so bad. And now I know better. Or was it days when I was fascinated with the white naval uniform and I told my uncle I would like to join the Navy? On the day of the examination, I got there late and I saw how those who came late like me were being treated. They were flogged with koboko. Koboko? Twisted, it was even twisted wire that they had whipped. That was it. I took off big time and told my uncle I wrote the exam. It wasn't funny though, but the rest, as we say today, is history. Despite the fun and the dissident nature, we were still focused with a strong resolve to make the difference in the society. Getting rich quick was certainly not one of our aspirations in those good old days. Relevance and impact drove our passion. I recall my young days as an actor, training in the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. I was given a role to play in a stage play titled An Inspector Calls, adaptation by Professor Ame Yerima. We had to run this play for 3 nights. Interestingly, on the final night, something spectacular happened in a scene where I had to stand very close to the audience at the edge of the stage. I discovered there was this delirious moment members of the audience were laughing their heads off, and I was wondering why, because that scene ignited nothing of such. Lo and behold, what did I find out when I left that spot to sit? I discovered that the zipper of my trousers was open, and obviously that gentleman was peeping out on the audience. It was one of the most embarrassing moments in my career as an actor. But do you know what? Such moments fired in us the determination to go on and not look back. Those were those days too where there were no room for half-baked actors. The real ones were always found on stage. What do we have today? It is almost becoming an all-commerce game. Fast forward, things are no longer the same. I really don't know how and where we got it all wrong. In our social life, political life, and even in our economic aspirations. We describe the olden days in glowing terms like paradise, and we fear for the future of our children. Today, we live in self-created prisons, building walls around us for fear of intruders. These days, you hardly know your neighbors. These days, the walls are even higher than that of maximum prisons. All the doors, the windows are protected by burglary proofs. We now generate our own electricity, generate our own water, and even repair roads in the neighborhood. I attended public schools, but what do we have now? Our children these days don't even know anything about public schools. The health system is collapsing. In our days, we were treated at public health centers. The facilities were there. But today, You are your own doctor, your caregiver, and even your pharmacist. However, all hope is not lost. We can change the narrative. We can reverse the trend if there is a will. I work in Nigeria. I earn a living from Nigeria. I am not giving up on Nigeria. I know that a reflection of the good old days without a projection for a better future can only spell doom for a nation. We can make it work. I trust in our collective ability to employ the experience of our past to make a glorious future. Let us attempt to make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. I therefore join Sir Shemo Rebadejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Let's go there. Thank you.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Good afternoon. I am Maureen Menongwezigwe, and this is a news brief. A former deputy governor of Nasarawa State, Professor Onje Giawado, who was recently kidnapped, has regained his freedom. The professor of law, who was abducted from his country home in Rinza near Wamba headquarters of Wamba local government area of the state, was released after his family paid a ransom of 4 million naira to the kidnappers. The State Commissioner for Information, Mr. Dogo Shama, and the police command confirmed his release. In the aftermath of Professor Giawado's abduction, the kidnapper had placed a call to the family members demanding 70 million naira ransom, which was eventually negotiated to 4 million naira before he was freed. The bandits who kidnapped 85 people in Wanzamai village in the Safe local government area of Zamfara State have finally agreed to collect 20,000 naira ransom on each of the victims. They also asked the government to withdraw soldiers from the village as part of the conditions for the release of the abductees. They gave 12 midnight on Sunday as the deadline, threatening to kill any victim who failed to pay the money on or before the stipulated time. The State Commissioner for Security, Mahman Safi, said the government would not succumb to the pressure by the bandits. Meanwhile, another attack by suspected bandits on Safe local government area in Zamfara was repelled by Zamfara State Police Command. Spokesperson of the command, Mohammed Shehu, said 2 suspected bandits were killed while others escaped with bullet wounds. The leaders of 3 main tribes of Benue State under the aegis of Mzong Utiv, that's the MUT, Ochetoha Ke Idoma, Oki, and Omiyi Igede, Oni, have bemoaned the recent killings in the state and urged President Muhammadu Buhari to declare a state of emergency on security in the country without further delay. Speaking in Makurdi, the leaders, through their chairman and president general of Mzo Utiv Worldwide, Chief Obi Ihia, insists that the president must act fast because the people of the state have had enough of the killing of their loved ones by armed herdsmen. The leaders who were reacting to the recent killings in parts of the state say it is no longer new, and it also looks like they no longer have a president in the country, adding that just within 2 days, 86 persons were killed by Fulani herdsmen who carry AK-47, which the farmers are not allowed to carry. The Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MACBAN, has condemned the recent killings in some parts of Benue State. Recall that Umogidi, Ikobi, and Inge villages were attacked last week with over 80 persons killed. The national president of MACBAN, Baba Othman Ingezarma, while distancing the group from the massacre, described the attack as an act of criminality. He said the attack should be condemned by all. Ingezarma lamented that similar attacks were carried out at the Benue-Nasarawa border, where over 30 pastoralists were killed. He added that just a week after that, the Benue State Treasurer for MACBAN was trailed to his house by criminals and killed. A security expert, Austin Egger, believes that the renewed attacks in the northern region are connected to the availability of cash as bandits and terrorists operate with money. Egger notes that the government must not relent in the fight against terrorism and banditry.
The demand of the bandits is known. They don't want military. And that is something that the government will have to decide on, that you cannot decide whether a people or a community should have a heightened security or not. That is left for the government of the day to decide. So they have made themselves clear in each of their attacks. There's always something, there's always a remote cause. In this case, they don't want the military in Zamfara. That is not something we can just undermine, or the government can undermine. It's left for government to take such decisions. And in Benue, we are sure that it is not far from political violence. So what I can say from Benue State, because previously they've had things like that. There was a time the anti-grazing law was passed in the state by the governor, and they had series of attacks in that state. And now one of the attack, if we profile the attack in Benue State, we see that it came from the southern district. So the eastern district and the northern district, there's no attack there from what we compare to that the southern district where we had the former Senate president. And so even the incoming, the governor-elect is from somewhere around, I think, Vandika, so that's his place of birth. And that's around the east district. So we see this attack concentrated in the southern district. So from there, it is very clear that it has something to do with politics. There was a cash crunch issue. People didn't have enough cash to run their businesses. You must understand that these people in the underworld, they also need money to run their businesses. Everyone needs money to fund his operations. And with the policy, the cashless policy from Central Bank, it really helped to curb some things at that moment. So there was no way, all sort of movement we had a restricted or reduced activity at that moment. Everything was affected at that moment. And that is one point. Secondly, they all had candidates of their choices. Don't forget that these people carrying guns to fight a legitimate government, there is always an underlying cause. Definitely, they are not having with certain issues in the country, and they believe the way they can express their own frustration is by carrying arms. And during the election time, I believe there was like every 4 years or every 8 years, there's always hope for everyone to see a new government rising. Probably maybe those hopes were dashed. And of course, they went back to the creeks with their guns again.
Speaking further, Egger states that the renewed attacks in some parts of the country portend danger as May 29 handing over date draws near.
We'll have to decide. Ahead of May 29, it is really a dangerous point for us. From what we are seeing, there are a series of attacks all over the whole north, even to the east. So I think the security of the nation should be heightened at this moment. I really plead with the nation, the Nigerian government to really look into it. It's not something they must take lightly. They really need to engage even the community heads to talk to people so that people will, the party heads They know that they all know how to interact with these people.
That's
They should really get back to the drawing board and see that they talk to people. There should be communication so that people can really lay down their arms and really help us to really see what we can do around this moment so that the Nigeria will not quickly break into total chaos, because that is where we are heading. Because these people with guns, they take advantage of the instability, political instability, to like advance their cause. But when there is stability, it's something that you don't see. So we pray that at this moment, the government should try their best.
In another development, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has claimed that there has been ongoing organized effort to demarket and delegitimize the Obedient movement. Obi lamented the attacks on his supporters since the completion of the elections. He urged his supporters to view such attacks as the sacrifices that are required to make in order to create a new Nigeria where justice, equity, fairness, love and prosperity can reign. However, elder statesman Edwin Clark has called for the prosecution of the Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, saying he is spreading fake news about Peter Obi. Mohammed, speaking in Washington, D.C., had warned Obi and his running mate, Dati Baba Ahmed, against inciting violence over the outcome of the presidential election. Baba Ahmed had said in an interview that the president-elect did not meet the constitutional requirement to become Nigeria's president and asked the Chief Justice of Nigeria not to swear him in as president. Reacting to this, in a statement, Clark called on the Attorney General of the nation to undertake thorough investigation of the activities of Mohammed and charge him to court for constituting himself as a mastermind and disseminator of fake news. He said most Nigerians are keen observers of what is going on in the country. The ruling All Progressive Congress, the APC, is asking the presidential election tribunals to dismiss separate petitions filed by 3 opposition parties: the Action Alliance, the AA, the Allied People's Movement, the APM, and the Action People's Party, the APP, seeking to nullify the suits challenging the victory of its presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in the February 25th presidential election. The 3 parties had filed the petitions challenging the emergence of Tinubu's presidency on different grounds, with the AA claiming that the Independent National Electoral Commission had failed to include the name of its authentic candidate for the presidential election, Solomon David Akanibang, and went with a factional candidate, Hamza Al-Mustafa. The APC equally faulted the competence of the petition by the APP, arguing that the grounds on which it was founded were not sustainable, while describing the petition as frivolous and an attempt to waste the court's time. The governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, has stated that he and his party, the People's Democratic Party, do not trust the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to keep data and materials from the last election safe. He stated that because he and his party do not trust the electoral umpire, opposition parties, he has taken the liberty to save data from the elections in a flash drive, which he displayed. He spoke during an interview with journalists in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital.
If you have not had experience about after election, what you may see, then you will be shocked. So we're being extra vigilant because we know what our opponents are capable of doing. I can tell you, I can tell you something. You see, we are also letting them know that we are not people you can work. We have this. All the plans, all the results they have printed to come and bring to the table, we have it. It's a flash. I'm telling you, all the things they have planned to do. It's not their business. The source of information is not matter. What's material is the relevance of it. They're not authentic, is the matter. That's what I said. It's not, see, you are dealing with criminals. And you must be extra vigilant. People can go to every land to procure documents, and you'll be shocked what you see in the tribunal. You'll be shocked. And most of you, all you gather is that, oh, this happened. Most of you don't even attend the tribunals to witness yourself So that when you are coming out to make reports, you can be sure that you are talking authoritatively, not what clients or lawyers on the other side brief you. What you see in tribunal, you'll be so shocked.
Speaking on the arrest of some lawyers of opposition parties in the state in relation to allegations of fraud, the governor stated that the arrests were in order and that it was left to the police to investigate and establish whether or not a crime was committed. The National Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has opposed the House of Representatives bill mandating Nigeria-trained medical and dental practitioners to practice for 5 years before being granted full license. NARD made its position known in a communique issued at the end of the Emergency Extended National Officers Committee meeting of the association, which was held virtually over the weekend. According to the statement, the resident doctors expressed shock by the action of the sponsor of the bill, Honorable Ganiu Johnson, APC Lagos. The doctors also decried the non-payment of salaries of members by the federal government as the current administration gradually winds down. And on the foreign scene, the United Kingdom has placed Nigeria on the red list of countries that should not be actively targeted for recruitment by health and social care employers. This was disclosed in an information obtained from the website of the UK government titled Code of Practice for the International Recruitment of Health and Social Care Personnel in England. This is coming 1 month after the World Health Organization listed 55 countries, including Nigeria, facing the most pressing health workforce challenges related to universal health coverage. The amber countries where international recruitment is only permitted in compliance with the terms of the government-to-government agreement are Kenya and Nepal. Well, it was funfair for families, friends and lovebirds as they besieged beaches to relax, reunite and savor the euphoria that comes with the annual Easter Monday holiday. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikukoyedeko tells us more in this report.
The road leading to one of the beaches was greeted with traffic snarl as fun seekers try to make their way in. At the Good Beach, people of all ages, tribes, creeds, colors and tongues beam with excitement and fun. Easter Monday provides a golden opportunity for families and friends to bond as they savor the ambience and serenity of the beach.
Amazing, amazing. There's nothing like family. And being in the right place at the right time, amazing.
Especially being a holiday, I feel like it's more homey. Everyone's here enjoying, having fun, so it's really good.
It's a very sweet experience when you know, come with your family, friends to ease off and have a good time.
I think this is the perfect time for me and my family. As you can see around, you can see a lot of people with their family. You can see the father and the mother. Not on a regular when you see just the mother taking the kids out. This is like a family time, and trust me, I'm enjoying it.
This other set prefer the white sandy portion of the beach looking towards the lagoon. It is another beautiful scenery here where the tranquility of nature and the unrelenting clapping of the rolling ocean rejuvenates the soul. And for the workaholic, they have this piece of advice for them.
Sincerely, if you're not taking time out, you're gradually dying. It is important that you take time out to take care of yourself. Listen, what goes into you is yours.
You're never too busy to take care of your mental health. If you're too busy, then definitely your mental health will take care of you by breaking down. So for me, this is the best time of having memories and relaxing your mind. Take your mind off every other thing that might be worrisome at the moment. Just enjoy the time. So that's just it for me. I'm just here for the fun. At least after here, we'll go back to being worried.
Some people have mental issues. You know, you need somewhere to air it out, just to talk to somebody, see people have fun, see families come together. You understand? But when you come to a place like this, you meet different people. You see a family of 5, you see a family of 10, all of them having fun, trying to bond. You see a team bonding from the office. All those things, they help your mental state. You understand? Like, they help you mentally, because when you see different things apart from what you see in your 4 walls of your house, you feel very different and healthy.
These fun seekers say the moment is worth the while and are set to resume another round the clockwork life in a city that never sleeps. Lagos. Love Ikuku Uyeduku, Plus TV News.
The United Nations Food Relief Agency is investigating the theft of food from life-saving humanitarian operations in Ethiopia. The World Food Programme's Ethiopia Director, Claude Jibida, says in a letter that WFP is very concerned about the large-scale sale of food in some markets, which poses not only a reputational risk, but also threatens the capacity to mobilize more resources for the needy people. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced $331 million in funding for aid agencies working in Ethiopia during a trip to the country last month. And Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen slammed China's military exercises as irresponsible for a major country and said they had caused instability in Taiwan and the region. She made a comment in a video message made available on Tuesday after Beijing ended 3 days of drills around the island. China, which warned the U.S. not to allow Tsai to visit or meet McCarthy, has never renounced the use of force to bring the democratically governed island under Beijing's control. Taiwan's government strongly disputes China's claims and repeatedly denounced the drills. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is calling for strengthening the country's war deterrence in a more practical and offensive manner to counter what it called moves of aggression by the U.S. and South Korea. Kim made the comment at an enlarged meeting of the Central Military Commission to discuss ongoing efforts to boost the country's war deterrence to cope with the escalating moves of the U.S. imperialists and the South Korean perpetrators to unleash a war of aggression, the state media said. North Korea has been reacting angrily to a recent series of the Allies' joint military exercises, which KCNA says were intended to prepare for an all-out war and force Pyongyang to explore powerful practical actions, including military options. And in business, cryptocurrency losses resulting from hacks and scams fell by $452 million in the first quarter of 2023. DeFi, an antivirus and app provider firm, has disclosed in its latest report titled $452 million lost in crypto in first quarter of 2023. New trends of hacks.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Well, in business, cryptocurrency losses resulting from hacks and scams fell by $452 million in the first quarter of 2023. DeFi, an antivirus and app provider firm, has disclosed in its latest report titled Report $452 million lost in crypto in first quarter of 2023, new trends of hacks and scams. The firm stated this was a 65.23% decline from the $1.3 billion recorded in the corresponding period in the prior year. The report states that crypto losses mounted to a 9-figure amount in March for the second in a row. It said $215 million was lost in March alone. The firm noted out of the $452 million lost in the first quarter, a total of $250 million was lost in just the first 20 days of March, underscoring the rapid pace at which scammers have been operating in recent weeks. While these losses are staggering, they also mark a decrease as compared to the same period in 2022, wherein first quarter saw $1.3 billion lost. It explains the biggest losses in first quarter were due to flash loan issues, which had been on. And in entertainment, Jade Oshiberu shares what is on the horizon for her in terms of new films following the release of her latest movie, Gangs of Lagos. The crime thriller is part of a 3-year overall deal with Prime Video to develop and produce original scripted TV series and feature films, a first of its kind in Nigeria. According to the filmmaker, her next works will span various genres, including rom-com, murder mystery, and supernatural thriller. Prior to her latest release, Oshiberu has worked on a rom-com titled Isoke, Ayinla, action movies like Sugar Rush, Brotherhood, The Trade, easily solidifying her status as one of Nollywood's most exciting filmmakers. Her new movie, Gangs of Lagos, the first Prime Video original film from Africa, follows 3 friends chasing their dreams and destiny on the dangerous streets of Isaleko. And in sports, Super Falcons defender Ashley Plumtree says she is happy with the team being tagged underdogs ahead of the 2023 FIFA World Cup in Austria and New Zealand. The 9-time African champions are currently in Turkey, where they are involved in exhibition games in preparation for the World Cup, scheduled to hold from July 20 to August 20. The Falcons beat Haiti 2-1 last Friday at Emirates Sports Complex, Antalya, Turkey, and will face World Cup co-host New Zealand today. Victory over Haiti means the Nigeria senior women's national team made it 2 consecutive wins after snapping out of their 7-match winless run A. Well, that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Maureen Menong-Wizigwe. Many thanks for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
And 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Saleh, and today, even though it's our ladies' night out, we have a gentleman amongst us. Hello, Kunle Lawal.
Good day. It's a pleasure to be here as always. You know, being a friend of family, I think it's an interesting time. But you know, ladies' night. Let's see how it goes.
Yes, so you're looking amazing, by the way.
Thank you, and you knocked the charts yourself.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Wow. How are you, NJ?
I'm doing swell. I'm doing great. Had a great day at work, so yeah.
Had a very long day at work. Yeah. I had a very long day. Okula, you were at a colloquium today. How was it?
Yes,
it was his birthday.
Yeah, it was quite impressive, you know, sitting down in the colloquium, watching a man being celebrated for his 62nd birthday. Quite prominent people there, and, you know, having a life that you could describe based on your character over time and, you know, your dedication to leadership. It's something that's rare, and, you know, he's someone who's acknowledged for meritocracy, which is something that we have lost totally in this country.
In this country, yeah. I'm actually very, you know, I'm a huge fan of his because it's very interesting how some people quietly just, you Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Sale, and guess who is back? Our, what do you call him, Polish coach? Hello, no, my fan.
Hello.
We have missed you.
I'm Jenny. I have missed you all too.
How have you been?
That is a very serious question to answer, but it is well.
It is well, right?
It is well, yeah. It's a whole package unleashing itself.
It's for the best.
Yes, absolutely.
A lot of sacrifices need to be made if we
You
have
can
to make
say
some changes
that
in our lives.
again. Can say that again.
So we understand. Hey, Jenny, baby, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine.
She's looking like a baby.
Yes, so a baby girl. How was your day?
It was fine.
How was
It's
the
still
weekend?
a public holiday, so
Right?
I'm happy.
Yes.
But yeah.
I actually wanted to shelve some things to go do them tomorrow, but I remembered the free road.
Yeah.
You can't
You can't have that tomorrow. Definitely.
I can't have that. So I quickly did at least the majority of what I wanted to do. I ran some errands today, so I mean, I needed to do those things. So I'm grateful to God that I chose today to do it, because
No,
the
that was an
traffic-
excellent decision you made.
I'm telling you, the traffic.
I hear the traffic has been monstrous.
Very, very. All right, so as we had mentioned, a few weeks back, that in line with understanding what governance would look like or holding our leaders accountable, we're partnering with Enough is Enough to bring issues or bring about information rather to the public to discuss different things. It's going to cut across everything. And this today we want to talk about the Office of the Citizens. We have a few slides we'd like to just share with you. It's just to pass information. I believe that if we know better, we'll do better. So imagine if citizens are a lot more enlightened, because I believe most of the challenges that we faced as a people is, first of all, the biggest one is ignorance. We do not know. So, I mean, when you don't know something, you don't even know when the time is right for you to question it. So that's why we're bringing issues around governance, again, in partnership with Enough is Enough. I mean, we had Yemi Adamoleko, so she had promised she would be dosing us with a lot of information, and we truly want to shift away from politics and focus on governance and leadership, right? So if we focus on governance and we say, okay, you know what, those people that are now in the seats of power, how do we hold them accountable, to those seats that they occupy, and what are they supposed to be doing? What are they doing right? What are they not doing? Then what's our role as citizens as well in ensuring that they keep up to, their own side of the what's it called? The side of whatever promises they've made. So that's part of why we're having this conversation. So who is going to go first? Will that be you, Jennifer, or Norma?
No,
okay.
Okay, so
It's just to read your slides, and if they were kind enough to flash the pictures. Let me see if I can pull out mine.
I'm trying to find that. Okay. Well, I'm trying to pull it out. It's not pulling out.
Why is it not coming?
Okay. All right. So my slide says, my rights. I have a fundamental right to life, to dignity of my person, to personal liberty, fair hearing, private and family life, freedom of thought, conscience and religion, freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and association, freedom of movement, freedom from discrimination, and acquire and own innovative property anywhere in Nigeria. And my second slide says my responsibilities are to abide by this Constitution, respect its ideals and its institutions, the national flag, the national anthem, the national pledge, and the legitimate authorities. Being proudly Nigerian, to help enhance Nigeria's power and reputation, defend Nigeria, and render such national service as may be required, and to live in unity and harmony, respect the dignity, rights, and legitimate interests of other citizens, And finally, community engagement. Make positive contributions to the progress and well-being of my country. Those are my responsibilities.
Absolutely. I like the fact that we're breaking it down. So you first of all know your rights as a citizen, the office of a citizen, then you then know your responsibilities. It's not
it's
enough.
A two-way street.
It's a two-way street, yes. It's not enough for you to say, oh, everything government.
There's the part of the government to play, and there's a
Absolutely.
part of the citizen to play.
Absolutely. And that's why this is important. So it's not just for us to wake up and be shouting, our leaders, our leaders, our leaders. Now there are roles for everybody. For us to cook the soup, make it sweet. Everybody's part has to be well, labeled, and, you must play your part. And Jennifer, you go ahead, please.
So to continue on what your responsibilities are, the fifth one is to support law enforcement. So this means you assist appropriate and lawful agencies in maintaining law and order. 6, pay taxes. Declare my income honestly to appropriate and lawful agencies and pay my tax promptly. In addition, participate in the governance process, which we already did. An easy guide to participation is the acronym RSVP. R stands for register, so register to vote, select credible candidates, vote not fight, protect your vote on election day, and engage government officials after election. And there's something else that you need to know even after fulfilling all of this. You need to know your elected officials. And you can always reach out to Office of the Citizen chat box. Send hello via WhatsApp to 017006381. So to know your elected officials, you need to know the governors, the senators, the House of Representative members, the State House of Assembly members, local government chairman, and councillors. Then for elections, this includes registration, PVC collection, polling unit locator, and debates. Remember, send hello via WhatsApp to 017006381.
Absolutely. I like the fact that number 6 is on that list of your responsibilities. That's paying your taxes. You see, let me tell you something. Why the Western world that we all run to works is because number 6 is not joked with.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Nigeria is one of the cheapest places to live in because you can make so much money and you can actually you can do without paying taxes.
Yeah.
So imagine if we all just became responsible. I remember when Fashola was building, when he was governor and he was building the Lagos homes, the scheme. The only thing he kept on saying was that this scheme was going to benefit taxpayers. And I can tell you for free, because there was an incentive, a lot of people willingly went to LIRS to go and say, okay, this is how much I earn, this is what I want to do, and I'll start paying. And guess what eventually happened? A lot of people that were never homeowners were the ones that got those houses just because of one thing. They were taxpayers. So I had started paying my taxes earlier before that year that this was announced.
Yeah.
So I could automatically qualify. Even though where I was working then, they were deducting money from my salary, but they were not remitting those taxes. But because I had my own private personal business that I was doing and I was paying my taxes, I could qualify for that scheme. So I like what we're saying because, you see, we should know our roles. That number 6 is very important. That is why healthcare is better. That is why a lot of things, they have better road networks, they have better education, they have better cost of living, that paying of taxes. I just want to quickly say that I'll leave you with a quote that says, the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. As simple as that. So today we want to take on a conversation that we would continue, in the course of the week. But we want to start off the conversation, and it is on this, what's it called? The doctors, the bill that's been passed or that has moved to second reading or it has passed second reading on doctors being mandated to stay 5 years after housemanship, just, so that they can, stay back and reduce the brain drain that is happening in the medical field. And here's what we found as today's quote. And we want to tie that to exemplary leadership, right? It is almost impossible to command without being an exemplar and to lead without helping those whom you wish to take into your laps, right? So a bill seeking to mandate Nigerian trained medical and dental practitioners to practice for a minimum of 5 years in the country before being granted a full license on Thursday last week, passed second reading at the House of Representatives. Now, this bill seeks to amend the Medical and Dental Practitioner Act of 2004 to address the brain drain in Nigerian healthcare sector. Now, if passed into law, medical and dental practitioners trained in the country will have to practice for at least 5 years before they are granted a full license. Now, today we are discussing exemplary leadership in respect to this bill. But first, let's quickly go on a break. When we come back from the break, we want to see what we found in today's news. All right, you are still watching Ways Now, typically celebrated with church services. Easter Monday is a Christian holiday that marks the day after Jesus Christ rose from the dead, according to the Christian faith. Now, many people also use this day to be with friends and families and may participate in traditional activities such as decorating Easter eggs or having a special Easter meal. I'm not sure about this egg matter because I read about the history of the egg. I said, But how did you celebrate your Easter Monday quickly?
Well, I went to my church where I started from, Baptist Church, and it was just so surreal to see everyone and advance in age. It's funny how time flies, and then when there's so much time in between and then you reconnect, it's like, wow. A lot has happened. It was really, really beautiful today, just seeing everyone and living well, advancing in age. But yes, it was good. It was spent in church. 4 hours of service. It's been a while.
It's been a while. I was gonna go there. I said, "How we never go there?" Like any service we don't pass 1 hour 30 minutes. I'm sorry, it's not for me. Because I mean, these traditional churches, right? When you go to church, like you practically see people sleeping. Can't you just do chap? As in, I thank God for the new generational pastors that now developed a formula, because it doesn't make 4 hours, 5 hours in doing what?
In the presence
of the Lord. Hallelujah. All right, so let me start with Jennifer. What did you find for us in the news?
Okay, so blackmailer records sexual intercourse with ladies and sells nudes. So this story broke out, that was last week. Yeah, but I think they just decided to file a report. Officially, yeah. So there was a lady who was calling out a guy who used to work in Nesu, but then he currently works in another company, and she's saying that she found out that she was dating him at the time, but then what she noticed was that whenever she was having sexual intercourse with him, there was this laptop that was open, but it was blank. So if you're not suspecting, you would not know that anything was happening. But what he does is that he secretly takes pictures and makes videos of that entire activity, and then he sells it to people. And there were lots of proof, because I saw this on Twitter, there were lots of proof of Telegram groups that were open, where people were actually asking, where men were asking for these nudes, and they were actually paying for it. And a lot of witnesses, women who were coming out and sending messages of how he harassed them, he stalked them, and so many other things have been happening. So they're still trying to catch him right now. Be careful.
Horrible things are happening. I can't imagine having people's private experience being published for the public without your permission.
But how is that possible, though?
Well, if he's tech
so
savvy,
they'll send the laptop to go to sleep, like sleep mode, but the camera is on.
Those that are tech savvy know how.
I'm sure there is a way they maneuver something like that. Because I think one thing was, what she said was, when she ended things with him and he was trying to blackmail her, he started sending pictures. So I think someone received a nude picture of herself, and she was like, "I never took this picture myself. I never sent it to you. So how do you have it?" So unsuspectingly, you just be in the room with him, and then he does things like this, and he has done it to several
hidden cameras.
Yeah, hidden cameras, like several women. Several women.
Be careful who you date, you. That's all I can say. No more your story.
Okay, mine is still on the story that we're part of what we're discussing this evening. It's about the full list that UK has. UK stops recruiting healthcare workers from Nigeria and 53 other countries. So the red list of countries out, a lot of countries. We have Bangladesh, we have Nigeria, we have Burkina Faso, we have over 53 countries who have currently been banned from being recruited, doctors, nurses, and all. And this, the UK government says that it is due to the revised code of practice, having revised their code of practice, and due to conversations going on that it's unfair, some countries are losing in the area of healthcare and social welfare, so that they had to revise it and they had to stop including Nigerians from being recruited, and the most recruiters, employers of labor, are also need to look at the list to know which countries have been banned, so that you don't recruit from such countries. But I'm sure we'll still
I was even just going to touch on it briefly to say that I saw a video on social media where a woman, I think she's a nurse, she was accusing Nigerians of being part of why they were added to this list.
Okay.
That so recruiters normally would give certain kinds of forms or something, and that thing is free. So what Nigerians now started doing was they would go and sell that
form to
the recommendation letter or something to people for thousands of pounds. So because again, the desperate situation of people wanting to leave the country and all of that. So I think again that was smoked out. And that's part of why, they will not just give you the full list. But she's in the UK and she says she knows a lot of people will come for her. But truth is, they also did some findings and investigation, and they found out that people were selling those recruiters. It's not so, it is us doing ourselves. That was what she was just saying, that when would Nigerians learn, to stop, do things right. So my story is actually very troubling. I'm trying to hold myself. But maybe let me call for the video first. You watch the video, then I'll come back.
Who's here? Then I think finally here also. And sir, my tongue.
I've been trying to hold myself. So the 14th Dalai Lama, 87 years old, known to his people, has apologized after an unsettling video appeared on social media in which he stuck out his tongue and asked a young boy to suck his tongue. He apologized, saying that normally he plays around and, that he knows that the family, they will feel hurt. This boy was actually the one who asked to come give him a hug. The boy hugged him. It should have finished there. He asked for a peck on his cheek. It should have finished there. The next thing, he asked for a kiss on his lip. He still did not stop there. He then asked the young boy stuck out his tongue and asked the young boy to suck his tongue. You know what? We're going to discuss this matter tomorrow. But I want to say that, you see, pedophilia is not something that people should joke with. And it comes in different, revered, whatever. I have sons, there were just so many things that were wrong for me in that video. You could visibly see this young boy really uncomfortable. But again, because he was interfacing with someone that is revered, right, he couldn't say no. So that's why I'm saying that I will shelve the conversation for tomorrow. Because I really want to understand, if you were a parent, what would you do? And, how parents are raising their children.
Because again, some children will be bold enough to tell that man, no, sorry, I can't do that. But the boy could not, you know, he had to oblige him. And people were around laughing. How is that even funny? You are not my father. You are not my mother. You're not related to me in any way. But we'll take a break. Let's discuss medical issues today. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, a leader is someone who can see how things can be improved and who rallies people to move towards that better version or better vision. Leaders can work towards making their vision a reality while putting people first. It is universally acknowledged that good leaders change the world, and people don't simply become good leaders. It requires conscious effort and hard work and utmost determination. Now, the brain drain in the Nigerian health care system did not start out of the blues. The doctors and health workers have been dealing with unpaid salaries, declining work environment, and dilapidated infrastructure for the longest time. And this can only be linked to bad leadership. So today we are asking, what is exemplary leadership? And is this bill mandating doctors to practice in Nigeria for 5 years the way to go? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at Wage Show Africa1 with the hashtag Wage Show. All right, so let me just quickly give an overview. Now, this bill has reached or passed the second reading. And if approved or if signed into law, what it means is that after your housemanship, from what I understand, is that, you know, normally you would do your 2-year housemanship. Mm-hmm. After your housemanship, you would not be given a license as a medical doctor. Your license will be withheld. Then you are then mandated to work 5 years within Nigeria. And this bill was proposed. I can't remember the senators, the House member's name now that proposed that bill. And this is his own, he has thought really hard and long. And this is the idea, or this is the solution that could come to him. That's why don't we make our medical students, medical when they graduate and everything, why don't we get them to stay 5 years before they leave? Let's not give them their license. First of all, what are your thoughts? Well, personally, I think that we, a lot of times, act before we think through the consequences of our actions.
Putting the cart before the horse.
Most of the time. Our leaders, from their actions, show a lot of times that they do not have people in mind when they're making these decisions. When I heard, when I was looking at this bill and the story behind it, I remembered when I was in the university and I did a 5-year course that I ended up graduating 6 years later. And there were medical students who spent up to 10 years in school reading medicine. And then I finished.
That was supposed to be how many years?
Medical, I think it's 7 years, I think. And then you do housemanship 1 year. So but with strike, you end up adding like 2 years. So say 10 years. And then you finish, and then you go do youth service, and then you tell me to add another 5 years before I can decide to take my life in my hands. And a lot of times I'm asking myself, you will say again, Madam Consideration, if you were the one that spent all that time in school and you wanted a better life, is this the path that you would have wanted to go? Medical students people who are looking for better, because you've not created that environment that can help me to thrive. Leadership is about creating environments that helps people to thrive. You want to forcefully keep me for 5 years. You have not created a conducive environment for me to be able to thrive. And then you want to enforce what you think is best for me. And that's why, to a large extent, so I feel that this is very inconsiderate of our leaders, because we always like to cut the branches without going to the deep root of the matter. What is causing these doctors, nurses, and medical practitioners to want to leave their country in the first place? What is causing them that urge to move is because the environment is not created for them to thrive. I know very intelligent doctors and medical practitioners, but if they tell you how some of them have not been paid, how what they pay cannot even help them to live the kind of life, not even frivolous now, just basic ability to be able to just.
So let me even add, because that's what is being flashed on this end. Let me just add, then you can continue with the conversation. Add a bit of context to what you've said. So it says, as it stands, Abia State government employed doctors are being owed 24 months for those working in the Abia State University Teaching Hospital, right? Now, the resident doctors working in this same Abia State University Teaching Hospital are being owed 22 months, while the doctors working in general hospitals, otherwise called the Health Management Board, are being owed 13 months' salary.
And the response to that was that they need to come and work so that they can generate the funds to pay them. I don't know if we think and we put ourselves in the position of the human being who is at the receiving end of these things before we make the comments that we make. If it was your son or your daughter that was put in this position, will you stand up for it? That's the question. And this is about exemplary leadership. How does it show me that you have my interests at heart when you make decisions that do not empower me, that do not help me to thrive? So I feel that they need to really sit down and look at this situation a lot more holistically.
Okay, so in line with what you've just said, right? Yakubu Olorigbe, that's the chairman of Senate Committee on Health, described the proposed strategy as inadequate to address the multifaceted drawback, he called it, of the Nigerian healthcare, and incapable of resolving the key issues, like Norma just said, that makes the local terrain unattractive to medical workers. Now, he said that efforts should be directed towards improving the healthcare system, making the environment conducive for workers, that even if at all that medical students you're claiming, because the government's claim is that they have subsidized medical, this, and I'm trying to get the costing of the fee that they are being subsidized, that they've subsidized, highly subsidized medical fees for the students. So he's saying that, you know what, why don't you even give medical students the option to either pay the market rate fee or the subsidized fee? So if I pay market rate fee, you can't come and tell me that you want to tie me down for 5 years. I'll rather pay it and get my freedom. Then if I'm paying the subsidized fee, he then even went ahead to say you must give them two options. One of the options would be that they refund the money upon completion of their training, or they then work for that period of time, which is the 5 years that is being proposed. But you can't just wake up. You know, this is somebody, he's a medical doctor within the committee there. He said you cannot just wake up and bring this kind of blanket, what's it called? Now let's even go back, because we're talking about exemplary leaders, and I want you to come in. If you really want to lead by example, right, have you in any way encouraged a better healthcare structure in Nigeria? We know that, okay, the other day, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, our vice president, went to a hospital in Ikeja to go do some surgery. We celebrated them. And we said, okay, thankfully, at least somebody decided to stay within the country. He didn't leave the country. And the hospital actually, they actually did a fantastic job catering to him. But we know how many months our president stayed outside of the country in the bid to get a better medical, healthcare. We know how many of our leaders, right, that go outside of the country to get medical care, right? So if you really want to really solve the problem, why don't you lead by example and say, you know what, for the 4 years that I will be elected or appointed, anything that has to do with government official, right, I will lead by example by ensuring that everything I do, I live, I eat, I breathe Nigeria. Why do you have to live outside of the country? You know, why are you not leading that pact? You know, you just spearheading the movement. Let me hear your thoughts, Jennifer.
You know, time and time again, the government has shown how inconsiderate and unfair they are. When I saw this bill, I was very upset. I didn't want to believe that it was true, because if we actually notice, a lot of our governments or governors or house or even the president leave the shores of Nigeria to go abroad to seek medical services or treatment. And then they stay there for a long time. Now you're asking the doctors to stay back for 5 years and work here compulsorily because you don't want them to leave. Now the healthcare system is actually very terrible. If I get sick today and I get to the hospital, it's at the end of the day, you just have to ask God, please do your work, because you don't trust anything that is happening there. Even the drugs that you're being given, you don't trust it. You'll probably be treating a particular illness. You can treat it for months. And sometimes they'll probably diagnose you wrongly. And this is a time where we need to put in more money into the medical, on the healthcare system. Now, I think it was last week or so, I saw a budget that was released. I can't remember what they released the budget for. And then it was in the billions. We're talking 20 to 40 billion. And then when I saw it, I'm like, why are you people always giving this huge amount for things that are irrelevant to the society? It is irrelevant to us.
Oh, can I just tell you the one I saw? Was it 12 billion naira to purchase 10 fire trucks? Was that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
I saw that. And I was very confused, because I remember a day where they were commissioning a fire service station. When the governor got there and then they brought out the fire truck, they only had like 5. There was no water. The truck itself was very dusty. It was dirty. It was very obvious that they didn't just buy that truck. They've had the truck. It's the truck they've been using since. And when you look at these things, it's very shameful. And I think the government and people who are passing this bill need to be ashamed of themselves. Because if you're thinking about the healthcare system and you feel like the best solution that came to your mind is this, I know you need to go back to your drawing board or you leave completely, because I don't get it.
So let me say something here, because there's a research that came out that says hospitals such as the Federal Medical Center Ebute Metta have had to turn to task shifting and flexible arrangement that allows for job hopping to certain services running. Now the hospital, they said, had lost a total of 152 workers, including 38 doctors, 42 nurses, 30 combined laboratory scientists, pharmacists, and psychotherapists, and 42 others, just between January to August 2022. Now, Nigeria is home to about, of course, 82 million poor. Poor with health expenditure per person. So we are spending like $71, right? Indirectly offsetting our healthcare bills. But go to countries like the US, they are capable of spending at least $10,921 in healthcare spending per individual. UK and Saudi Arabia spent about $4,300 and $1,300 respectively on each citizen. Do you understand? Most of these countries, that you see our medical doctors migrating to, they prioritize their citizens. They spend money on healthcare for their citizens. So that is why you will see that the doctor is confident that if I do my job, if I know my job, I'll get paid. So are you as a leader, you are just waking up and saying, now look at the numbers, very staggering numbers. About 6,068 Nigerian medical doctors moved to the UK in the last 7 years, according to the General Medical Council of the United Kingdom. So now even this one said, they are actually afraid because if they leave it, all our doctors will go. So I get their law saying that they are trying to control it so that we don't have that deficiency. The doctor, because we're supposed to have this topic on Friday, the doctor that I call, I told Omolola to reach out to.
Was he on his way out?
It's not on his way. They were just landing Canada. So she sent a voice note to Omolola that, my darling, that we just landed.
So even the doctor has
just left. That, and the doctor she then recommended, I'm looking at that one, the way his picture was looking, he's looking like he has prepared his professional profile.
He has packed his
to leave. But let's take a break, right? Because I just need us to understand this thing. And there's an angle that I would like to, touch on. We'll take a break. When we come back from the break, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing exemplary leadership in respect to the bill mandating doctors to practice in Nigeria for 5 years. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So, Norma, you touched on a lot of salient points that even me, I didn't even think about it. First of all, I go spend how many months of strike? So you have already taken out, don't forget that some of these people did not go to school early. So maybe, let's say, average, I entered school when I was 25.
You come out when you're in your 30s.
I come out when I'm in my 30s. I'm required to do NYSC. Then you now mandate me. So because again now, without the license, right? Without the license, would you be able to get what you deserve in terms of payment? Even we know that the payment is not it. But if I am not a licensed doctor, isn't it even illegal for me to be practicing without a license? Do you understand? So what would the government, so this is like, that's why the person in the committee said this one is not the way, because in the bid to try to want to even implement this, you are violating a lot of laws. Absolutely. There is the freedom for movement, which is why people are saying that when we are arguing that our legislators should not leave the shores of this country to go and get medical care. The argument is that there is a law that gives them freedom of movement. And you see, the only thing we can tell them is that when you are going, make sure that you are using your own pocket money, not taxpayers' money. But how would you know which money that they are using? Is it labeled? So even in the bid to want to even bring up this law that they are trying to move to whatever, you are violating a lot of laws, because as a medical doctor, you are not authorized to practice, you understand, without a license. So, and if you ask me, this will only create an avenue for people to find other ways. Okay, so I have a friend, sorry, Norma, he was in 200 level, I think, when his father moved him out of the country. And today, he's doing exceptionally well outside the shores of this country. He's a top, this is a position, first of all, that he would not have smelt if he was in Nigeria. Here. Because first of all, those kind of positions, the ones that you have gray hair, that they will give you those positions, right? But I'm saying to you that if that is the case, medical students will just wait till they are like in their 3rd year or their 4th year, and they will just carry their bag and go and complete the studies and continue there. Because you really cannot tie. People will find a way out of this. It's not possible.
Always.
The thing you should have been thinking about as a leader is that, okay, what can I do differently that would make people not run away from me? Do you understand? That is you showing that, okay, yes, I can make this thing work. And, being an example. So your own children now, have you mandated them to stay in the country? Because
that is one angle. Some other people will just refuse to study medicine. They will decide to say, I beg, let me go to a course that is not stressing my life.
Well, do you know that some people are willing, it's so bad that people are willing to throw away the 10 years or 12 years that they consider it a waste. They would rather start all over again.
Yeah.
I've seen people who had no business in the medical field going to go and read nursing abroad just so that they can have a stake at a good life or whatever they think will solve their problems. So that's how resilient Nigerians are. Whatever you try to succumb them to, they will find a way. And they're finding that way. This 5 years is not the solution to the problem because they're not even looking at the problem itself. There's a reason why people are leaving in the first place. And Nigerians, funny enough, are the kind of people that, do you know how many people that are out there that if Nigeria was working, they have no business being outside the country.
In a heartbeat.
They have no business being outside the country. They will all come back. It's about making Nigeria work. It's about making Nigeria the kind of place that they can come back to and feel that they are Nigerians. They have a stake in the country. And that's why we're talking exemplary leadership. What are we doing differently to show Nigerians that there is a direction, right? We have a plan. We have a goal to make Nigeria better, to make Nigeria desirable enough to call back all of those resources that are being trained outside the country to be useful, to be resourceful in Nigeria.
Isn't it even
That's
shameful,
what it is.
Norma? Is it not shameful that the best of the best, right, in the medical field, globally, are Nigerians? Is it not shameful to you that you are trying to pass this kind of bill?
Currently, we have over 11,000 Nigerian trained doctors in the UK alone.
Yeah.
You're not talking about Canada. You're not talking about America. And even if you go to some of those places, you will find out that the top medical practitioners are Nigerians. Nigerians have the ability to thrive anywhere. You just root them in the place that brings out the best in them, and you will see that even the ones that were considered not very intelligent here go outside and they thrive. So it will tell you that the problem lies within. It lies within us and the kind of leadership that is not taking us anywhere. And that's, I don't know, but for future reference, really, is an eye-opener for us. Who are we choosing to lead us in the first place? Because if the person has no
or the one that chose themselves,
no vision, no leader, no direction, then we're doomed.
I think they need to start thinking more. We've gone past the time of just coming up with things and saying whatever is in your heart or in your mind so you can sound smart. We need to actually put in the work, and people need to start seeing the result. For a profession where they work round the clock, their income is very, very poor. And now in a situation where you have a lot of doctors who are leaving, you have one doctor taking on the shifts of 3 people.
3?
So you are exhausted.
More than that.
So when you're exhausted,
they're drained themselves.
How do you perform well?
On top of that exhaustion, it's not added. Plus, they refuse to pay you your salary.
It's like, pay these people. They're supposed to be one of the highest
paid.
Earning
because you're talking about
in
lives.
Nigeria.
You're talking about lives of human beings, isn't it? And that's why you had mentioned earlier about Saudi Arabia and some of the countries that put a lot of stake in the medical healthcare because they're thinking about the healthcare of their citizens. So these are people that are placing priority on human life. And you're not thinking about the doctors that are supposed to be saving these lives, to look for a way to, give them incentives that will encourage them to keep saving these lives.
So let me even, because we are focusing on doctors, let's move a bit because it's healthcare workers, right? In 2020, Nigeria had 1,200 nurses and midwives. or 1.2 nurses and midwives. I think that's 1,200, and about 400 physicians for every 1,000 inhabitants. Slightly higher than sub-Saharan Africa average, but worse than many of its regional peers, such as Ghana, Namibia, Gambia, as well as structural and aspirational peer countries such as Indonesia and Vietnam. Nursing shortages leads to error, high morbidity and mortality rates. So now, according to World Bank, Nigeria has the highest
mortality
under 5 mortality rate in the world, with 117 deaths per 1,000 live birth. 117 children will die in 1,000. So there are problems that we are facing in this country. And if we had leaders that were strategic, you understand, that understood what it takes to be a leader, this would be the, like, you know, when you, I think this idea would not have even come up in your plan for solution. It's like there is a problem, right? The tree is bringing out bad fruits, and you are saying that, okay, no. Let us find a way to ensure that maybe we take the whatever out. No, there is a root cause. If a tree is not producing well or is not bringing out good fruit, what you're supposed to do is continue to inject that tree loads of vitamins and treatments and all of that. Just keep injecting the roots. With time, all that thing will blossom and the fruit will start to come out plush and lump. The healthcare structure in Nigeria is very, very poor. You know, I've said this thing several times that I know people that if they were in Nigeria, they would have been dead, buried, forgotten. Do you understand? Because of the health challenges that they had. But because they're in other climes, and it's not to say that healthcare or in other parts of the world are perfect. No. It's beyond, it's far from perfect. But what happens is, even the problem we're having in Nigeria is actually deeper than just the healthcare. Is the value to human life.
Human lives, yeah.
That we have not attached. Because if we understood that this person is a human being and must be cared for, is deserving of love, is deserving of a better life, is deserving of life, you know, in itself, you will treat that person differently. You will look for things that would ensure that that person's standard of living is better. Other parts of the world, of course, they don't get problem again. That's why they look for problem they won't give themselves. Do you understand? And trying to look for the right, my right, your right, they, them, and all of that. We have real issues in this country. We've not solved power situations in this country.
Education.
Our educational system is going down the drain by the minute.
The healthcare system.
Healthcare system has always been, you know, a bit epileptic. What's it called? The infrastructural challenges and deficits that we have. Don't forget that these doctors have families. The nurses have families. The healthcare workers have families, right? If you do not prioritize them and say that they matter, how do you expect them, you know, to put priority in the work that they do? Have you not heard of doctors slumming and dying? You know, have you not heard of them? Or nurses too? So a lot of people leave the country out of frustration. There is a frustration behind the leaving of the country. And you are now saying that for us not to...
They don't even see it.
You even think?
No, they don't even see it. I mean, you're sitting down and just coming up with this bill and saying, okay, we enforce it. And, you know, it's painful. It's painful because you don't see the plight of the people. You don't see it from their perspective. And that's another thing about leadership. It's about feeling the pulse of the people. What are they going through? How can we solve their problems? If you see things from your own perspective alone, it's very easy for you to come up with situations like this and pass a bill or consider a bill in the first place. But if you are the one on the hot seat, it will be different.
If you were the
Imagine that you are the doctor
or the nurse
who has to go through this, then you will reconsider. And that's where we want leaders to begin to come from, where you feel
place of empathy,
the pain of the Nigerian citizen.
And you know, if you had listened strongly to what's his name, GRV's campaign, I used to bring it back. And he kept on emphasizing on empathy, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's the biggest thing we lack in leadership in this country. We don't have empathetic leaders. Because if you put yourself, like you rightly said, in the shoes of these healthcare workers, you will not be proposing this bill that you're proposing. It will not even cross your mind. Because you will know that the problem is not because, you think people generally enjoy, living in another man's country, being a second-class citizen.
The cost of living in another country, you can't compare it if you were living in your own country.
I went to the embassy. You could see clearly this thing was, this person's visa fee
was a community
effort to get that visa. The money to pay for the visa fee. Everybody just wants to live. We're not even talking about healthcare workers alone. We're talking about Nigerians in general wanting to live. And all you can think about is, okay, let us make sure that we seize their license for 5 years. Come on.
And sometimes people who are
that
leaving,
was the best thing.
Sometimes when people leave, people think that, things are going well for them, that's why they left.
No.
There are people who have left well and good paying jobs just to go abroad and do menial jobs. They are over there suffering. A lot of them are suffering, but they would rather suffer and toil and be there because they know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel than to be here where every time you walk, the government comes and scatters it. So basically, you have to go back to
every
square
effort
one,
you make
and
is in futility.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I've actually come to believe that sometimes these people have put themselves in people's shoes. They know how other people feel, but they just don't care.
I hear some people are trying to call the WhatsApp line. We're sorry, we don't take calls on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Just send your messages, but not calls today, please. It is well. So what do we think would have been a better solution if we were to help this young man that is trying to pass a bill? What do you think we should have? What should the proposal look like, or the proposed bill look like?
I think part of solving problems is having a dialogue with even the people that have the problem. Part of it is having conversations with the, medical association to say, how can we, you are the ones in the hot seat. What can we do differently
to stop you from leaving,
to help people to alleviate the problems? And let them even air their views. Let's see, that's part of leadership, having a dialogue with the people, having conversations and finding out what is the problem and where did we go wrong, what can we do differently. We're not saying that it's going to happen overnight, but when you start asking the right kind of questions, the right answers will begin to come as well. And that will be a start. They will know and they will have the feeling that, okay, it's like you are now seeing me as a human being. Because a lot of times we make decisions without even thinking about how it affects the other person. So they don't, so in their own minds, okay, you didn't consider me, you didn't consult me in the first place, so why do you think that I should care? But when they are brought into the situation, they can let them know, these are our challenges. If you can do this, and then you can come to a compromise. We may not be able to solve all your problems in one sitting, but we can gradually get there. That's part of leadership. When you're able to show people that, okay, we have a direction, we have a plan, we have a goal, and if we all work together, we can get there. We can accomplish our goals and our dreams. Then it will be a win-win situation.
I like that.
I 100% agree with you, honestly. And after having a dialogue, if you've spoken to doctors, you hear that. We just read one, Abia State, 24 months. That's basically 2 years. So imagine not having an income, a monthly income for 2 years. How are you able to feed? And I think
have children that go to school.
It's important that they pay attention and restructure the monthly income of doctors. You need to start paying them well. And then after that, you start working on the healthcare system. These hospitals are dilapidated. If there are equipments that you need to change, start changing them. If there are new equipment you need to bring in, bring them in. Give people a conducive place to be in. I can't go to the hospital and I'm admitted in the hospital and there's no lights. What does that even mean?
And you are on the operating
Yes.
theater. Yeah, you're having
There
a
is no
surgery.
light. Shouldn't I just stay in my house?
Yeah, I was going to also add to that also give incentives. So, for instance, now I know some organizations, because you're working for them, if you have children and probably maybe they have schools or something, they subsidize the fees for your children, you know. So those kinds of little perks are incentives that they would also look at and say, okay, this is worth, you know, worth my while. You know, in the bid for dialogue, you would uncover a lot of things. And some would argue some people would argue that it's not like this, our leaders don't know the problem, but they've chosen to turn a blind eye to the problems, you know. But I choose to believe that if they knew better, they would do better. Our leaders really don't understand what it is. Because you know what? I've seen people, just because of the motivation that they give the people that are subordinate to them, they work their hearts out without being paid. People, it's not today they owe salary. But you see, it is because of the motivation that they get. They know genuinely that this is my boss, so we're having a rough time in the company, but I'll stick with you and I'll work with you. Because those leaders, you know, are leaders that, you know, they will hold your hand and say, you know what, if I grow, we grow together. It's not every time that is about money. And that is what I even want some of our leaders to understand. It goes beyond money. You know, that empathy is very important. That you are showing the example that we are in a mess as a country. We are all in this mess together, and we'll rise above it. Even in your lifestyle, in your dealings, in everything, right? If you do it that way, and the people see you genuinely that this leader is actually for us. Yes, we might be going through a rough time, but we're ready to rough it up with him. That is the kind of leader we're looking for. And if we do not get those kind of leaders, it is impossible for things like this not to continue. It is impossible. People will continue to leave your country because they don't believe that you have their best interest at heart.
They'll always find
Do we have messages? Oh, we ran out of
do.
time. Quickly,
Yes, we do. Okay. Long ones for some reason.
Quick.
Good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying? #Ways. Exemplary leadership bill mandating doctors to practice in Nigeria for 5 years. It is so sad and frustrating when someone is made to spend more than he or she is supposed to spend in a university due to one problem or the other. That madness has to stop in Nigeria. While doctors relocate abroad is maybe because they do not have the facilities to work with, or they're poorly paid and they go to look for greener pastures. We need to encourage them to stay and not go. Sister Ua, your countenance is justified concerning that video. It is really tiring.
Disturbing.
Even me, I'm tired. I'm so happy and excited to have my dear beautiful sister
Norma back. Hallelujah. Bye. Thank you so much, Daniel Ilo.
Yeah, and then we have one from Austin as
we
well.
don't have Austin.
Okay.
We've run out of time. We'll continue the conversation tomorrow. That it is important. It is almost impossible to command without being an exemplar and to lead without helping those whom you wish to take into your laps. Well, sorry, Austin. We're sorry, anybody. We couldn't read your messages. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff Blessing Inaku is asking the court to compel her baby daddy to be responsible for their son's upkeep.
All right. Court in session. Honorable Judge Kumi Asaolu presiding.
Your Honor, this case is between Blessing and Ferdinand. Parties for.
Enough Blessing.
Yes, ma'am.
You are suing Okutu Ferdinand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I have why you are here in court?
He has not been taking care of his child responsibility for the past 8 years now.
For the past?
8 years.
8 years.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for a living?
Me? I'm not working yet. I'm still a student.
You're a student?
Yes, sir.
When you had the child for him, what was he doing at that time?
Sorry, ma'am?
When you had the baby for him 8 years ago, what was he doing at that time?
He was an agent. He used to give people work. Like if you want to do house help or any job.
That's what he was doing then?
Yes, ma'am.
But now he's a student.
Yes, ma'am.
Students don't earn income. But that does not exonerate you from taking care of your child.
My love, I do.
Because what you plant, you must harvest. Do you understand me? So, I saw your statement. You claim to have been sending money to her. How much have you been giving her on a monthly basis?
Not on a monthly basis, just as at times. Not every time. If I go there, the child is not with her, really.
Where's the child?
The child still with the mother.
Her mother? He's still with her? If the child is with her mother, the child is with her. Is it the mother that impregnated her?
No.
Or is the child for the mom? Do you understand me?
I understand.
That's the grandchild.
Yes.
And that's your own son. So it's your own responsibility.
So,
how did you meet?
We met here in Lagos, ma.
Where?
His mom and my mom, they are best of friends.
And they are still best of friends till now?
No.
They are still?
They are not.
Okay.
Well, I met him in Lagos at Ojota.
Okay.
Yes.
But you can't remember when?
Yes.
About how long did you date before you now got pregnant?
It's 1 year.
You dated for 1 year?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got pregnant? How long did you date?
Not up to a year.
About how long?
Like, let me say, we did it like 4 to 3 months. Yeah.
That you dated before she took it?
Before you get pregnant.
But when you were doing it, you know that the next thing she can take in.
Yeah.
When you did not use any protection. Abi?
Yes, I do.
So you knew the outcome, what the outcome would be.
Yeah,
is that not so?
Yes.
And now you have the outcome. You can't abandon her to the responsibility.
No, I've not really abandoned.
So how much do you give her on a monthly basis? That's what
I'm
the
not
first thing
doing
I ask you.
I've never been giving that on a monthly basis. Just like at times, if I go...
You have to be
other
giving
places.
her something on a monthly basis because
Just-
there's a child to be taken care of.
Really,
the
yes.
child will feed. You know that. You buy clothes for them. You know the way they outgrow clothes. Do you understand me?
And
is the child not in school?
He's in school, ma.
And I'm trying to say, let the child stay with my mother.
Let
the child stay with my mother.
Is she dead? Are you not your own? Why are you not staying with your own mother? You should be living with your own mother now.
Yes,
if you believe so.
As well, yes.
No, you or go to your grandmother.
I live with my mother as well.
You're just a clown. So for you what you believe in, like you can just have children anywhere and you dump them on your mom. And that shows you are responsible. Answer me, I'm asking you.
No, man, that's not.
Doesn't make sense.
Yes, I know.
Don't you feed?
I do.
So your child should not feed?
No.
No. So how do you go around there? So how much do you want to start giving out monthly basis?
Ma, I don't even want anything from him. I don't want him to give me money.
What do you
At
want?
least he should. Me, I don't need his money. All is that is for him to, at least, that the child is with my mom. He should be calling my mom. As for the child, he does not do that. He does not care.
That's different from your claim here, because I'm not going out of like I read what you wrote here to you. All I want is for my son's father to do is take his responsibility financially, emotionally, and physically.
Yes, ma.
If you did not mention financially, I will not go there at all.
I did, ma.
So if you are changing your claim now,
Ma, it's not
tell
like
me,
I'm changing my
what
claim.
do
It's
you
not that
really
you
want?
send this for me. At least my mom. Even though
should
if
be
he does not
sending
want to give, it's not that my mom does not have her own money to take care of herself. But at least he should know that, okay,
He's not
school
giving-
fees, whenever I call him
won't-
for
I
school
won't
fees.
ask him to give your mom money to take care of herself. I can ask him to give you as a mother. You are the one that dropped your son there. He's not the one. So it's you that he will give. Then you use it appropriately over your son. If you think the right thing to do is to give your mom, if you think the right thing is to use it to purchase something for your son and give it to your mom, all we know is that that money is meant for the welfare of your child. That's the bottom line.
The plaintiff, Blessing Inaku, alleges that her baby daddy, Ferdinand Okutu, abandoned his fatherly responsibility since their son was born about 8 years ago. She claims that their parents used to be best of friends. They met and started dating because of the family relationship. The defendant, Ferdinand Okutu, claims that he is a student and he is doing his best to take care of his son. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
So how much can you provide? Or you don't want him to provide anything financially?
To provide, though.
Not that I not provide anything.
What did you say?
Not that I did not provide anything. Just because that I've never did
said,
to a standard.
we're not talking about what you have done in the past.
Ma, he has never done anything.
No, I'm not even going there, because whatever is past is past.
Okay.
The past 8 years, I'll leave it. What I'm talking about now, from now onwards, how much do you want to be dropping on a monthly basis? Whatever you have done in the past, just leave that.
Okay,
From now, for your child, and not only that, you have to be checking up on your child.
I do check up, yes.
How often do you go there?
Just like in a year, I go like 2 times. Because that is how I go out, because I'm there in Lagos trying to.
Where is the baby?
Ogun State.
Okay.
Yeah, so at times.
You bring the baby to Lagos. You bring the baby to Lagos.
It does not allow me to bring the baby to Lagos.
Who?
He.
You said she should not
Yes. The last time I called him.
You stay in Ogun State?
No.
No.
Where do you stay?
I stay in Lagos.
You don't want the baby to be with her?
With her?
Yes.
Ma.
Even though the mother won't allow, he said let the baby stay with him by herself. But even though, not me with the mother, we don't have any issue. Because I do, when I go, I visit them, what I have, I give. Like this, yesterday, he called me, I called her early morning.
You know, it's not about, that's not your own mother.
Yes.
Do you understand?
I know.
Please, because you need a brain reset on that. You see, you are the one that implicated her daughter. And because so far she believes you are being irresponsible, and she does not want that child to suffer. That's why child is with her. Ideally, the two of you should have that baby in Lagos. Ideally, you should be living together. Ideally, that baby should be under the same roof with the two of you. But you chose this path. I'm not faulting you for that. All I know is you should provide for the welfare of that child. And if for 8 years...
Not 8 years.
How old is the baby?
7 years now.
June, you'll be 8 years. June, 21.
You have to live, you have to be a responsible father
That is it.
Yeah,
For
so
myself.
how much? I can easily tell you how much you'll be paying and we go after you for that. I'm giving you that privilege. Mention how much you know you can conveniently raise on a monthly basis. Which school are you?
Lagos Polytechnic.
Last Polytechnic?
Yes, sir.
Which course are you doing there?
Business admin.
Pardon?
Business admin.
Business admin. Okay. When are you rounding up?
This year.
So you soon go and serve. So what can you bring up now? So when you start working, you come back to court, we will review it again.
Yes.
Do you understand?
I selling aso now and chicken.
So you're even earning income right now, but you chose to hide under the student.
Even as somebody that is selling for him.
I have
That's
someone
worker.
He has staff.
Yes.
Where is
At
that?
Ojota Ogudu.
Ojota Ogudu Road.
Yes.
Which spot there?
Opposite.
Are you saying it's not so?
Where
But if you are lying and I find out you are saying
yes,
the truth,
yes. What I'm selling there
you are lying.
Only asu. As soon as you see, let me explain myself. What we have there, we are two of us. I'm managing with the other guy. He's the one selling fish, the one selling chicken. So when
your own is just asu.
Just asu for now. But when they see me there, they thought I'm the one that owned the place.
Okay. So the bottom line, what I can take out of that is you have a source of income. Despite the fact that you are a student, you have a source of income. So how much do you want to be giving your child out of that for the welfare of your child on a monthly basis from the ASU business that you are doing?
Assuming I like to do things, at least I will be.
How much?
Like I will start with 2.5.
You see the way everybody is laughing at your stupidity. See everybody laughing at your stupidity. So 2,500 for what?
Because
can you live on 2,500 in a week? How much more a child? You know the way children run around. I want this, I want that. Do you know what it is? They outgrow clothes, they outgrow shoes. You have to keep replacing their clothes and everything. As you are now, you might not grow taller in the next 10 years. But children will keep on growing. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So is it 2,500 naira that she's going to use to buy clothes?
No,
for shoe or to feed a child in a week? Even if you are spending 500 naira per meal, which is not possible.
Even though if I promise that is not the only thing I'll give. Because as of Monday now.
I'm asking you now. I said, how much? What else? Let me know what your package is. What do you have? What do you intend to do? That's your child, you know.
That's my child, yes. I will try to raise like 5,000.
Per week?
Because I don't end...
5,000 naira per week? That makes 20,000 naira in a month.
You don't earn anything that...
You are not buying food stuff. You are not bringing anything. Can 5,000 naira pay school fees? Can he pay school fees? Can he buy school uniform? Can he buy school shoes? Talk less of transport and feeding. Every day you have to give a child money. Is that not so when they are going to school? Is it somebody else that helped you to impregnate her? Do you understand? It's your responsibility. Let me ask you one question. Do you want to be paying on weekly basis or monthly basis? I'm giving you that option. Because I noticed you make money daily income. If you are doing ASU, you mentioned you use your own mouth to tell me.
Yes, I do ASU.
Is it every day?
It's every day.
You make daily income. That's what I'm telling you. No matter how small, you make money
I'm
every day.
That's
why I'm giving you option whether you want to be paying weekly. It might be easier for you to pay on weekly basis. Or you want to be paying on monthly basis at the end of the month. Which one is convenient for you?
At least that monthly, at least.
So you want to be paying on monthly basis. So let me tell you, for now, you said, let me tell you things I've taken into consideration. You said you are in school.
Yes.
I know you are paying school fees and all the stuff there. You take transport to the school as well, don't you? You say you are rounding up this year.
Yes.
So by next year at most, you will start your NYSC. Once you start doing your NYSC, you'll be earning income. So you come back for review of what I'm going to grant now next year. That's one. Then, secondly, by last day of every month, you have to be paying a minimum of 12,000 naira. For now. I know it's small. I know 12,000 is as good as nothing. But you understand the fact that he's in school. Give him room to empower himself. So that he'll be in a better position to pay you.
That school that is going is not clear. He's 215. 215, he has not finished school.
He said he's finishing this year. He said he's rounding up this year. You heard him. He said he's rounding up. He's working and schooling. And he still has a busy life on the other side, keeping a girlfriend. So concentrating on the education is part of it. You know, you understand. You have to balance the three of them. You have a woman in the house. You have a girlfriend. You have your ASUN business to take care of, and you have the school fees. And on all, you have a child somewhere that you are not taking care of at all. So, when will you be going over to see your child now?
Me?
Yes, how often will you be going there? 2 times a year. That's why you are not bonding with that child at all. And that's why it's very easy for you to just dismiss his maintenance.
No,
you don't have any emotional
even though my mother is in that area. But just...
Is it your mom? Why are you so...
I'm just saying that if I want to go, even not because of the child, I go because of my mother.
Ma, do you know the transport?
But
at times,
wait,
I'll be struggling to...
So you have to go because of your...
As even though if it is not because of the child, at least I have to go see my mother. But I don't. At times I will struggle to go, but this income of it, that is the problem.
These are all things you should... Look, I've told you. This is your child.
Yes.
You don't seem to understand. And so far, I can tell you, you have been very irresponsible as a father. Because you are not taking care of his needs. Is he a boy?
He's a boy.
You are not taking care of his needs. If that boy, if you bring him here, does he recognize you?
Why? He will.
He will?
Yes.
How? You go twice a year. Twice. Is that not what you told me?
You recognize me, but not that.
That twice a year is even a lie. It's a lie.
You see, there is nothing that will not lie.
It's a lie because you know you are lying.
Even though I bought something,
it's a lie.
I bought something to them.
Lie.
They'll say this one is not okay. It's not.
You hardly go there.
Give them the money.
And I'll give the mother.
Telling you. Give her the money.
You've not bought anything.
Let me tell you the way it works.
I will not. This clothes I wear, I sew it together with my sons.
Wait.
There's some separate thing like that.
Let me tell you something. If you want to give somebody this pen,
order.
And you know that if I give it to her, she'll probably not use it because her taste is higher than this. The value of if this pen is 10 naira, I will give her the 10 naira. You know what she will do? She will add money from her own pocket and go and buy what she actually wants the child to use.
Judge Fomi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. She rules after the break.
From this month end, and when you are paying, because I don't want the two of you come here to tell me that I paid 12,000 naira. She will say I did not collect, I didn't say anything, 12,000 naira. Before you leave, give him a bank account details. As you are paying into the account, be keeping your evidence of payments. Do you understand me? So from this month, you start paying her 12,000 naira on a monthly basis until you start your NYSC. I know there's a way you keep tab on me. You know everything that is happening to him. So once you realize that, you come back to the court, then we review. Okay? Do you understand me? That's my girlfriend.
All right.
Continuing, they are not married, but they have 4 children together. The husband does not like the responsibilities, but he likes all the pleasures a woman has to offer.
My name is George Chizoba. Then last year I came here. I came with my husband because my husband they take care of me. It's only me that caring for my children. And my husband they look, even though they bring food money. Only me I dey hawk ogi. I dey hawk my mind. For my mind, I can't dey hawk ogi. Only me they suffer too much. Then I came here last year. Come and report Morgan.
Previously on the Justice Court.
The plaintiff, Chizoba George, is asking the court to compel Chimezie to assume responsibility over the 4 children they have together. The defendant, Chimezie George, agrees the children are his responsibilities, but blames the situation in the nation for his inability to live up to expectations.
So tell me what happened. Why are you here?
Because since when I live with them, since 8 years now, only me and they cut off my children.
How many children do you have?
We are 4.
When did you get married?
2011.
What kind of marriage did you...
You're not married.
You just started cohabiting together. Started living together. Okay. I'm listening.
Since that time, I've been suffering. Only me take care of my children.
Do you still live together?
No, ma.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Since that time, even at the my first video I did, I did hawk my. I hawk that one finish. As I hawk that one, only
you hawk what?
My now I hawk.
Okay.
As I hawk my, I can't fall sick. So I can't fall sick. I can't fall stroke. I can't stop. I know the hawk again. I can't the hawk ogi. Ogi now they start. Now me they pay school fee. Now they do everything.
How old are you?
I'm 30 years now.
Okay.
No, they help me do anything. Only me. Then I can't travel. I can't stay from auntie side. I say I know they stay with them again. Let me stay from auntie side. Because only me, I can't wahala. They didn't want to kill me.
Was he paying school fees before?
No, ma.
From day one?
Even
he has not been responsible towards the children. And you ended up having 4 children for him. Does that make sense to you?
No, ma.
You had the first one. He's not responsible towards it. You went ahead and had the second one. He's not responsible towards it. You had the third one. He's not responsible. Now you're on the 4th one. Do you understand me? I've not heard his own side of the story because it's just your side. For all you know, he might come up to tell me he's been giving you money and being of assistance to you. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Then I can't live with my sister. And my sister side I live for Babani. Then that one don't find house. Come on, leave house for me. No money to pay for house rent. Now I can't send my reports. Make himself can't they help. The
2 of you were living together before? Okay. Mr. George, what do you do for a living?
I don't have something doing now. The last thing that I want to know, Okada. And they stop Okada for...
Okay, before they stop Okada, what were you doing? Before you were even engaging in the Okada, that's bike business.
I'm selling petty market.
What kind of petty things?
Just all these local slippers.
She's been handling it for the past 2 years. And right now it's choking her. Suddenly she realized she cannot cope. Who else do you expect her to go and meet than the children's father, which is you?
Yes.
So that's why she's here. That's why she has to come to you. And you've got to make your children's welfare a priority. You eat, you feed, don't you? As an adult, you don't eat at all. You've not eaten in the past 2 years.
No, I'm eating.
You have to give her upkeep. That's what the law of Lagos State says. She doesn't even have to be your wife. If you impregnate a woman and she ends up having the baby, you have to take care of her and the baby. That's the law. This Lagos State.
The plaintiff, a 30-year-old mother of 4, is hawking food to provide for the children and pay their school fees, while the husband looks the other way. George Wumi says this is cruel. She encourages Joy to embrace family planning and requests Chimezie assume his fatherly responsibilities. After the break, George Wumi settles this matter.
So right here, in this suit, the defendant has agreed to be paying the plaintiff the sum of 5,000 naira in June, thereafter 10,000 naira on monthly basis until the lockdown is lifted. And immediately the lockdown is lifted, it will increase the sum to 15,000 naira on monthly basis.
All right.
Then they settle everything for me. Mommy Fumi and my big auntie, Chinwendo, helped me a lot. They solved the whole problem. Then my husband, I know say no they help me now, but for those who help, but they help me, then I'm living fine now. They saw the program for television. Some people helping me, supporting my family. So that time I'm okay. Before, my children are not going to school. It's only that woman, she is helping me, doing everything, both food and everything. The woman is helping me. Both my children's school fees, she's paying it for me. I want to tell them all their kindness and goodness they do for me. Both my big mommy and my big auntie. Now George, mommy Fumi. I love her so much. She's good for me. Thank God for Justice Court. They help people. If you carry your matter come, they help you solve your problem. And people will get problem, when they carry and come, we help them solve their problem. Thank God for Justice Court.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticecourt.com and submit your case.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Good afternoon. I am Maureen Menong Wezigra. This is News Update. The paramount ruler of the Mship clan in Pangshin Local Government Council in Plateau State, His Royal Highness Sunday Dajep, who was abducted in the early hours of Thursday, April 6, 2023, has regained his freedom. The family member, Moses Begum, who confirmed the development, says the traditional ruler was released on Monday night unhurt. Begum also told our correspondent that the ruler, who has since been reunited with his family, is currently receiving medical attention. The Plateau State Police Command, through its spokesman, DSP Alfred Alabo, confirmed the release of the paramount ruler, but declined to comment on the issue of ransom. The traditional ruler is said to be the 7th paramount ruler to be abducted on the plateau in the last 11 months. The leaders of 3 main tribes of Benue State under the aegis of Umzong Yutiv MUT, Ochotoha Keidoma Oki, and Omiye Igede Oni have bemoaned the recent killings in the state and urged President Muhammadu Buhari to declare a state of emergency on security in the country without further delay. Speaking in Makurdi, the leaders, through their chairman and president general of Umzong Yutiv Worldwide, Chief Erbi Yang, insists that the president must act fast because the people of the state have had enough of the killings of their loved ones by armed herdsmen. The leaders, who were reacting to the recent killings in parts of the state, say it no longer looks like they have a president in the country, adding that just within 2 days, 86 persons were killed by Fulani herdsmen who carry AK-47, which the farmers are not allowed to carry. A security expert, Austin Ega, believes that the renewed attacks in the northern region are connected to the availability of cash as bandits and terrorists operate with money. Ega notes that the government must not relent in the fight against terrorism and banditry.
Cannot decide whether a people or a community should have a heightened security or not. That is left for the government of the day to decide. So they have made themselves clear in each of their attacks. There's always something. There's always a remote cause. In this case, they don't want the military in Zamfara. That is not something we can just undermine, or the government can undermine. It's left for government to take such decisions. And in Benue, we are sure that it is not far from political violence. So what I can say from Benue State, because previously they've had things like that. There was a time the anti-grazing law was passed in the state by the governor, and they had series of attacks in that state. And now one of the attack, if we profile the attack in Benue State, we see that it came from the southern district. So the the eastern district and the northern district. There's no attack there from what we compare to that, the southern district where we had the former Senate president. And so even the incoming, the governor-elect is from somewhere around, I think, Van Dijk, also that's his place of birth. And that's around the east district. So we see this attack concentrated in the southern district. So from there, it is very clear that it has something to do with politics. There was a cash crunch issue. People didn't have enough cash to run their businesses. You must understand that these people in the underworld, they also need money to run their businesses. Everyone needs money to fund his operations. And with the policy, the cashless policy from Central Bank, it really helped to curb some things at that moment. So there was no way, all sort of movement we had a restricted movement or reduced activity at that moment. Everything was affected at that moment. And that is one point. Secondly, they all had candidates of their choices. Don't forget that these people carrying guns to fight a legitimate government, there is always an underlying cause. Definitely, they are not happy with certain issues in the country, and they believe the way they can express their own frustration is by carrying arms. And during the election time, I believe there was like every 4 years or every 8 years, there's always hope for everyone to see a new government rising. Probably maybe those hopes were dashed. And of course, they went back to the creeks with their guns again. That's what I can take from that moment.
Speaking further, Ega mentioned that the renewed attacks in some parts of the country portend danger as May 29 handing over date draws close.
Ahead of May 29, it is really a dangerous point for us. From what we are seeing, there are series of attacks all over the whole north, even to the east. So I think the security of the nation should be heightened at this moment. I really plead with the nation, the Nigerian government to really look into it. It's not something they must take lightly. They really need to engage even the community heads to talk to people so that people will, the party heads, they know that they all know how to interact with these people. They should really get back to the drawing board and see that they talk to people. There should be communication so that people can really lay down their arms and really help us to really see what we can do around this moment so that the Nigeria will not quickly break into total chaos, because that is where we are heading. Because these people with guns, they take advantage of the instability, political instability, to like advance their cause. But when there is stability, it's something that you don't see. So we pray that at this moment, the government should try their best.
The governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, has stated that he and his party, the People's Democratic Party, do not trust the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to keep data and materials from the last elections safe. He stated that because he and his party do not trust the electoral umpire or opposition parties, he had taken the liberty to save data from the elections in a flash drive, which he displayed. He spoke during an interview with journalists in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital.
If you have not had experience about after election, what you may see, then you will be shocked. So we're being extra vigilant because we know what our opponents are capable of doing. I can tell you something. You see, we are also letting them know that we are not people you can work. We have this. All the plans, all the results they have printed to come and bring to the tribunal, we have it. It's a flash. I'm telling you, all the things they have planned to do. It's not their business. The source of information is not matter. What's material is the relevance of it. How authentic is the material? That's what I said. It's not, see, you are dealing with criminals. And you must be extra vigilant. People can go to every land to procure documents, and you'll be shocked what you see in the tribunal. You'll be shocked. And most of you, all you gather is that, oh, this happened. Most of you don't even attend the tribunals to witness yourself. So that when you are coming out to make reports, you can be sure that you are talking authoritatively, not what clients or lawyers on the other side brief you. What you see in tribunal, you'll be so shocked.
Speaking on the arrest of some lawyers of opposition parties in the state in relation to allegations of fraud, the governor stated that the arrests were in order and that it was left to the police to investigate and establish whether or not a crime was committed. The People's Democratic Party has submitted a petition before the Governorship Election Tribunal of Lagos, challenging the outcome of the state guber election. Abdulaziz Adediran, the PDP governorship candidate, says he is calling for the disqualification of the All Progressive Congress and the Labour Party candidates in the election for non-compliance with the Electoral Act 2022, as well as the guidelines of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. In the petition dated April 7th, the petitioner said APC did not comply with the INEC timetable and schedule of activities for the 2023 general election, which stipulates all political parties must give 21 days notice to INEC before the conduct of the primary election. While INEC is the first respondent, Babajide Sanwo-Olu or Bafemi Hamzat, his deputy governorship candidate, APC, Gbadebo Rhodes-Vivour, Labour Party governorship candidate, and the Labour Party respectively, are the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth respondents. Adediran asked that all votes cast for them in the election be declared wasted. The National Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has opposed the House of Representatives bill mandating Nigeria-trained medical and dental practitioners to practice for 5 years before being granted full license. NARD made its position known in a communique issued at the end of the Emergency Extended National Officers Committee meeting of the association, which was held virtually over the weekend. According to the statement, the resident doctors expressed shock by the action of the sponsor of the bill, Honorable Ganiyu Johnson, APC Lagos. The doctors also decried the non-payment of salaries of members by the federal government as the current administration gradually winds down. The United Kingdom has placed Nigeria on the red list of countries that should not be actively targeted for recruitment by health and social care employers. This was disclosed in an information obtained from the website of the UK government titled Code of Practice for the International Recruitment of Health and Social Care Personnel in England. This is coming 1 month after the World Health Organization listed 55 countries, including Nigeria, facing the most pressing health workforce challenges related to universal health coverage. The amber countries, where international recruitment is only permitted in compliance with the terms of government-to-government agreement, are Kenya and Nepal. Hundreds of George Ubo whistleblowers network stormed the main entrance of the National Assembly Tuesday to protest against Honorable Mark Mila-led ad hoc committee of the House of Representatives on alleged 48 million barrels stolen crude oil sold in China. The protesters, led by Ambassador Joseph Peter Umo, carried banners and placards with inscriptions denouncing the setting up of the ad hoc committee by the House of Representatives when the crime, according to them, is already being litigated against in the court of law. The group demand that the National Assembly does not delve into any matter unless a petition is filed and laid on the floor.
Whose crude oil was stolen, sold illegally in China, Nigeria, in general, we are to benefit from the billions of dollars if proceed from the stolen crude oil. I hear reporting from all attention, Nigerians and the homeland, Nigeria in diaspora and international community, to Wheeler to literally prison, chaos and unlawful disgrace for the rule of law to achieve its interior motive of greed. We have listened to the recording between the Wheeler and the whistleblower in which Wheeler demonstrated his incompetence, breach of trust and professionalism. Wheeler should remember that his transit that act give Wheeler to embark on a lost situation for him. Priority we will judge.
And in sports, ahead of their quarter-final clash against Young Africans in the CAF Confederation Cup on April 23rd, players of Rivers United Football Club are anticipating the return of the team to the Adokie Amir-Samaka Stadium in Port Harcourt, pending the approval of CAF. Rivers United played all their group matches in the competition at the adopted Godswill Akpobio Stadium in Uyo after the Nigeria Football Federation reportedly responded late to a stadium inspection directive. But their home ground in Port Harcourt has now been inspected in time by NFF's CAF Stadium Inspector Nasir Jabir ahead of the next round. Well, that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Maureen Menong Ezuge. Many thanks for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Everything changed the day I decided to transform the quality of my life after going through some critical incident. One of such was at a point in my career when I was compelled to take a decision that was a complete detour to where I had envisioned my career. During that spell, I lived with a bruised self-confidence while stuck in a career path I was not completely aligned with. These, alongside other painful incidents, were dark periods of my life. They took me by surprise and disrupted the trajectory of my envisaged career and personal life. Instead of making me live as a victim, it made me want to transform my thoughts, emotions, decisions, actions, results, and the quality of my life. During those dark periods, self-inflicted anxiety about the future increased, while my self-esteem decreased. However, my passion was ignited when I reconnected with my Creator, seeking deeper meaning to life and reason for existence. Getting clarity about my purpose in life changed the narrative. It made it easier to find and be part of a worthy cause. Most importantly, I was committed to making my world a better place, one day at a time. God at the center of it all formed an anchor that kept me at peace to pursue life's successes. I got clarity on my identity and purpose in life, what values were important to me, how I wanted my emotional, physical, spiritual, relational, professional, financial, societal, and personal quality of life to feel. My name is Nkem Ofanavo, and I like to be known or called the Harmonizer. So what I do currently is, apart from being an author, is that I'm also a HR consultant, and I'm also a life coach and therapist. So I work with organizations, I work with individuals to coach, to train, and most importantly, to help organizations build, empower their people so we can transform the world of work. Okay, when I wrote The Harmonized Life, I wrote it from a personal experience, right? Because I was at a point in my life when I was stuck, and then I struggled with the critical areas of my life. So what I did to be able to take charge of my life was practically what I wrote in this book to help busy professionals, busy, overwhelmed, and burnt out professionals. Because when you are overwhelmed, when you are burnt out, there is little or nothing you can do to increase your performance at work. My book, I love to call it a self-leadership. I love to call it a self-leadership or a personal leadership and organizational transformation book because it's written for both the employees and organization. I would say yes. Funnily, Nigerians do. Because when I was writing the book, intentionally, I was writing it for just to be able to help people and build my thought leadership. I wasn't writing it like, okay, I was going to make a lot of money from it. I was trying to use it as a tool, a platform to push what I intend to do in the long run. But then I realized that the rave, I could tell you that the first 1,000 copies that I printed, it's gone. And it's not like people just buy. People buy and they come back to me. A lot of things, share their personal experience, what they are struggling with. Others read and said, Nkem, I need you to come and speak to my team or my organization or meet my HR. So people read, actually. People read. I won't be able to tell you the percentage, but I could tell you that people who are intentional do read, because I believe that if you're a reader, you're also a leader. Yes, I will say, because I would say that writing has opened several doors, unimaginable doors for me, right? So when I was resigning from my paid employment, there were so many opportunities I didn't consider, right? All I wanted to do was basically work with organizations, but writing this book has opened several doors, several partnerships that I never imagined. I didn't imagine I was going to be a podcast host, but now I have a podcast named after my book, the Harmonized Life Podcast. So several opportunities it has opened for me. There's an element of truth to it, but like I said earlier, people who are intentional still do find time to read. I will give myself as an example. Apart from the fact that I wrote a book, I still read. Like every month, I always have a particular book that I read because it helps me broaden my horizon, exposes me to things that I intend to build myself in terms of my capacity. So to some extent, yeah, Nigerians struggle to read, but there's still some percentage of people that are very intentional in terms of their personal development. Okay, so for that particular reason, because they hate their boss, right? And what I was trying to do there is, because this book is a personal leadership book, I want to be able to take you away from external validation to actually look inwards and find out why you are struggling to build a relationship with your line manager. So when you internalize a situation, it's easier for you to find the answers than when you leave it to external situation. Okay, my boss doesn't like me, or my colleague doesn't like me. But when you internalize it to say, okay, my efforts are not being recognized, then you start asking yourself questions. Am I really contributing? What am I doing? Right? So if you are able to look inward and see that truly you are delivering value, you are even going above and beyond, then you start asking yourself a question. So why is my effort not being recognized? Is it the culture of the organization? Do you understand? Or is it truly that my boss doesn't like me? But I will always like it to come from within, because you need to search yourself first and be sure that whatever problem has nothing to do with you. But if it has something to do with you, what can you do to change it? Well, I would say go after your dream, really. Because if you have a vision of becoming an author, don't start looking at all the things that you had to juggle with. Because when I had a dream about writing my book, mine was actually a dream. Like sleep, wake up, and while you were dreaming, I saw myself launching my book. And when I woke up, funnily enough, I was in a coaching experience then. So I told my coach then that this is what happened. She was like, so what's the book going to be about? I said, I don't know, but I was going to think about it. So I had a 9-to-5 then. I could have given all the excuses that I'm too busy, my work is so demanding, but I found what worked for me. So then I was in a sales role. So most of the time, of course, we go out on calls. In that moment that we are out, maybe going to see a customer while we are in the car, I wrote 90% of my book with my phone, the manuscript. So I was always busy. I was optimizing every little time that I could get. So I know women, we have a lot of things that we could juggle with, but don't look at those things. Try and see how you can maximize the 24 hours that we all have each day and work on your dream, work on your vision. That's the most important thing, I'll say.
Star Police switch to on, light on. Switching command to internal. Expect to leave at DW. Still same pressure. ET on 55. Your nav state with back in is perfect.
Your treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually have to practice.
For God's sakes, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in Biafran blood.
It was a revolution!
I was with one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO&U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. It's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has said that he would run an inclusive government. The governor said he strongly believes that just as diversity propels progress, Lagosians must purpose to make diversity birth prosperity for the state. Our Greater Lagos is indeed rising, and this is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. This episode features Lagos governorship election. Sanwo-Olu receives certificate of return, says next 4 years will be more rewarding. Infrastructure, Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line project to become reality before end of first tenure. Lagos government signs MOU with fintech company eTransact on management of setbacks, open spaces. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. Let's get started. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has disclosed that his second-term mandate was won on the strength of Lagos diversity, irrespective of faith, creed, or tongue. The governor, who stated this while receiving his certificate of return from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared that it was time for the state to move forward and forge new frontiers for its progress. It was another great moment for Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, his deputy, Dr. Hamzat Obafemi, as INEC hands them the certificate of return for a second term in office. The governor won the March 18th election in a landslide victory, polling 762,134 votes to defeat his rivals. They were joined by their wives, cabinet members, and leaders of the All Progressive Congress, APC, to witness the epoch-making event, which took place at the INEC office in Yaba, Lagos.
Congratulations, sir.
Sanwo-Olu declared that he won his second-term mandate on the strength of Lagos diversity. The governor expressed gratitude to the electorate for giving him and his party an overwhelming victory and renewing the mandate to lead the state for another 4 years.
4 years ago, the Almighty God gave me the privilege for the first time. Today, I stand before you. I'm older, I'm wiser, I'm more experienced, and certainly more committed to ever deliver on the contract that binds me, my deputy, and the good people of Lagos State. You have been with us every step of this journey, providing feedback, sharing your opinions, holding us accountable. And as we commence the next phase of this journey, that will take us to 2027 by the grace of Almighty God, I want you to continue to hold us accountable as your elected servants, as your servant leader in Lagos. We have made promises. Indeed, we have also delivered on so many of those promises. In the last few months, you've seen a lot of communication around what we've been able to modestly accomplish over the last almost 4 years now, in line with our team's agenda. Now, as we take the work to a new level of performance, we will complete all our ongoing projects that we've started and will ensure that new ones are funded, they are prioritized, and they will be delivered. This is our solemn promise to you all.
He urged the residents to continue to uphold the ideas of hard work, tolerance, innovative energy, quest for excellence, which he said united and bound Lagosians together.
Let us never forget that we are Lagosians first and foremost, united by ideas that the mega city of our status emboldens. We are hardworking, we are tolerant, we have a lot of diversity amongst us, we are innovative with a lot of energy, and we have an unending quest for excellence. Every day, regardless of where in Lagos we live, or what our mother tongue or dialect is, or what God asks us to worship, we are all set out from the hope and expectation that our hustle will pay off one day. That today will be better than our yesterday, and indeed tomorrow will be a better today for all of us. These ideals and aspirations are the things that truly matters to us, over and above any of the differences that may exist amongst us.
Sanwo-Olu further made a passionate appeal to the residents to remain law-abiding, promote citizenship, and fulfill their civic obligations, including obeying laws, paying taxes, and being brothers keepers.
I want to thank the leadership of INEC for doing this very, very big assignment for our nation. And to all of you who have witnessed the certificate of return that have just been handed over to all of us, to begin for us to see and expect a bigger and a better Lagos, which is rising in our life, which will be, in the next 4 years, something of joy and happiness that indeed all of us will be glad of. God bless Lagos State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And as we say, Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó. Thank you very much.
Governor Sanwo-Olu promised never to take people's confidence in him for granted.
Everybody has a right, to continue to coexist peacefully, in harmony, with understanding and given tenets for the rule of law and for being law-abiding. That's what Lagosians is all about, and that's who we are. The ability for us to continue to be resilient and live peacefully. And this simple but more important event has further confirmed, to us that we can indeed live peacefully and uniquely amongst ourselves. Like we said, elections are over, politicking is over, governance, which is the critical state of purposeful leadership, is what is on the beat now, is what is on course, and we believe, like we've assured Lagosians, that we will even do, a more bigger job, quicker, faster, and better than we have done in the last 4 years. For us, is to have is to be gracious in victory and ensure that we can accommodate everyone. I've reiterated it earlier today, and I'm saying it again. Our government will be an inclusive one. It's ready to listen, ready to pick up whatever additional advice that might be out there from anybody. And we're willing to stick to it, to sit down and be able to give everybody an opportunity to come in and play the governance of Lagos with us.
He also paid glowing tribute to the president-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for laying solid foundations for the future generations to build upon. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has assured Lagosians that the construction of the Red Line rail project would be completed and ready for use before the end of his first time in office. Sanwo-Olu restated this while fielding questions from journalists shortly after an inspection tour of the project and vehicular overpass bridges at Yaba and Oyingbo train stations. The inspection tour of the Red Line Rail project kicked off at the Agege station. Accompanied by some of his cabinet members, the governor was on ground to get update on the level of work done. From Agege to Mushin, Yaba, and Oyingbo stations, the focus is on the physical infrastructures. Looking satisfied with the level of work, Sanwo-Olu stated that the Ebute Metta vehicular bridge overpass was 75% to 80% completed, while that of Yaba was 95% completed.
In terms of the Red Line 2 stations, particularly the Yaba train station and the Oyingbo train station. As you can see, we started with Yaba. So we have a train station there, and we also have a bridge, vehicular bridge overpass. With the train station, we believe we are about 75 to 80% completion, and the bridge, it's about 95%, but the adjoining road, around Yaba still needs to be cleaned up. So in total, we think it's about 85 to 90%, there. And we're satisfied with the level of work, both by Step Construction and Messrs. Greenberg, who are doing the bridge there. You could see also there a lot of commercial activity, especially all around the rail track. And part of the essence of this visit is for us to continue to do a lot of advocacy for traders on that track, that the track will be fully walled off, when the stations are completed. And you saw from the turnout of citizens there that they're all living in peaceful coexistence, amongst all of our ethnic nationals in Yaba, Teju-Osho, and all the environs there. And coming also here, which is the Oyingbo interchange by Apapa Road.
The station is over there. The station is also about 95% completed. You know, that's the station over there. It's just doing the pedestrian bridge work. But the overpass, I mean, the vehicle overpass, which is where we're standing, in our view, still need a few things to be done, especially with the adjoining roads and the final laying of the bridge itself. So we say this one is about 70-75%, because all the columns and all the beams have been completed. It's really more around to do the asphalting, to do the street light, and to complete, you know, the adjoining roads that are beneath here. So we are also still satisfied. We believe, you probably didn't notice, while we're passing the Ebutemeta station, the red line trains were parked, you know, on the right-hand side. From Yaba, we could see the trains themselves, you know, so they are tucked in and packed away, you know, from the track there by the Ebutemeta station there. So we believe we're still on track. You know, we believe that it should be ready before the end of, depending on when we want to commission it, before the end of our first term. We'll probably just be doing a lot of testing, you know, signalization and all of it, because this rail track will also be working with the Nigerian Railway Corporation, which is the train that will from Lagos, from Ebutemeta here, all the way to Ibadan. So we need to be able to harmonize a lot of signalization between our own rail infrastructure and the Nigerian Railway Corporation rail infrastructure.
The governor strongly holds that after the completion of the projects, accidents such as the recent train bus collision in Ikeja would never reoccur.
You can see, and as you can see, all of these bridges are very, very important because of what we saw. The unfortunate, you know, train bus accident that we saw about 2.5 weeks ago, where at Shogunle, you know, there was a grid crossing. And so all of these bridges that we're building, apart from the fact that they are full vehicular bridges, is also to forestall, you know, train and vehicle and passenger needed to, you know, have any form of interaction. So this is the highest grade of ensuring that you can completely remove any contact with rail. That's when you build a complete, you know, alternative mode of transportation for passengers, for pedestrian, and for vehicles. You know, and that's what we have seen here. And so you can see that we have this similar bridge, you know, not only in Ebutemeta here, in Old Yaba, what's this place now? Apapa Road Junction. We have another one at Yaba. We have another one at Mushin that crosses to Onipan, you know, and we have the Ikeja along, you know. We're also building one with federal government at Ayola, Koka, you know, so that is also going on. So there are one or two others that will still need to be built, you know, in the course of the coming years ahead.
Sanwo-Olu stated that efforts will be intensified to educate and enlighten traders of the dangers of being on the right-of-way of the Red Line Rail. The 37-kilometer railroad is built to run from Agbadu to Marina, with 13 stations in Agbadu, Iju, Agege, Ikeja, Murtala Mohammed International Airport, MMIA Domestic, Oshodi, Mushin, Yaba, Ebutemeta, Ido, Ebutero, and Marina.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has described the construction of the Oba Sekumadu Road in Ikorodu as a thank you gift for electorates in Ikorodu. Sanwo-Olu spoke during the inauguration of the newly upgraded road.
The inauguration of the newly upgraded Oba Sekumadu Road in Ikpokadu, Ikorodu Division, saw the residents into spontaneous jubilation in a show of appreciation to Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for fulfilling his pledge. Sanwo-Olu commissioned the infrastructure which now provides easy access to residents and industrial areas in Ibeshi, Igbogbo-Beku, Ebute Ikpokado, Ikorodu Town, and Ikpokado Mega Jetty Terminal. The governor also rehabilitated the failed sections of the TOS Bensi Road, covering a stretch of 500 meters. To ease vehicular congestion on the TO Bensi Road, a comprehensive junction improvement project was carried out by the state government to diffuse traffic towards Ikorodu roundabout. The intervention saw the busy road upgraded from a single lane to rigid concrete dual carriageway, thereby improving connectivity and bringing relief to commuting public plying the roads.
This road, like Kabiyesi had said, is not only strategic, is important to the entire community of Ikorodu Kingdom. Right from Ogoloto Junction on the Lagos-Ikorodu Road when we're coming, up onto this junction where we are here. And you can see all of the infrastructure that is here. MPA has a container terminal, Dangote has a terminal here, we have a big jetty terminal here, and from TOS Bensi all the way to Ibeshi, we have another jetty terminal at Ibeshi. And so you can see that this is a very strategic artery road that opens up Ikorodu Kingdom, open up Ikorodu Township, into other parts of this division.
Sanwo-Olu described the commissioning as a thank you gift for the electorate in Ikorodu division for turning out as the second largest vote number that made his party, All Progressive Congress APC, to win the last gubernatorial election.
To say big thank you is to say big thank you to everyone in Ikorodu, Atonile, Atalejo, gbogbo yín pátápátá la wá kí o, and our thanks knows no bound. Ikorodu has indeed been good to all of us. Ikorodu has continued to remain a place of reference, a place of heritage, a community that always stand outstanding. Ikorodu Ọ̀gá, mo kí yín o. Ikorodu Ọ̀gá. Ikorodu Ọ̀gá. Kí fáìn mi balẹ̀ má pọ̀ lé ni mo fi ń kí yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín gan ni o. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. You are the beacon and you are the light. Don't worry, other divisions might want to compete with you, but we know where Ikorodu is.
Special Advisor to the Governor on Works and Infrastructure, Engineer Aramide Adeyoye, said the upgrade of the Oba Sekumade Road to a rigid pavement dual carriageway did not only solve traffic problems experienced on the highway, but also solved flooding issues threatening adjoining residential communities.
In 2009, when we came on board, arising from several complaints by the commuters on this road on the condition of the roadway, coupled with the perennial flooding experienced by the adjoining communities due to the inadequate drainage system, the present administration decided to take the bull by the horn. This was after extensive engineering investigations and tests of the underlying soil by adopting a more expensive but more sustainable and enduring pavement as against what the flexible pavement that you had. And of course, we then decided to have a continuously reinforced concrete pavement for the reconstruction work. It's worthwhile to mention that the goal of this project was also to resolve the perennial flooding issues around Ogolonto, Omologede, Ipakodo, and the environs.
The huge votes turned out from Ikorodu, according to residents, is a way to reciprocate the governor's gesture towards renewing infrastructure in the town.
As part of measures to curb unregulated development, manage setbacks and open spaces, as well as improve the beautification of the environment, the Lagos State government has signed a memorandum of understanding with eTransact, a foremost fintech company. At the signing of the MOU, the special advisor to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on EGIS and planning matters, Dr. Olajide Babatunde, said the initiative was a public-private partnership aimed at improving accountability as well as the IGR of Lagos State.
It only takes a visionary leader like Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu for things like this to happen. And also, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who actually established the agency about 22 years ago. You know, the journey of 1,000 miles only starts with one step. And, you know, it's always important to take that step, but baby steps so that we'll get it right. So initially, this is something that we thought, government can do alone. But, eventually we realized that through public-private partnership, things like this are possible.
For his part, the managing director of eTransact, Niyi Toluwalokpe, said his organization was partnering with the state government for social development. He also added that the project would develop solutions on data, enumeration, reorder setbacks, put incidental open spaces in an orderly manner, among other benefits. That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Good people, I greet you. It's great to reminisce about good memories of my past. A past that shaped my present and a present that hopefully will shape not only my future, but that of our children and the incoming generation. My name is Igo Temu Oko, born and bred in Warri, Delta State. Warri of those days was a town of peace, purpose and communal spirit. Trusts were hardly betrayed. Support for each other was the order of the day. Growing up in Warri was fun. With the beauty of our rich culture and traditions, we often looked with nostalgia to the season of Okere Juju, an annual masquerade festival with epic center of the celebration at Okere main roundabout or square. The elegance and beauty of the festival, graced by masquerades in attires almost akin to the costume and apparel worn by Eyo Masquerade in Lagos. It is a mix of culture, tradition, dancing, and humor. So don't wander too far when you ask how Warri has evolved to be the root of comedy. It is rooted in our culture. I also recall with fond memories the great Agbasa Juju Cultural Festival, a colorful festival celebrated by the people of Agbara Warri Kingdom. It is a warlike festival popularly called Agbasa Juju. The date of the festival is chosen according to the Urhobo native market days by the Olotu and the elders of the kingdom, where the respective towns are expected to come in a dance procession with their warlike costumes. What a beauty to behold. I wonder how deep and rich our children are today in our culture and traditions. Interesting cultures are warning for different reasons, ranging from westernization to mere indifference of traditional institutions and practice. Time won't permit me to delve much on what we miss as a nation if we do not preserve our culture. This is a serious food for thought for us as a nation. Yes, Warri was fun, but the need for education took me out of Warri at the age of 17 when I got admission to the University of Lagos. At 17, I was bold enough to take on the world. I was wise enough to understand the import of education and the need to be focused in life. Strange enough, it was also my first time in Lagos, Warri boy in Lagos, but I was armed with enough street sense needed for my survival. And of course, I never went back. Coping with life in Lagos was no challenge. It was not different from life in Warri. Those trust elements of my days in Warri were also found in Lagos. In the mid-80s, I recall one particular scenario, and it sets me thinking if such still exists in our Nigeria of today. There was this vendor in front of the big Senate building at that time. I describe the Senate building as big because it was probably one of the biggest buildings I've seen at that time. Those were years when our local football league was popular and embraced by all Nigerians. You read about the exploits of Iwayawu National, New Nigerian Bank of Benin, Bedell Insurance of Benin, NNPC Football Club of Warri, Seasiders Football Club of Warri, ICC Shooting Stars, BCC Lions of Boko, Abiola Babes, stationery stores, and a host of others. Every Sunday morning, we will rush to the front of the Senate building to read results of the matches played over the weekend from the back page of Tribune newspaper. How such news got published early in those days still baffles me. We were the ones they call Free Readers Association. Then we will pick the papers, read and return. Those who wish to buy will drop money inside a cup or a bowl by the newsstand and walk away. Curiously, in my 4 years in Unilag, I never set my eyes on who the vendor was. Nobody had the mind of stealing his papers, and we never had, for once, of any incident of theft. How it was done, I could not even figure out. Such was the extent of trust in our time. Can we make bold to say the same scenario can play itself out in today's Nigeria? What do we have today? Mutual suspicion of each other? Distrust in all facets of life? How did we get here? What happened to those glorious years of our local football, rich culture, and enviable traditions? Can we change the narrative? Can we turn back the hand of the clock? With a will? Yes, we can. Let us start from our youths, the leaders of tomorrow. I think that the best thing we can do for our children is to allow them to do things for themselves, allow them to be strong, and allow them believe more in themselves, imbibe in them that identity that was so strong in molding us to who we have become today. Then we are building a foundation for their greatness. It is not enough to revel in the glory of the good old days. It is important to take the lessons, right the wrongs. It is not too late. Our children deserve a better and greater future, not stories about the good old days. To this end, I therefore join Sir Shomore Badejo in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much.
As we anticipate the commencement of a new leadership in Nigeria, tonight we'll take a look at the changing political environment and the effects on the insurance industry. And Labour Party condemns invasion and occupation of party secretariat in Owerri. We will be discussing with members of the party in Imo State, and we'll be talking on the crisis and plans for the primaries. This is Plus Politics. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. As Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria prepares for the commencement of a new administration. The changing political atmosphere may have affected various sectors of the economy, coupled with ethnicity, tension, religion, and quest for validity of various parties. One sector which may have been notably affected is the insurance industry. One of the most notable highlights of the industry in 2022 was the increase in third-party motor insurance policy rates by the National Insurance Commission, NICOM, the apex regulator, on 22nd of December 2022. Now, joining us to discuss this live, the effects of the changing environment, we'll have on Nigerian Insurance is Mr. Ebose Augustine Osega, CEO, Anchor Insurance, and the Insurance Man of the Year. Good evening and welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Wong.
Yeah. What does that even mean? Insurance Man of the Year. Tell us a little bit. Why do you think you got to this apex, you got to this point where you were recognized by the body of this award-giving body? You were in the same room with the governor receiving awards, on the same day and all that. So how does it feel and how did you get here?
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank you very sincerely for inviting me this evening. You see, when you are working and you trying to do the best you can in life, you don't know people are watching you. We have started I came into the insurance from a humble beginning. Then we try to see what we can do to earn a living. We're not even looking at going to the apex on top of the ladder, but just for survival. But while you do that, then you find out that this is something you could do, and the interest going to come, especially when you see that you are earning a living and the life is becoming very, and the opportunities are there for the take. Then what you do is to grab opportunity. So that's how we find ourselves, and then you working, and people are recognizing you and see what you are doing and say, this man is doing something differently. But sometimes you ask yourself, what am I doing differently? I said the award is just coming in. I was at home, and somebody called me and said, I saw your name on the internet that you were nominated as the CEO of the year on insurance category. I said, really? I thought it was fake until I got a call, and that was it. They will thank God for that, and I also thank my organization for giving me that opportunity to do so.
Okay, well, everything we do in life is tied to some kind of politics, because there is policy that needs to be made by the people, the policy makers, who eventually are politicians most of the time and all that. And so we are really concerned when we think about revamping the Nigerian spirit, the Nigerian nation, the people of Nigeria. We think about all the sectors. Today, eventually, we're talking to the insurance company CEO of the year, insurance CEO of the year. Now, my concern is, and I've had this concern for some time now, in a country like ours, where everything is not my portion, you know what I mean? Yeah. You tell someone to do insurance for the car, not my portion. You are telling me I will get accident, it will not happen to me, and all that. There seem over the years to be this attitude of our people to drag their feet when it comes to insurance. They just want to survive by God's mercy and all that. So how are you finding our society, how is the response to having insurance policies, joining the train of people who recognize the importance of insurance and all that in Nigeria?
Sometimes, we talk about culture. The Nigerian state as it is, or the Nigerian people. This country is ours. We're all Nigerians. The Nigerian insurance industry is in Nigeria. We are not different from ourselves. The attitude of insurance has to do with the way our economy evolved. If you go to countries like Botswana, Namibia, you find out that the rate and the penetration of insurance there is higher than in Nigeria. Meanwhile, we have a higher population. We have more resources, we have more awareness in terms of human capacity. But you find out that the insurance penetration in this country is very low. I think that's to do with government legislation. If you want anything in the country, just within our family cycle, there's a tendency you want your family. This is how I want my children to look when they grow up. Then your nurturing tends towards that aspect of development. I want my kids to be medical doctors when they grow up. I wanted to have this kind of discipline. But the Nigerian government, when this Shura of Insurance came, or when the insurance was introduced to this country, we didn't accept it like the way we accepted banking. But if you even look at banking, for example, you find out that a lot of people are not even putting money in the banking, keeping their money safe in the bank. The reason is that we find out that when we were doing when the cashless policy was introduced during the last about a month ago, we found out that a lot of people have more money outside the banking system.
Yeah,
that's how insurance is. It's our culture, and the government should do more by making a deliberate plan to say, We must have insurance.
Okay, we will come to what the government will do. But what is the insurance sector itself? What are the insurance companies doing to carry this awareness to the people? Because there's been this argument that the insurance companies like the ignorance of the people. For instance, a lot of people who even have this insurance don't know what they need to do in the case of where they should go claim their rights and all that. I give you an instance. On the streets of Lagos, most times we see traffic, not because of anything, but because somebody somewhere has crashed someone, a thing that they could have just put a call through maybe to an insurance company, give evidence and do all the things that they're supposed to do and claim whatever they need to claim. I don't know so much about insurance, but I think there is insurance that if you are in a tight situation, the insurance company bails you out. That's a layman's way of explaining it. But our people do not even know, even when they have this insurance. So people have argued that the insurance companies are happy that if you are supposed to cash out, permit the word, and you are not able to go because you don't know your rights, they make the money and you stay ignorant. So what are you doing to debunk that? What are you doing to educate the people so that people will not see you as people who are comfortable with us being ignorant?
How does ignorance benefit insurance company?
Their money will just remain in your coffers.
No, that's ridiculous. If the people live in ignorance, how do you even develop the economy? Insurance itself is supposed to be the subsector that will prepare the growth of an economy in the country. So why are we going to show ignorance to people? That are you sure those people who had a car, who had that accident, the cars were insured? You know, so sometimes we just believe that the insurance company, the workability of insurance company, or the functionality of insurance company is a mere word. The people just say them because they don't face reality. I'm very sure you that he's talking to me, whether you have insurance policies that you have been turned down when you have claims. The ignorance, because if the world lives in ignorance, why the essence of us going to school is to cure ignorance. So why do you not want to get educated, or you go to school to study insurance, or you set up an insurance company?
But do you
do want people to be aware because
do you do
want
anything deliberately to educate the people?
No, what comes first? Is it the claim? Or the
someone doesn't even know he needs to claim that.
But we have done, on a more serious note, we have the insurance company in the last 5 years, or last 10 years, I would say, has done very well in terms of trying to educate the Nigerian populace to take up insurance policies. I'm very sure you see a lot of media attention. Even the NHIS, especially during the time of Obasanjo's government, when he raised up the standard that, look, every household in this country should have an insurance policy. Even Lagos State government, that any building that has occupier liability, that has a story building off the floor, must have insurance. And if you want to have any property construction, you must have CAR, which is called construction all risk, before you can even commence those policies. Those things are in practice. But just that the ignorance you talk about, nobody has gone to say, how does this work? And you see most educated people, because insurance policy, you talked about people say, oh, God, our life is in the hands of God. They don't they don't do anything about it. But when issues come up, they blame insurance company. Oh, I'm not aware. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Not believing that the policies of insurance is for the benefit of the few. You don't expect to put insurance policy. Let me tell you something very, very important. Somebody came to me one day and said, look, I insure a car, and my policy expired in the next few days. I have not had claim. Can I have my money back? It's part of the ignorance we talked about. People don't look at policies. People don't take time to look at issues. It's the cultural awareness or the tradition of our country that we're always believing that things do not matter. And it's always a problem. You know, it's also akin to the theory of Socrates, where it says, man, know thyself. Once you recognize your environment, even medical checkup, a lot of people don't go for it.
Yeah, okay. I needed to get that out because when we begin to talk about what the government needs to do, we need also to know what we have done or what we plan to do. And in this case, the we were talking about is the insurance companies, the insurance sector. So we needed to know that. Now, we're going to have a new government come May 29th. And we need to shape the policies that make our people behave the way they behave and change a direction of doing things. Now, in the past, insurance companies, insurance sector, how do I call it, may have suffered a few things because of policies of government. We'd like to know what kind of policies you look forward to being put by the next administration that will make the insurance sector to thrive and the people of Nigeria to benefit.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I answer your question, let me go to, because you asked a question, what the insurance company has been doing in terms of trying to have this penetration. The insurance company, as a matter of, we've gone to the National Assembly to make sure that there is legislation, deliberate one, to make sure that every person in this country have one form of insurance or the other. And we have also, as either individually or togetherly, gone out to say, look, there's advert on radio, a jingle, newspaper advert, like what I'm doing here today. It's part of creating that awareness within the insurance space. Personally, Anchor Insurance, if you go to CNN and other stations, you'll find out that we have a lot of commercial, all for people to get awareness, to understand.
We don't have it
insurance
here.
Yes, because you have not insured, you have not decided to insure your office.
It's a do me or do you thing, right?
So if it's a do me or do you thing, then we'll talk about that after this time out.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
these are some of the things that we are doing. The insurance company, especially the present Commission of Insurance, has really done so much, and especially the NI, the chairman of NI, the present one. We are doing a whole lot in terms of trying to educate our people to understand that insurance is all that we need. And it's even more reasonable to have insurance than even bank. Because when you have issues, it's insurance that comes that puts you back to the state you were before your loss. They're coming to the new government that is coming to power, or what we expect to see. Everybody in this country what is the essence of government? It's to provide security and happiness. But for me, happiness is much more of it. Because if you are happy, that means there is security, the environment is okay, the process or the administration of that same economy is okay, the culture of the people is evolving. Everything around there's functionality of the state and functionality of the system. This present government, for me, to them, the coming government is, first, you must create that broad economic base where every economic functionalities are working. The banking, the agricultural sector, the oil and gas, there should be more openness and transparency in terms of how we deal with the people. You cannot, and the exchange rate for example, if I tell you the losses we have made in terms of insurance, how much money we have spent in terms of trying to do our security in terms of our insurance abroad. Imagine what the exchange rate is and what you have here, the dollar exchange rate. We have to insure abroad with the lawyers and other companies abroad, because some of the policies we cannot keep here, all border to the same, not having much of that solvency in terms of paying those heavy risks when they come. You have to take them abroad. And imagine what that would cost us. If you have a policy that is about $3,000, for example, and how much money will you translate to have that? And if you come back to say, you talked about the third-party increment. The claims that comes from third party, if I tell you, you'll be wondering, why are you saying that the insurance company, that the populace are not aware about insurance policy? It's like people like you that are not aware, or who refuse to know because you refuse to benefit from insurance. But I am telling you, Nigerians are actually coming out to understand that insurance workability, not just the workability, is functional.
So we take it that those people who resort to fisticuffs on the road are people who may not have insurance policies.
They might not have insurance policies, or even when they have insurance policies, no matter how educated you are, maybe you're going somewhere and there are hindrances. You also come to there's a normal human reaction to say, oh, you hit my car, I have to park, you have to exchange addresses and all that. It's about civility. To understand that, look, if I have a policy, I don't need to quarrel over anything. All you need to do is call insurance company. We pay claims every day. Every day we pay claims. during the cashless issue that we have in the country, the claims that ended from even the estimated value is over 20 billion.
Interesting. You made mention about interaction with the National Assembly
Yes.
Regarding some policies that need to be put in place and all that. How far is that, and how far do you intend to take this advocacy to them, especially the 10th Assembly that is coming?
Well, but the outgoing Assembly, I know that has passed second reading. I don't know where it is at the moment, but it has passed second reading. Maybe when it reconvene, it will pass. But it's our hope that this ninth Assembly, we pass that to law. We do away with it so that the president can sign to law before they leave office. But if that does not happen, the incoming president is somebody who has also introduced policies of assurance in Lagos State, even when he was the governor of Lagos State, which the administration of Lagos State is still carrying on. I hope that also extends to the federal state so that we can have these robust insurance policies where there are policies deliberately by government to ensure that insurance policy, like what is done to banking, the BVN, we come to preach that even if it must all sound like a broken record, that these policies are things that must be inherent, because what you give is what you get. If you do not insure, you do not have anything to fall back on. Insurance is something that brings ultimate happiness, even when you make losses, even when you lose your loved ones. Your life doesn't have to stop. When you have life policies, your life doesn't have to stop. If you have educational plan for your children, even when you go, the insurance will come very handy. And this is what has brought happiness to many homes. But unknown to a lot of persons, they just feel that insurance is not something that works. But I'll tell you, my brother, it's something that works so much that even me as an insurance person, I have benefits. Recently, I had my car accidented, and it was fixed without any question. And these are some of the things we also want to encourage Nigerians, that this administration that is coming in the National Assembly, if we take National Assembly, they should come out and talk about insurance, not just talking about it for the sake of insurance. But funny enough, let me tell you something. The insurance company has a way they have remunerations developing the economy, because we also contribute. We pay taxes, we do all sort of. Imagine all insurance, 240 million Nigerians have one form of policy or the other. And for every returns that goes back to government, it's about 1%. Imagine how much the government will raise from insurance policies for the development, even taxes that come from insurance company. Now this year, we've crossed about 780 billion premium income for 2022. You can imagine the amount of taxes, either VAT or normal taxes that are going, additional tax that will come from insurance policies. The more policies we have, the more robust the economy will be. Insurance sector is also be like the subsector of the economy where people operate them away. If you go to that part of the country, even Togo here, if you do not have insurance, you don't have thoroughfare. In terms of your driving, in terms of your policies, even going to the bank.
Okay, well, they say our economy is in bad shape. We wouldn't know. Some of us who are not economists know that, but we do know that life is not very easy with us. So we're attributing that to the economy. Now, the incoming administration will have to do a little bit of a shake here and there for the economy to thrive. If you were to advise the incoming government, what would you say?
Well, for me, as an insurance practitioner, insurance should be encouraged. Because let me tell you what the issue is. Most of the issues we have is the recurrent expenditures that comes, things that you have done. You go back redoing them after the other. I'm not talking about salary, I'm talking about, imagine the house of a government got burnt, and you have to go to another budgetary allocation to build it again. When you can push your hand to your insurance pool, insurance companies, and ask them for claims. I don't want to mention the states. I traveled one time, I got to a state and I saw the government building, very dilapidated, and I was asking why. I said it was fire outbreak that happened sometimes in January. And I asked why was it not fixed. Luckily enough, I was going to have a meeting with the excellency of the state, the governor of the state. And when I met him, I said, sir, I'm here to discuss insurance with you, but something touched me that I felt so bad. And the governor is very educated, who understands insurance. Even some of them read abroad. understand the policy of insurance, that even before you go to any university, you must have insurance policy for you to study, for you to adapt life policy within the school domain. And I asked the Excellency, I said, why is that building lying fallow? He said, because the National Assembly, they have to come out to make budget, supplementary budget for them to occupy the place. I said, that was wrong. The policy, what you spend to do that is going to be much more higher than the amount of money that was used to build it, because the building was there a long time ago. But it's something that you just insured and pay some certain amount of money. All insurance company needs to do, all you need to do is to inform your insurance company, my house is on fire. In 3 weeks or 4 weeks, you will see that house standing back.
Interesting. Well, you've heard it, Nigerians. The next government is coming in, and we're talking about our economy. One of the things that is very worrisome is the way the economy is. We talk about security, we talk economy, we talk education, and so many other things that bother us. And one of the aspects of this economy that needs to be touched, according to Mr. Osega, is insurance. And everybody who is coming back or coming to be at the helm of affairs should take it really seriously so that our economy can grow. So let's just assume that you are having this meeting with all the governors and the president or that is coming in, the people that are coming in. Just tell them as a final word what they need to do, specifics of things that they need to do in as long as or as short as 2 minutes.
For me, they need to look at the culture of the society, look at the administrative process of the country, restructuring in terms of restructuring the economic indices, and also be very keen to look at the geography. When I mean geography, I mean places. If you have the north, you have more agriculture. If you come to the south, a lot of crops growing. We are so blessed in this country that there is so much resources. Then we talk about economic homogeneity. What I'm talking about, the cage analysis, that should be the basis of which this government, my advice, they should operate, so that we can have this economic homogeneity. Because if that happens, there's improvement in economic, insecurity, development, infrastructure development, all those things will take place. We should look inward and do away with the idea that I don't want to build on what other government. There are many things this government have done that are very beautiful, that you have to look into and say, okay, no matter how it is, there's no need to set up in another foundation that when you don't complete the foundation they already have. So this is better. You look at where we're coming from, where we are going. You see, the most intriguing things about life itself is that you must ask some certain questions: where, how, when. These are basic questions this government should ask before they come into taking some decisions that will affect the populace. If we have places in Niger Delta that has to do with oil, diversification of the economy is also very, very important, because we can only put all our eggs in one basket as a people and begin to look at that, encourage other places of education. And more so, education and infrastructural development. Education is very important. Our team youth out of school children, those issues are something we need to also address. Okay. So the more development, the more infrastructure, the more education, the more insurance and more policies we want to write. So at the end of the day, we are concerned about those things. So grow all in this will be functionality of the economy, not one sector, but entirety of the economy, so that the populace can have peace and come to live and enjoy this country.
All right. We've been talking with Mr. Ebose Augustine Osega, CEO, Anchor Insurance, and the Insurance Man of the Year, giving us pointers how our economy can be revamped and Nigeria can move from strength to strength. We'd like to thank you so much, sir, for coming on the program. And once again, congratulations for the award that you won.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate this opportunity.
We'll take a short break, and when we return, we will be looking at the political imbroglio in Imo State. Stay with us. You're welcome back. Labour Party has condemned the invasion and occupation of party secretariat, including thugs and unauthorized policemen drafted from the government house, and also ahead of the Imo State governorship election scheduled for November 11. The Labour Party has also been under fire for fixing the price of its expression of interest and nomination forms at 25 million, a whopping 25 million. Well, Well, joining us to discuss the crisis at the national level and also preparations for the primaries in Imo State is retired Colonel Chinyere Obi, Labour Party chieftain. And we're hoping also to be joined by Chinedu Amadi, Labour Party governorship aspirant in Imo State. Thank you very much, Colonel, for joining us on the program.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's just begin from the national scene. There is a Lamidi Apapa who is insisting that he is the authentic or the acting chairman of Labour Party right now. Is that a consensus decision that gave him that position, or is just arrogating powers to himself?
He's just arrogating power for himself. Nobody gave him any power.
So what's happening at the national level now? Who is leading Labour Party right now?
It's supposed to be Abure, but the people now came and brought talks. And then when they brought talks, if you were Abure, he find his way through the back door. Because the way they came, they are coming to destroy. They are not coming for peace. Because when they came in, they went upstairs and started shouting, Labour, Labour, Labour. And let me come here. I don't know why is Labour. There's PDP, there's ABCA, but why Labour? Everybody is out for Labour. It wasn't like this before. But immediately they saw that P2B is their headache. Everybody's attacking Labour now, which is not supposed to be like that. It has been peace, peace, peace. Like the president to P2B said, everybody should be calm. Like they said, let's move to court. And we're already in court. So I don't still see why they are fighting us, why we are still in court. I don't see the reason why they should come to Labour headquarters. Only God knows who sent them. But they are not one of the Labour Party. And they are not one of the obedient. So I don't know where they are coming from.
Okay.
It's only God that knows.
Before now, you were supporting a PDP candidate in the 2019 general elections, and now you are Labour. What changed?
When I supported a PDP, that's Atiku, I went with my 36 states with Atiku and P2B. I always go and visit prison. I played football for him. I know how much I spent. But when I saw that there's nothing coming out of PDP, and I was there that very day when they paid 100 million for each ticket, PDP that time. But when I see there's nothing coming out of, I didn't see anything that will come out of PDP and Atiku. Because he always do, when anything they happen, he will not go back to Dubai and forget about us. Even when we went to Supreme Court, I was there shouting, we need our mandate. We went to INEC and shouted. But the person we are fighting for does not care about the poor masses. So that's why, and when I saw that P2B as the cap, I followed him to the cap as well.
Okay. I understand that we're being joined by Honorable Chinedu Amadi, a Labour Party governorship aspirant. Honorable Amadi, good evening and welcome to the program.
Good evening. Thank you for having me on your program.
Okay, Labour Party in Imo State. First of all, the expression of interest form is very, very high, hoping 25 million we hear. What informed that, first of all, and how are the people taking it?
Is that question for me?
Yes, it's for you, Honorable Amadi. You are in the race. I'm sure that you spent that much. How are the people taking it?
I think the matter has been resolved, and Labour, as a listening party, has actually moved on from that form pricing. You know, it was reviewed downwards to 15 million, and that matter is done and dealt with. So we're now on course with the primaries for Labour Party.
how many of you are standing in for this position, are running these primaries to get the ticket to contest as Labour governorship candidates?
I didn't hear you clearly.
How many of you are the contenders under Labour Party?
We are 16. Presently, we are 15. We lost one of the aspirants, Barrister Humphrey Anumodu. May so rest in peace. And so we are 15 on course.
Okay. Let me go back to Cornell. You said that you left the PDP because you didn't see anything coming out of PDP. You are now in Labour because the prospects are higher and all that. But you are in a state where the incumbent is APC, and he also is qualified to stand again to run for governorship. What are the chances of Labour Party in a state like Imo State? We already know that Imo State, you know, before we got the governor that is sitting right now, we still do not understand how it went. What do you think will happen? How do you think Labour Party will fare in that state, Imo State?
Yeah, in this, our Imo State, I have been here for complete 6 months now that I came back to Imo State from Abuja. And what I'm seeing in Imo State, the war is no more politics, it's now war. And the war in Imo State now has become survival of the fittest. And what I'm saying at my age, by June 6th, I'll be 74 years. I'm not seeing anything in Labour. Because the way they are looking at this is no more politics. It's no more let me come in and see if I win. They are fighting a battle that is either we win or we fight. It's a war. But let them remember, I'm asking their parents, that they are coming to fight somebody who said that it will be over my dead body for somebody to take that seat. And me and you know the way he came in last time, from fourth position to governorship. And what I'm saying now, there's somebody who can fight him. That is General Jack Ogunlewe. Nobody else. Because this is the man that is a general in the army and retired. I'm not praising him because I'm a colonel. I'm praising him because I just met him once at the airport. And I know what he's capable of doing. And I know he's the only one that can fight this fight. And at least if he comes in, he has already, and the present government are shaking now, that is a general in the army that is going to fight this fight. And then we can have peace in Owerri. Because we don't have peace now. All what we have here is, I'm from Imo State anyway, Idato precisely. But there's a war in Imo State. If you go to the secretariat, you will know. These people will come and say they are the new one. They will go to court and put court injunction. And the next one will come and say they are the old one. This is politics. This is not when we're in the army. This is not when you are fighting a war, a Kumok war. You are fighting a war. It's either one. Out of these 15, he's saying, it's only one person that will march for delegates.
Okay,
and it's only one person that will fight.
It's a good thing that Honorable Amadi is here. Honorable Amadi, she has just said she throws in her cap for the general, but you are in the race as well. What are you bringing to the table that you think will mark you out, will stand you out among your peers?
Oh, thank you for the question. I will start by trying to address some of the positions of the, You see, one of the problems of Nigeria, light goes off and on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So address the question about insecurity. I believe that's one area that needs to be properly addressed when it comes to governance in Imo State. So rightly, as she pointed out, the way the incumbent came into power is, of course, a challenge, and that has agitated the spirit of Imolites. They've never found it comfortable within themselves to see such a thing happen in the state. And that is one of the factors that is triggering the insecurity issue in the state. Now, that coupled with the high rate of unemployment in the state, on record, you would know that Imo State has the highest unemployment rate in Nigeria, with a thriving youth population nearing 3 million. That is a time bomb on its own. So, but I want us to look at Imo State, and we see a smaller model of Nigeria in Imo. It shares similarities with Imo. The problems in Nigeria is similar to those of Imo. You look at insecurity that is ravaging the country. And of course, we have a general as the president of the country, and yet we couldn't solve the problem of insecurity. So now, similar to Imo State, if we want to solve the problem, first we have to give the people the mandate, the kind of governor that they want. That will give them peace of mind. And I tell you, I give you assurance that the moment you do that, you would have about 50% of these tensions going on in Imo State disappear. Then the rest will be on how to deal with the insecurity itself, the remaining part of it. And that has to do with revamping the economy, reviving the economy, creating employment, going back to the farmlands, creating agric industries, creating manufacturing industries, getting the youth busy. They say the idle mind is the devil's workshop. The youth have not engaged themselves in negative vices because there's nothing to do. So the problem must say lies more in the economy rather than us looking at insecurity. The bedrock of that insecurity is first the injustice, then secondly, the high rate of unemployment. You deal with these two things, you will have Imo State on proper cover. Then you will now follow up with intelligence monitoring. I tell you, with 2 drones in the forest of Osu, Oru East, and Oru West, and you have a security center, you can monitor the activities, and begin to address them or mobilize your security agencies properly to go, not to go in blindly, because it's when they go in blindly that innocent souls are taken off and causes more grievances in the society. So that is the problem of Imo State. And I think it has nothing to do with the being a general. And if we want to look at examples worldwide, we can take Ukraine and Russia, and we see a president who used to be a comedian, who is now fighting the war with Russia and doing so very well with it. So, and lastly, I would say that once you become a governor or a head of state, you become a general yourself, because the security agencies line up with you. So I don't believe in the fact that the incumbent is a lion. I think that is an over-description. We need to properly align things, and look at security from the point of intelligence monitoring, putting innovation and technology into security issues and addressing it properly, then creating a viable economy for Imo State. And that is the real point we have to focus on. Once we get that done, Imo State will get back on course. Okay. And I think with my exposure first, my exposure working in the oil industry, running various ventures, real estate, IT, farms, and also heading an organization that looks at capacity building for youth and women. I know that I have all the qualities. I'm already looking at the vision of Imo for the next 40 years. Where do we want to get our infrastructure to? Okay. Right now, we are sitting on an infrastructure that is 40 years old. Right. Things built by Dr. Simon Bakwe. We need to get Imo ready for another 40 years. Okay. And that's where we're going.
Thank you.
I'm youthful.
Thank you very much.
I think out of the box. I'm very analytical.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We
yeah,
do know.
Let me ask you a question.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Just a moment. I know that the contenders may be up to 16, like you have said, and whoever emerges after the primaries, I know all of you will queue behind that person. The contenders include also the immediate past chairperson of International Federation of Women Lawyers Association, FIDA, Imo State, Ndidi Vale Keoma, and so many other people. But the issue here is that when somebody emerges and you are going into this election, there are two opposing forces against you that will be working against you. The incumbent, who is APC. We also have PDP, which is likely to have a consensus candidate. Remember that Emeka Ihedioha, who was the governor for a time and now left because of the Supreme Court ruling, and it is now someone else who is sitting there, has said that he's no longer contesting. So it seems they're going to have a consensus, maybe in the person of Senator Samuel Anyanwu, who is the National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. So these two forces, a major opposition party in the country, having a consensus candidate, and then you're having the incumbent who is of the APC. So does it not give you worry that Labour Party may come a distant third or fourth in the election? What do you think that you can do to make sure that tables turn in your favor? Let me start with you, Colonel. As a party, what are the chances of Labour knowing these two other parties are standing with you? Yeah.
I want to ask him a question. He's talking about security. Do we have security in Imo State? The answer is no. On the 18th, I was shot on my leg. I still have the wound with gunshot for House of Assembly in my own local government, Idaho State. And I'm just asking a question. Chiedu, Honorable Chiedu, this Imo State need a security. Without security, listen when they say sit at home. So many people were killed when they said every Monday people should sit at home.
Let's just try to wrap up, Colonel. Let's just try to wrap up. We're concerned about the chances of Labour Party. I know that all this, you will iron them out when the primaries are over, but the chances of Labour Party, now, whoever emerges.
General Lincoln Ogunlewe is the only person that can salvage Imo State. Come for security. When you talk about security, this is the man that knows what is security all about. I'm a retired colonel. I know what security is all about. We are security conscious. But here, Imo State has no security. And I believe that nobody can fight this man if it's not General Ogunlewe. He's the only one that he did it in Abia State, and I believe that he will do it in Imo State. Because he's the only people like that bringing all the soldiers that is not even real. When you even tell them esprit de corps, they don't know what is it. Advanced to be recognized, they don't know what it is. then it's only his own soldiers that will ask these questions. And we now flush all the soldiers that are coming up now because it's going to be a war.
Okay, it's unfortunate that we may not have time to deal with all the issues that we need to deal with, but we would just like to wish Labour Party good luck in the forthcoming elections. We do hope that you will put all differences aside. You will be able to elect someone at the primaries that can wrestle power, as it were, from the incumbent and from the major opposition party, and form a new or give a new breath, fresh breath, as they say, to Imo State. We do hope that that will happen. But if it doesn't happen, we do still hope that Imo State will be the better for it, whatever outcome the election is going to give us. Thank you so much, Honorable Chinedu Amadi, for coming on the program. We wish you luck as well. And also Colonel Chinyere Obi, retired Labour Party chieftain. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, we've been talking with chieftains of Labour Party in Imo State. One is an aspirant and the other one is a supporter of an aspirant, but both of them are chieftains of Labour Party, and they're talking to us about what is going on in Imo State, and their hopes are high. We keep our fingers crossed. We see what comes out of that, but we pray for a better Nigeria and all the federating units of Nigeria. And that's how we're going to wrap it up on the show tonight. See you again tomorrow. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
Lagos Island has imposing architectural structures dotted on each side of the road, filled with people who are not sure if they will be locked out from their homes next year due to rental fee hikes. The buildings on the other side of the road wear an empty, forlorn look. Beggars are always on the streets. A thin, middle-aged man in an oversized jacket comes towards my window. In impeccable English, he explains that he is not a beggar, but a medical doctor who worked in the hospital about 3 blocks from the right side of the street we were on. He has an accent that must be from Cross River State, unmistakably lyrical. He says his daughter is in terrible shape. She has a ruptured appendix and was admitted in the same hospital where he worked. I'm trying to raise money for my daughter, but we haven't been paid for about 6 months now. It was difficult to tell truth from falsehood in Lagos. Poverty taught most people the art of deceit as a means of livelihood. Today, I discover an even more ingenious way of begging, meant to jolt one's physical and spiritual sensibilities. At the junction just before the traffic lights, a man who looks like he was a few seconds away from being called to be with the Lord is being pushed around in a wheelchair by a dreary-looking assistant. After a few minutes, the assistant stops pushing the wheelchair and takes up his bullhorn to tell the story of how the man has an orange-sized tumor on his face. He makes a feverish pitch for funds that will be for treatment. God bless you as you give. God shall water your garden as you donate to this cause, he bellowed. Motorists avoid them as if they just escaped a leper colony. The two men are indifferent and remain resolute in their quest. My name is Erie Onogoroa. I work in an energy company, so apart from being an author, that's what else I do. So to be honest, so I used to work in another company, and you get to that stage in your career where you feel like your life is stuck in a rut. Like you wake up every morning and you're like, okay, we have to do this again. Nothing is challenging. It's just you just know you're built for more. So that's the stage I was in. I'll go to work just completely dissatisfied. And, we had friends, how it is in the office. We'll talk about, all the things happening and not happening to us. And then it was just every day we were complaining. And then one day I said to myself, I said, Eri, but you're right, yeah, because I started writing from when I was like 8 years. And I said, instead of complaining, look inwards and do something. And literally, that's how Dear Alarie was born. So it was at a point in my life where I was just completely yearning for more and dissatisfied with where I was in my career. I like that question because when I was writing, for me, it was almost like a sense of urgency to pass a message, and the message was principally to live your life, your best life, in spite of anything that may be happening around you. You would have challenges, but own your voice, tell your story, and just be authentic. So for me, it was very important to pass that message across and let anybody reading to say, you know what, I mean, these challenges are not uncommon. Everybody faces them. But you can still live your moment. You can still live your best life as you pass through these challenges. For me, when I wrote that in particular, I was looking to talk about life in Lagos. And I use Lagos as a metaphor for Nigeria because, Lagos is where everything happens. So for me, it was important to bring out all the kind of things that we see in society that should not be, poverty that really shouldn't be because of the abundance of resources, and the fact that you see a lot of people who don't have as much, just more or less just tending towards, okay, we need to have more babies, almost like a pastime, like, okay, since I can't have this, I can have this. So that was the thinking behind, this. In terms of themes, I thought to look at the patriarchal culture in Nigeria. I thought to put an X-ray on life in Lagos and the fact that really and truly, at the end of the day, we sort of exist in Lagos. We don't live, we don't thrive. You wake up every day, you spend roughly, depending on where you are, roughly 4 to 5 hours in traffic. And you get back home and you sleep, and it's like an endless rut. Yeah, so those are the kind of things I was trying to look at, the challenges women face in the office. Not just in the office, what they're going through internally. For Alarie, Alarie didn't have a child, so she was facing all that, and yet she needed to be in the office to be her best. So things like that, those were the kind of things I was looking to talk about, the patriarchal culture, infertility challenges, just the whole chaos, what it really takes to live in a place like Lagos. Because it was important for me to tell the story that the fact that a lady gives birth to a girl has nothing to do with her, and the fact that as a girl does not lessen the significance of the child. So that's very important for me to say there. We find it, like you said, in Nigeria, when
And it hasn't changed. Well, maybe, our voices are being more amplified, so people are getting more aware, but it's still there when a child is born, depending on the sex, the blame game, shifts. And another thing I wanted to point out so strongly was, what if it's the man at fault? Because what tends to happen in marriages is the lady takes the blame, because society has been trained to see the woman to blame where there are challenges with childbearing. But what if it's the man's fault? So those were the kind of questions I was trying to throw light on in the book. Not very well, to be honest, because growing up, it was almost like a taboo. My dad didn't want to hear anybody speaking Pidgin, so it was like, well, I say by force, we had to learn. But, a story like that, I had to use Pidgin to reflect the characters. So someone like Alhaji Wasiu, typical characters that would necessarily speak Pidgin English. It was important for me to reflect that in the story so that the reader understands that, just the different strata in society and the levels of people that we have. I would say, tell your story unapologetically, because somebody also asked me and I said, but you can't live life just expecting to be validated or not validated. Yeah, so for me it was important to pass a message. For me it was important to tell my story. The validation secondary, because I will do it the same way, whether or not whatever anybody thought or thinks about Dear Alaure, I will tell my story, because it's important at the end of the day. When you go to bed, be satisfied that you have done what truly makes you happy as a writer. And some people just have a lot of stories in there just waiting to come out. But it's that fear of acceptance. And really and truly, you can't live life waiting to be accepted by everybody. It's just not the way to do things. I would say that is changing, to be honest. I mean, a lot of reading clubs springing up rather. A lot of, I would say it's changing. I know that, just even surviving in Nigeria is an art. So you find quite a number of people probably not having the time to read, but I don't think it's fair to say that we don't read. I think things are really, really changing.
Switch to on, light on. Switching commander internal. Expectedly back, DW. Still same pressure. PT on 55. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Good afternoon. My name is Nyamgul Aggaji. This is the news update. The paramount ruler of the Miship clan in Pangshin Local Government Council of Plateau State, His Royal Highness Sunday Dajep, who was abducted in the early hours of Thursday, April 6, 2023, has regained his freedom. A family member, Moses Begum, who confirmed the development, says the traditional ruler was released on Monday night unhurt. Begum also told our correspondent that the ruler, who has since been reunited with his family, is currently receiving medical attention. The Plateau State Police Command, through its spokesman, DSP Alfred Alabo, confirmed the release of the paramount ruler, but declined to comment on the issue of ransom. The traditional ruler is said to be the 7th paramount ruler to be abducted on the Plateau in the last 11 months. Troops of Operation Forest Sanity say its operatives ambushed and neutralized 2 bandits in Kaduna State. The acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations, 1 Division, Nigerian Army, Lieutenant Colonel Musa Yahya, confirmed the incident in a statement in the state. Yahya said the following a tip-off from an intelligence source, troops of Operation Forest Sanity under the 1 Division Nigerian Army ambushed and successfully neutralized 2 bandits, capturing arms, ammunition, and other equipments. He said items recovered from the bandits include 1 motorcycle, 2 AK-47 rifles, 6 AK-47 magazines, 250 rounds of 7.62 millimeter special 1 power bank, 2 charm vests, and a sum of 200,000 naira. A security expert, Austin Agbega, believes that the renewed attacks in the northern region are connected to the availability of cash, as bandits and terrorists operate with money too. Ega notes that the government must not relent in the fight against terrorism and banditry.
From Zamfara, the demand of the bandits is known. They don't want military. And that is something that the government will have to decide on, that you cannot decide whether a people or a community should have a heightened security or not. That is left for the government of the day to decide. So they have made themselves clear in each of their attacks. There's always something, there's always a remote cause. In this case, they don't want the military in Zamfara. That is not something we can just undermine, or the government can undermine. It's left for government to take such decisions. And in Benue, we are sure that it is not far from political violence. So what I can say from Benue State, because previously they've had things like that. There was a time the anti-grazing law was passed in the state by the governor, and they had series of attacks in that state. And now one of the attack, if we profile the attack in Benue State, we see that it came from the southern district. So the eastern district and the northern district, there's no attack there from what we compare to that, the southern district where we had the former Senate president. And so even the incoming, the governor-elect is from somewhere around, I think, Vandika, or so that's his place of birth. And that's around the east district. So we see this attack concentrated in the southern district. So from there, it is very clear that it has something to do with politics. There was a cash crunch issue. People didn't have enough cash to run their businesses. You must understand that these people in the underworld, they also need money to run their businesses. Everyone needs money to fund his operations. And with the policy, the cashless policy from Central Bank, it really helped to curb some things at that moment. So there was no way, all sort of movement, we had a restricted movement or reduced activity at that moment. Everything was affected at that moment. And that is one point. Secondly, they all had candidates of their choices. Don't forget that these people carrying guns to fight a legitimate government, there is always an underlying cause. Definitely, they are not happy with certain issues in the country, and they believe the way they can express their own frustration is by carrying arms. And during the election time, I believe there was like every 4 years or every 8 years, there's always hope for everyone to see a new government rising. Probably maybe those hopes were dashed. And of course, they went back to the creeks with their guns again. That's what I can take from that moment.
Speaking further, Ega mentions that the renewed attacks in some parts of the country portend danger as May 29 handing over date draws close.
From what we are seeing, there are a series of attacks all over the whole north, even to the east. So I think the security of the nation should be heightened at this moment. I really plead with the nation, the Nigerian government to really look into it. It's not something they must take lightly. They really need to engage even the community heads to talk to people so that people will, the party heads, they know that they all know how to interact with these people. They should really get back to the drawing board and see that they talk to people. There should be communication so that people can really lay down their arms and really help us to really see what we can do around this moment so that the Nigeria will not quickly break into total chaos, because that is where we are heading. Because these people with guns, they take advantage of the instability, political instability, to like advance their cause. But when there is stability, it's something that you don't see. So we pray that at this moment, the government should try their best.
The governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, has stated that he and his party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, do not trust the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to keep data and materials from the last election safe. He stated that because of this, he and his party do not trust the electoral umpire or opposition parties. He had taken the liberty to save the data from the elections in a flash drive, which he displayed. He spoke during an interview with journalists in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital.
If you have not had experience about after election, what you may see, then you will be shocked. So we're being extra vigilant because we know what our opponents are capable of doing. I can tell you something. You see, we are also letting them know that we are not people you can work. We have this. All the plans, all the results they have printed to come and bring to the table, we have it. It's a flash. I'm telling you, all the things they have planned to do. It's not their business. The source of information is not matter. What's material is the relevance of it. They're not authentic, is the matter. That's what we're saying. It's not, see, you are dealing with criminals. And you must be extra vigilant. People can go to every land to procure documents, and you'll be shocked what you see in the tribunal. You'll be shocked. And most of you, all you gather is that, oh, this happened. Most of you don't even attend the tribunals to witness yourself. So that when you are coming out to make reports, you can be sure that you are talking authoritatively, not what clients or lawyers on the other side brief you. What you see in tribunal, you'll be so shocked.
Speaking on the arrest of some lawyers of opposition parties in the state in relation to allegations of fraud, the governor stated that the arrests were in order and that it was left to the police to investigate and establish whether or not a crime was committed. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has submitted a petition before the Governorship Election Tribunal of Lagos challenging the outcome of the state gubernatorial election. Abdulaziz Adediran, the PDP governorship candidate, says he is calling for the disqualification of the All Progressives Congress, APC, and the Labour Party, LP candidates in the election for non-compliance with the Electoral Act 2022, as well as the guidelines of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. In the petition dated April 7, the petitioners said APC did not comply with the INEC timetable and schedule of activities for the 2023 general elections, which stipulates all political parties must give 21 days' notice to INEC before the conduct of the primary election. While INEC is the first respondent, Babajide Sanwo-Olu or Bafemi Hamzat, his deputy governorship candidate, APC, Gbadebo Rhodes-Vivo, LP governorship candidate, and the LP respectively, are the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth respondents. Adediran asks that all votes cast for them in the election be declared wasted. A Zuba Magistrates Court in Abuja has refused to grant bail to the passenger who was debarked and handed over to the police for making a sensitive statement about the president-elect Bola Tinubu on board an Ibom Air Abuja-Lagos-bound flight. Ruling in the bail application filed by Uja through his counsel, Senior Magistrate Mohammed Abdulaziz Ismail held that the application was premature. He held that the exhibits attached to the application did not say the defendant was unfit to fill trial, but rather indicated he was of unsound mind. He also held that while the Constitution guarantees every person's liberty, a court can deprive a person of it based on health grounds. Citing the provisions of Section 35, subsection 1E of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, and Section 278 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, the magistrate held that Uja cannot be granted bail. He subsequently ordered that Uja be held at the Kuje Correctional Center of Nigerian Correctional Service and the case adjourned until April 20 for report and hearing. The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee on Oil Theft is inviting several high-ranking officials of the federal government and its investigation into the alleged loss of over $2.4 billion in revenue from illegal sale of 48 million barrels of crude oil exports in 2015. Some of the officials invited to answer questions are the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, and the Secretary General of the Federation, Boss Mustafa. Also summoned are the Acting Accountant General of the Federation, Sylvia Okoliabo, and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, among others. The committee is also concerned about the disparity in figures from crude oil sales from 2011 to 2014 and is accusing the Minister of Finance of approving payments to whistleblowers in variance with the whistleblower policy. The Ad Hoc House Committee is investigating a whistleblower's allegation of illegal sale of 48 million barrels of Nigeria's Bonny Light crude in China in 2015, valued at $2.4 billion. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has declared May 30 for Sit at Home in Southeast to honor those who died for Biafra independence and freedom. The group, in a statement by its Media and Publicity Secretary, Emma Powerful, said the day is set aside to remember fallen heroes and those who had paid ultimate price for the liberation of Biafra in 1967 to 1970 and beyond. It said all IPOB family members in the diaspora are expected to remind their host country's citizens and their government of the Biafran genocide, which Nigeria and British government works hard to cover up, and the continuous illegal detention of the leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. From other parts of Africa come the report that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has begun a brief visit to Mogadishu, Somalia. On arrival at the Somalia capital's airport, Guterres was greeted by Foreign Minister Abshir Omar Horus. The authorities have drastically tightened security in Mogadishu for the unannounced visit. Most roads were closed and public transport restricted. The visit by Guterres, who previously visited Somalia in March 2017, comes as the country is in the grip of a disastrous drought that has pushed many to the brink of starvation, and the government is engaged in a major offensive to counter a bloody Islamic insurgency. Outside Africa, leaked Pentagon documents appear to reveal a sensitive conversation between high-level South Korean officials on whether to sell weapons that could be used in Ukraine. The intercept targeted two of President Yoon Suk Yeol's senior advisors. They are torn between U.S. pressure to send ammunition to Ukraine and their policy not to arm countries at war. One of the advisors suggests sending the shell to Poland instead to avoid appearing to have given in to the U.S. Washington has been scrambling to trace the source of the leaks, which the Pentagon says are a serious risk to national security. According to the document, South Korea's national security advisor, Mr. Kim, then suggested they could sell shells to Poland instead, given that getting the ammunition to Ukraine quickly was the ultimate goal of the United States. The European Union remains firmly opposed to the use of force to make any attempts to break the status quo in the Taiwan Straits, said European Commission spokesperson Eric Mamer. On Monday, the European Union had expressed concern over Chinese military drills around Taiwan, saying the island's status should not be changed by force, as any escalation, accident, or use of force there would have huge global implications. In business news, the World Bank has made a slight increase to its global growth outlook for 2023. The International Financial Institution is now forecasting 2% growth for 2023, up from a 1.7% forecast in January. In his opening address at the 2023 World Bank IMF Spring meetings on Monday, President of the World Bank David Malpass said despite the upward revision, the pace of the global growth would slow this year compared with 3.1% in 2022. The World Bank also predicted that economic slowdown in developing countries would persist for years. The bank said the slowdown would further increase the debt distress for developing countries. In entertainment news, popular music producer Don Jazzy has advised artists to learn from Davido in promotion of their projects. The Maven record head, in a tweet, made reference to the marketing efforts of the OBO crooner towards his album despite his popularity. Don Jazzy said Davido never felt complacent and assumed everyone will take to his album because he is Davido. And that's it on the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to Tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine, Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict, and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out, and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school, and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. And that's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how, I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always brought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, he didn't even leave me around. I had to wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take Tramadol, I would take Ruchi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, just know what this does and what this does. All those kind of drugs, they're very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like just to walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs.
every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. He too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing.
I'm about to go get some supplies, you know, talking about the usual stuff, everything, tramadol, pawpaw and stuff like that, you know. It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but let's just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost. It's quite easy. Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, you know, if I have to go get the stuff, you know. It's a very, very long way. It's a railway line. It's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, you know. You can see everyone, no one knows I'm doing this, so you know, if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed, because no, the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get tramadol. It's, as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want. Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have tramadol? What? 100 milligram. Okay, let me have one then. I'm asking for her now if I could get tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her, you know, sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy, you know. As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you're seeing right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you see that you can see some guys sitting right there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that like take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. This place doesn't exist at all. This place is like it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes right at this corner after this house. There's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, you know. But you know, you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. Over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's like wondering what's up. Like, he wants to come and meet me, but I'm just like giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes and you really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get like anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage, any normal guy that takes trams, when they start, this is what they start with, because before you get to 250, you have to like start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi.
this one you take. This is just this is 100 milligrams. Yeah, this 100 milligrams, just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having like the motivation to like come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to like seek help from, you know, a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to like seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to like do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is gonna like hunt you down. No one is gonna arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it, because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. Today I'm going to be talking about tribal division strategy. Tony will be talking about creative curriculum, and Stephen will be talking about the Bojiman arrives, the 2023 Lagos gubernatorial election. We will be right back after the break. Please stay with us. First, I must really commend the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for a fantastically executed election. Right now, I dare say that the US need to come to take election lessons from Nigeria. This is by far the best election in the history of elections. I'm sure you would agree with me. The past few weeks has left me really appalled at the level of impunity and moral decadence that we have experienced as a nation. These events are truly a reflection of our value system. We've got a huge problem on our hands. To be very honest, I'm still waiting for the gubernatorial elections because I'm so sure that what we witnessed last Saturday was just a movie rehearsal, and judging by the performances of various actors, we're going to make an incredible film worthy of the Oscars. Are we all going to just sit here and pretend that we had an election? Really? I'm not even talking about free and fair. That is another conversation for another day. Did we really have an election to start with? Two powerful division strategies have always been religion and ethnicity. Education is always internal, or is always the internal fuel, powering these two division elements. Keep the people mentally malnourished, and they would forever become slaves. They would never be able to make quality and progressive decisions since their education bank capital is zero. Many ways. Of course, we can see how the conversation degenerated to Igbo versus Yoruba. Young people, this is the time to arise and really get above this defeated thinking pattern if we must make meaningful progress in our nation. This is not the time for some tribal segregation. You know, the big guys are creating this division, and they are also dining with themselves at the top. We've got a much bigger problem in our hands. And I strongly believe that this question will bring a much better perspective to the whole tribal division. And I'm going to ask, if you had 1 hour to live, and the only available doctor that could cure you is of the opposition tribe, what are you going to do? While I leave you to ponder on that, let me now turn to my fellow advocates here in the studio. And I'm going to start with Stephen. What do you think about, the presidential elections, and most recently, I know we can say that we didn't witness as much violence as we did, with the just concluded gubernatorial elections. What do you have to say? What are your thoughts?
Okay, a quick rundown on the elections now. Well, we had the presidential elections and all that. Before it, we were told that, I was told by my friends and many people in the public that technology was the solution. BVAS was here, and it was going to cure all the problems we were going to have. So then we went to these elections, and then we found out that BVAS was no more than what you could really do on your phone. Only your phone would do it better. Your phone will take a picture of something and send it instantly to the next person. But that this BVAS couldn't really do that because there was a server problem somewhere and all that. We also found that, it could accredit someone, but you can do that with the register and all that. So INEC had 300 billion or so to spend on all these things, and that's all they really did, something my phone can really do, Then, of course, you had, for over 24 hours or so, they really couldn't upload anything. There was opportunity for, we know what happens in Nigerian elections, Then we moved from there. We now found out after all the voting, we have 93 million registered voters. INEC had said 87 million people collected voters' card. The person who putatively won the presidential election, won with 9 million votes. So what happened to all the people in between? We have been having low voter figures before this, but then what happened really then is the figure of those who voted in presidential election, in the last election, ensured that we have the lowest, one of the lowest voter turnouts in the world, and certainly the lowest in Africa. We are now the undisputed champions of low voting. You can see. Well, then we went to the gubernatorial elections, and then we had all this, the campaign itself. We are still going to come back to it because of my own presentation, but the campaign itself was shameful.
Something was wrong somewhere.
No, it was shameful. The thing that one can say about it was primitive. We are really beyond what happened. I hope we are beyond what. Really? I hope. I can only hope that we are beyond that kind of primitivity. The campaign itself was the problem. The campaign, the bitterness of the campaign, the 60s to 50s feel of it, as if, you know. Now, if we are not careful, you know what the 60s ended with. You know, that's what kept coming back to my mind. How could we descend that low? It was as if we are going around in a cycle, going down.
So I think that's a mistake we make. I think we believe we are far more ahead than we actually are. You know, we compare ourselves, like say, to the US, or even in everything like our animations and deals that have been done, and we will compare ourselves to Disney. We really need to take stock of who we are. I don't think we have advanced as far as we think we have. Yeah. When you consciously miseducate and uneducate your population, why would they be interested in getting involved in the political process? They're struggling to just feed. So when you extend that period between the presidential and the gubernatorial elections, and that gives you the extra time, gives them the extra time to spew you know, this nonsense.
Indoctrinate.
And then go to these communities and drop bags of rice, which is what they were doing. And, you know, sending these messages and putting these tribal things. That's enough time to really put those who had some spirit to come out to not come out. Why would they bother? I can tell you the number of people that told me, oh, I'm just an Oludu for going out again to go and vote. But for me, it was important to exercise my right to vote. So it's not a surprise. I don't think we are where we think we are. We are probably still where we were, to be honest with you, if not worse. And it impacts on the future of our nation. I don't think I've never heard my parents, my godparents talk the way about Nigeria that they are now, that they ever did. They lived through the war. They were in the war. And they are seeing things very similar and very scared for us. They're telling us to go, that we should leave. Some of us just, this is our place to be, and we don't want to be anywhere else. But I think people really need to understand that this should not be a surprise. It's just slightly below the surface. You know, when you ask that question, 1 hour to live, and the doctor was opposite tribe, for me, that's not a problem, because I'm like every tribe in Nigeria plus foreign. So for me, I'm like anyone that can do the job. But for a lot of people, it's still an issue. You know, so I just think that we need to dial it back to reality. The problem isn't the technology, the BVAS or the IREV or whatever. The problem is the people. And we can't just blame the politicians. You know, the politicians are a reflection of ourselves.
True.
And so we have to kind of just have that reality check, I think.
Tony, let's talk a bit about, I saw lots of gory videos. Some were in Ableado, part of Lagos, that's Ojo, where literally the police officers were empowering Yorubas to shoot at Igbos. Let's look at this Igbo Yoruba thingy. Where do you think it's going to get to? Because Twitter is really agog right now.
I don't think Twitter should be a reflection of what's actually happening in main society. That's just a microcosm that has a louder voice. I think, to be honest, I still have hope that sanity rules. And for most people, they just want a decent standard of living. That's what it is. And that's why people can use this kind of rhetoric. Because people are hungry and they want to blame the next man. So you dehumanize the next man so that you can blame somebody. But it isn't a Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa or Shekiri or Ijo, whatever. It isn't. It's a Nigerian problem. And I think that we have to always remember that the other person is another human being. I mean, what's happening here in Oniru? You know, when we went to go and buy car battery, the Igbo guy we buy from, they chase them from the market. You know, but as you say, some people say, there was a joke that, I said, if anybody asks them, they'll say, oh, they're voting APC, but they'll press their hand Labour. So people are also voting secretly. You keep it to yourself, but everybody has that right to exercise their vote, and you don't have to agree with it. It's their right.
The tragedy of it all was there was enough to campaign on rather than primitive things. For instance, I thought you only needed to look at the CVs of all the candidates and say, okay, is this person really qualified to be governor? You only need to then look at the incumbent and say, let him sell himself. What has he done in the health sector? He even had something to sell. I think they've done relatively well in the health sector. He could have sold that. Then he would have come to education and defend his record. Have I done well in education? Have I done well in this? Have I done well in that? There were issues on the ground. But you see, what we did, we just left all those issues. It now became, I don't even really want to repeat it on the air. Igbos want to drive ourselves of Lagos. And when I hear otherwise educated people tell me that, I say, how? Tell me. To drive you where? To the sea? I mean.
Although, and also if you are a Yoruba person and voted for LP, you're a traitor. You know, also you're you know, betraying your own.
So we left the issues.
But that shows the fact that, like you said, I agree. Maybe we overrate ourselves. We've not gone past where we think we've gone past. Because you know why I mentioned Twitter? I assume, because they say that once you win an election on Twitter, you are a Twitter president, right? So, and there's a grassroots, right? So, but here's the thing. The so-called Twitter people are supposed to be more exposed. I saw people who were learned, who were arguing and who were blocking people, who were, you know, stooping so low to pretty much, like it's
stupid leading the stupid. And stupid doesn't mean you're not educated. You can be stupid, you can be educated and stupid.
Well, can be learned and stupid.
Exactly.
Education is probably
yes, you can be learned
and
stupid.
So you know why I'm concerned? So if those on Twitter, because for you to have a Twitter account, I mean, fundamentally you have sense, you can be on Twitter. What would you say about the pepper seller or the market woman? If we're arguing about Igbo, Yoruba on Twitter, then that means we really have a long way. The so-called learned people, what are you going to hand over to? I mean, how do you go back to tell your parents or your aged uncle to say, oh, this is a strategy to divide us? Now, you that you're learned, you're on Twitter dragging Yoruba or dragging Igbo. That sends a very, very... it's a signal that is very disturbing for me. It means that there's a huge education gap. There's lots of learning, but there's an education gap.
Let's not forget that the generation of the Civil War is still very much here.
Well,
and their mentality is therefore still very much there. We're only 1 and 2 generations down from there. So it's still there. They are still speaking that same rhetoric, that generation. So if you think about the next generation for the Civil War, which is my generation, you know, we were hearing this, you know, and that's what you grew up with. So it's been up to us. Yes, we kind of heard that rhetoric going on, but it's also up to us to think about exposing ourselves to different people and understanding that people are just people, but it's not far removed. So I think that this sorts of that oh, it's so far away, it was old. It's not old at all. It's still very present, and those are still the people running this country. So it's still very much a part of our makeup, and that's just a fact.
Wow.
We will come back to it. We'll come back to it.
All right. You know, I mean, it's just very important for us to know that. Like I posed a question to you watching right now. I mean, and I'm posing that question again. If you had 1 hour to live, and then the only person that could cure you or save you is of the opposition tribe, right? What are you going to do? And as you step into this week, I'd like you to just think about it and look at it with the spectrum of what is happening in the political space in our dear nation, Nigeria. Tonya is going to come up next after the break. Please do stay with us.
Creative curriculum, hashtag with us, not for us. That has been the theme for this year's World Down Syndrome Day that happened on the 21st of March, 2023. My daughter has Down syndrome, so it tends to be a day not only filled with awareness-raising activities, but also a time to reflect and take stock. Am I doing all that I can for her? What can I do to help others in the special needs community? Again, I go back to the theme, with us, not for us. WorldDownSyndromeDay.org says, the message of with us, not for us is key to a human rights-based approach to disability. Moving on from the outdated charity model where people with disabilities were treated only as objects of charity, deserving of pity, and relying on others for support. I must say, it has had me really thinking about what that means. Over the past few months, I have attended a few panels and meetings on education, technology, and the creative industries. Having a daughter who is neurodivergent, that is, her mind functions in a way not considered typical or normal, our approach to her education also hasn't been typical. And we have relied heavily on a creative curriculum and technology to give her the tools she needs, and she's excelling. Her brother, who is neurotypical, or quote-unquote normal, has been a beneficiary by default, and we have been able to pick up some of his difficulties via creative forms of learning. But wider than this, we know that in Nigeria, the educational system is flawed, severely outdated, and culturally inappropriate for the Nigerian context. It is rigid, rote learning that is more about memorization than critical thinking, reasoning, and access, neurodiversity, disability, corruption, and more. I was shocked to learn from a panel hosted by Happy Lady Bird app that by 2030, Africa will have 1 billion children, and 40% of that population will be Nigerian. Looking at the current state of education and employment, we are sleepwalking into a full-blown crisis in which the result will be dire for the nation. So what does this all have to do with Down syndrome or special needs? Well, government systems are slow to change, but I think we can really learn from the neurodiverse approach to education. An example is Chess in Slums, which is opening up education for marginalized children through chess. Children who have found themselves on the street, or parents can't afford to send them to school, or those labeled as class olodo and troublemakers, are finding empowerment and their value through what many would consider just a game. Outside of agriculture, oil and gas, we know that the future of the job market is in technology and the creative industries. We can already see what is happening in the fintech space, as well as our music and movies. If we are not preparing the children and youth for the opportunities that lay ahead, what are we preparing them for? Edmund Rice College says, studies have shown that students need 7 survival skills to be prepared for the 21st century, for life, for work, and for citizenship. These are critical thinking and problem solving, collaboration and leadership, agility and adaptability, initiative and entrepreneurialism, effective oral and written communication, accessing and analyzing information, curiosity and imagination. Creative arts are integral for the development of the identified skills needed for the 21st century and provide the logical conduit through which these capacities and related skills in both the social and emotional domains can be developed. For Nigeria, there are some rays of hope in programs like IDICE, Investment in Digital and Creative Enterprises from the African Development Bank, and the Creative Industries Development Bill, that's CIDB, that we all need to be supporting, in which access to funding, skills, and training from early childhood are core aspects. There's a lot we can learn from the special needs community approach to education that we can apply on a wider scale for all our children. But we must put our ill-conceived notions and prejudices aside and remember, hashtag, with us, not for us.
It's big.
So, yeah.
This is a big topic.
It is a big topic.
You see, first of all, Nigeria has a problem of investing too little in education. That's one of our problems. I was looking at the cost per head, what is spent per head on education in, say, Rivers State, one of our richest states. I saw it was broken down to about 8,000 naira per child. I mean, what's that going to do? In Lagos State here, I think the regular budget is about 240 billion or so, between 240 and 270 billion in the budget. But then you go to these schools and you find what is there. The ambience and environment don't indicate it, that this amount is being spent. The quality of instruction, the quality of the teachers, very low. I mean, no lower middle class person can send his child to a Lagos public school. Mm-hmm. So you start with that. That means that when we talk of education, we talk of private school education in Nigeria now, for everyone. Really? Is that how you are going to develop? What you are doing is you are developing a small elite class, and the masses can go where they want. This is in the South here. This is in the South where education was previously prioritized. You talk of the North. In the North, I mean, we still live in a world where you do have Quranic schools, and there's nothing wrong with them. But are the students being taught Arabic? Are you teaching them physics in Arabic? Are you teaching them chemistry in Arabic? Because I would be okay if that's what you are doing. Or are you teaching them all these subjects in their indigenous language? Or are you just teaching them religion? How are you trying? I think President Jonathan tried to address all these topics and all that. And so that's just for the normal child. Then you now come to the child with special needs. For public schools, I'm not aware of any provision at all.
There are actually provisions. It was actually put into law about 5 years ago for that the schools, government schools, must be inclusive. So there are provisions. You do have special needs units in public schools and things like that. But obviously, they're severely underfunded. They're severely undertrained, and often what happens that even if you have a teacher who wants to help these children and who is there for the passion of it, they don't have the capability because there are only one or two teachers to many children, and so to take that time with that child or with those children is difficult. So they're usually in their own unit, or they end up being in the back of the class, or it's not as it was meant to be. But even with that aside, and we look at the state of things currently, what is being taught? Like, if we say, okay, everything is working okay, let's actually look at what they're actually being taught. Is this really setting them for life? It isn't. You're training them, you're educating them for like the 1980s and 1990s. You're not educating them to compete in a global economy, on a global market. You're going to churn out these students from school, from university, who are not going to be able to get jobs. You know, so there's this mass generation who are going to be unemployed. And what will happen? You know, for me, it makes more sense that, okay, I do my best to send my child to whatever school I can, but if I'm bright, I will save money to make sure I have data, I can buy them a tablet, and I use internet and educate my child. There's YouTube. People are earning because they've gone to the University of YouTube. So you're finding these young children, well, they're not young adults now, who are in the early 20s, they've gone down to university, that's if they finished on time, and they can't find a job. But they've said they're on Twitter, right? They're on Instagram, and they're saying, oh, learn this, be a business analyst and earn this. And so they're like, okay, I can try and find where I can do these things for free, educate myself, and see if I can get remote work or even get a decent job. And that is how I know some of the brighter ones who are realizing that they've just wasted their time in university are finding employment. They're going to educate themselves. So it's not only that the system is old and poor, it is just irrelevant. So if we're going to have 40% of 1 billion children, that's people who are under 18, and we're educating them now because we're in 2023, that's 7 years' time. We're educating them now in this way. What are we going to be doing with all of them?
I would even say it's old, irrelevant, and regressing. Because the quality of education that I or you or him have is actually not the one our kids are having. When my kid was in school, I remember my own love as a child was literature and all that, and then so I was particular about in class 1 and 2 what literature book he was reading, and then when I took it up, took his book up and I read it, it was about someone impregnating another person, and I said, this is completely inappropriate. Don't you have, Nigerians are writing good creative material that can be used for literature at that level in the school and all that. I got into so I went to the vice principal of the school, got into a talk with him and all that, and this is the one that them to know. That, like you are hinting at that the world is moving faster. You have robotics, you have IT being the first thing that easily a graduate can use to make money. That's why they go to YouTube and all that to develop those skills and all that. They can. I like what you said. YouTube University. You can actually teach yourself how to do IT and all that. Maybe robotics is even a little more difficult. You need to be actually taught, but you can actually teach yourself to do IT. But what our this ought to have been what they were campaigning about in these elections. So what are our governors, our local government people doing about, since IT is so lucrative now, what are they doing about incorporating it in school syllabus? But even if you are not doing that, because we have a large army of unemployed people that you use for this nonsense in elections. The president of France the other time, some years ago, I saw him opening a large cafe, very cavernous place. What were they doing there? They said, okay, we'll bring the youth of the displaced youth of Paris into this place. We teach them IT. We want to match America. You know, that's a dream. That's,
you know, you raise a good point, because our creative industries is really growing, and growing at a rate where we do not have the capacity to fill those roles. And we have young people who are being educated as just not with stuff that's relevant. And we need those, we actually need those skilled workers, you know, we need them. So, you know, it makes me happy that I'm seeing this, you know, Creative Industries Development Bill, I'm seeing the IDICE program, but it's, I wish there was more. And CIDB might not even be passed. We're hoping it gets passed, at least it will set an example. But there needs to be so much more of that, like magnified to a huge scale. You know, I dream of, okay, if in schools, you know, children from age 5 were really having a creative curriculum as part of their program. Even if you don't change the school curriculum, because we know that is hard to change, you can implement things using technology. You can implement things using, you know, the creative arts. You can teach them filmmaking. You can teach them visual arts. You can teach them creative writing, storytelling. Storytelling. That is huge. We need to take ownership of our own stories, and we need to let these younger ones know how to find their voice and to find their stories, because right now we are just absorbing everybody else's, you know, stories, or they're going to come in and tell our stories for us. You know, that's the strategy that's happening. That's, we can see all these Netflix and Googles and Amazon, and I think the Indians are coming too, and which is great, because it means there's more eyes on our creative industries. But at the same time, who's controlling the purse strings? Who's controlling the narrative? It's not us. So all this starts from education. From the very beginning of our education, when we send our children out to school, what are we teaching them? What are we telling them? What are the values? And then this spills into, or comes from, or spills into, is a chicken and egg thing in terms of the political environment, right? Our educational system is a result of this political environment and corruption. But it's coming to a point where it's going to tip over. We can't come back.
It's a big problem. I hear you when you say we make laws and all that. I'm a lawyer, so the first thing I say is code letters of law don't do anything for you. You can make the law, but if you are not implementing, even if you didn't make the law, you can still do what you are doing. Laws don't come and do it for you. So it would probably be more effective if you sit down and say, oh, we have how many, what's the population of unemployed people on the streets in, say, Yaba? Okay. These are the number of, so what can we do for them? What are they doing? Okay, let's gather them together, give them a stipend, or train them in computer technology. Instead of the kind of thing they do now, give them rights and go and fight on the streets.
You know, but it's not only that. You look at people who are already working in that space, doing work in that space, right? So there are all these hubs that you know, are working with literacy with children and storytelling with children, hubs that are impact hubs, creative hubs, and you give them what they need to grow.
Exactly. I tell you, the people in this industry, the creative industry, the computer industry, all these people, many people there are willing to give their time if you create the environment. If you say, oh, come once a week. We have this program. Can you fit in? Can you teach? Oh, I mean, they will be excited. But there's no, we are not there thinking about these things. We are thinking about other things. Oh, I built a road. I provided water. Yeah. I mean, in the 21st century, I'm a governor. I did road. I mean, I wouldn't name a governor, one of the richest states now. Let me not name him. All he does is to take along with him a standing choir. He's opening a new road. He says he's bringing development. Is the road development? Is it not the people that are going to, if you build London in Lagos and put unprepared people there, they will bring it down to the level of Lagos.
You know,
you haven't said much. You've been suspiciously quiet.
Yeah, I'm part of the people destroying the country. but you know, I mean, there's not so much to say because I believe it piggys back to our value system. What do we truly value? Why do these people who also try to keep Nigeria stripped and Nigeria impoverished, they send their kids to where they will get the creative curriculum, where they will get the kind of education that, you know, they are able to pretty much generate massive returns on investment? Why do we need to have all these ad hoc, you know, schools, tech schools and all those kind of things? Why shouldn't I learn about real entrepreneurship, right, in school? Why do I, you know, when they brought that to my school, I mean, luckily when I was leaving school, and what would they call entrepreneurship? It was just a sham. They just sent us to go and learn soap and a barber. I'm just saying, it's not that it's wrong, but that wasn't really entrepreneurship. There's nothing creative about learning all of those things, right? You know, and we came back worse than we were. We waited about, you know, a whole semester, you know, going to stay with who is sewing dress or making soap or making liquid soap. Is that how we're going to compete? When they stand on the global stage, are you going to compete with that? Is that what we're talking about at you know, age 5? The child's talking about artificial intelligence, robotics, you know, and big stuff, big data, AI, and then we're talking about soap making. Is that what we're talking about? So that just tells you the decadence, right? And for me, I think it brings us back to the value system. What do we truly value as a nation? You know, I believe that we have the resources to really transform education. I must give it to Mr. Peter Obi, you know, who had done some really incredible work when he was a governor. But I know that there's still a lot of work to do with education. And even coming to special needs children, we've not even been able to figure out our education on a normal level. So how do we even really think about, when you're saying these things, like you're speaking like an alien. What are you saying? Are you in this country? Right? I think when we come back to the drawing board and really decide where education is in the grand scheme of things in our nation, then we can truly begin to fund, because where your treasure is, that's where your heart's going to be. So the things that we fund determines our value system. We don't fund.
There isn't a value put on education
at all. Like and I think it's deliberate, so that people can remain impoverished, so they can't think beyond a certain level, so they don't rise up, you know, to the opposition or rise up. Because once real education is, you know, being liberated from the things that hold you back, and once we can rise above it, and that's why a Nigerian leaves to another country and they are smashing, they're doing great things. So I think it's not really about being a Nigerian. If it's about being a Nigerian, we're going to be failing on the global level. It's really about that enabling environment, enabling system, driving policies, and truly determining where do we put education on a global scale, on a pendulum. Where is education? And if we don't have that simple conversation, all of these big words mean nothing. It means nothing. So we need to really decide, where do we put education? And that will determine where the funding go and where the attention go to.
No,
So,
we'll come back to that. We'll still come back. I keep saying we'll come back.
All right, that's the much we can take on creative curriculum. That was a very great one by Tonya. So Stephen is going to be joining us after the break to talk about the gubernatorial elections. Please do stay with us.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
The boogeyman arrives. The 2023 Lagos gubernatorial election. The elections of 2023 has come and gone. The last of the elections was the Lagos gubernatorial elections. Lagos is, of course, the first federal capital of independent Nigeria. And on the heels of a rural to urban drift that reached its crescendo in the oil boom of the 70s, people of many ethnic origins within Nigeria and even from outside trooped to Lagos in the kind of exodus that's been replicated many times in history in the world's greatest cities. It is as if Lagos had issued an open invitation to a great unending feast. And it has indeed been a wonderful host in its liberality, eschewing in its social, commercial, and political life the worst aspects of parochialism that has hobbled the nation as a whole since its birth. In the last elections, it seems though a new phantom, a boogeyman, if the political tale bearers are to be believed, has arrived after a few years stealthily sticking its toe in, inch by inch. One of the guests has become an invader, seeking to drive out the indigents of the home. Lance Morrow, the one-time editor of Time magazine and preeminent columnist, warned us long ago that the secret of much evil doing is the ability of man to treat his fellow not as a human being like himself, but as the other. In other words, to do evil, we must first dehumanize the other human being. Otherwise, evil is impossible. Throughout history, this has been the case. The Jew had to be rampantly evil, heartless and greedy for the Holocaust to be justified. The Gypsies had to be dirty, deceitful, and lazy nuisances for robbers to be more welcome than them. The Hutu had to be different from the Tutsi to justify genocide in Rwanda. All this find resonance in the early years of our independence, in the history our nation wants to remain in amnesia about. But this was never so in Lagos. Lagos is the place, to paraphrase the Brazilian novelist Paulo Coelho, where it was possible to walk in the street and mistake the approaching stranger for your brother. But this boogeyman has arrived in the politics of Lagos and will, without question, wax strong for a while. Still, we must hope that all men of good will recognize that the boogeyman is just a phantom. It has no substance. Okay, so let me start. For those that don't know what a bogeyman is,
I think because who is the bogeyman? Because this bogeyman.
So the bogeyman is a kind of mischievous spirit.
Okay.
In fables, we used to frighten children. In this context, we are frightened. We are being frightened by the bogey of tribalism. We are being corralled. Oh, he wants to take over my land. He wants to drive me away from my land. So
let's call it what it is. We're in Lagos. They say the Igbo man.
Wants to take over.
The Igbo man wants to come and take everything from the Yoruba man, including his land. That's the rhetoric that has been going on.
That's a kind of fable, because you and I know it. How do you do that?
We know it's not true.
It's not true. We know it's not true. But you can say it to children. Children will believe anything. You know, so it's a fable they tell to people who should know better, but they don't know. They don't know that it's untrue. Now, I start with a preamble. You know, our constitution, in the qualifications for who should be the governor of a state, does not provide for indigenes. That's the truth. If you go and read the qualifications for being a governor, say of Lagos State, it does not have in it that you must be an indigene of Lagos State. This is the truth. All it says is you must be a citizen of Nigeria. So what it means is that I am from Edo State. I could go to Sokoto State and contest for elections. That is really what it should be. It doesn't matter where I am from. So we were, in these elections, these campaigns were based on a moot argument, something that, in fact, we were discussing on real things. Some campaigns were based on unreal things. Because the truth is that even if I'm Igbo, I can contest in Lagos for governorship of Lagos State. Even if I am Hausa, I can do the same in Akwa Ibom, in Cross River. That is what the framers of our constitution did. In that, they were very mature and forward-looking. There's no, in our constitution, definition of indigene of any state. The Senate, our Senate, under one of the contestants now, Senator Omo Agege and his committee, did in 2020 try to propose an amendment of our constitution to include such a provision for indigenship, so that then you would have to go to your the local government in your state. If you had paid tax for 10 years or so and all that, you could then get a certificate of indigenship and all that. But the makers of our constitution didn't go to these levels. So it's like we are, like they say sometimes, engaging in democratic or constitutional backtracking. We are going back to do, thankfully, that provision has not come to light. It has to go through all the
roundabout,
all the state house of assemblies.
So, Stephen, you're a very sweet idealist. And a lawyer too, which I'm surprised that you're such an idealist. That you're.
But this is our the makers of our constitution are idealists.
So there's two things I would say to that. One, in that I can't remember which state it is, but there is a governor who just won, who is a Yoruba man in a non-Yoruba state, which I think is brilliant. But essentially, when we are still filling out forms and still saying where you're from, like I still have to say I'm from Bayelsa State.
Do you understand?
But meanwhile, really, have I ever lived in Bayelsa State? I've never lived in Bayelsa State. I've been there many times, but and my name is clearly from that side. But I'm a Lagosian. Second is probably a Port Harcourt babe. That's it. So we still have the basic forms that say that. Why do we need to put that? So it's still very much inbuilt into our system of where are you from, and you have to put that on actual documentation. So until we're able to even remove that, it surprises me that you don't have to be honest, that you don't have to be from the state that you're from to run, which is brilliant. I think that's excellent. I don't think it should be like that. I think it should be the best man or woman for the job.
For the job.
Who can get us what we need. Let's put them there. It shouldn't matter where they're from. Yes, they should have not just come into Lagos like yesterday and then be running for governor of Lagos. You have to show that you've cared about the place where you are living, where you're staying.
The terrain,
you've worked with the grassroots. You've put out into the community. You've done the work. That is what would qualify you to run, not whether you're from that state or not. It's how have you committed to giving back to that place where you live, to the people where you live, to the system where you live, to say that you think, because it's very much an ego thing, you think that you can stand here and run this state. So you have to prove what you've done, not where you're from.
True. And I think that's the low-level conversation that we always keep having, right? It's just pretty low, where you literally, I think Leke Aude did that, voter segmentation. People who vote based on this, based on that, religion, there's ethnicity, there is he intelligent, there is he my own person, and things like that. And you see that oftentimes how we make decisions, right? We don't have quality of depth in our thinking process, right? We just make very shallow decisions. And like Jen said, what is where are you from? What has that got to do with your pedigree, right? What has that got to do with your track record? So we want to look at your track record. Have you done granular work that can be verified, that is trackable with evidence, success? You can show traction, right? When VCs want to invest in a startup, because I play in that space, they will ask you, where's your traction? You have traction. Okay, so if you don't have traction, they're not going to want to talk with you. So they don't say, oh, wait, are you building an Igbo startup or Yoruba startup? They won't ask you that. They will say, what's your traction? They will fund it. If your traction is good, they will fund it, right? If Netflix wants to hire, they will say, oh, are you Dubai? Are you from Kenya? You're good, you can do this work, that's it. So I think really we need to just change all of this orientation and begin to look at what really matters. I think it's super important.
You see, what I think, okay, first of all, constitutional drafters have to be, and our constitutional drafters were they have to be idealists for the future, because you want to build a nation, you're aspirational. But the drafters of the American Constitution, which you copied now, for instance, they didn't sit imagining that America will always be in the 18th century. They imagined that down the line, America will progress. Our constitutional drafters did the same. They imagined we will progress. But I agree with you. There's something beneath the Constitution. Like I said, laws can't implement themselves. There's something beneath the Constitution that is not working. The Constitution doesn't hang there by itself. It can't implement itself. There's something beneath it that is not working. And that's where I say that is an agreement between, that there's no agreement between our ruling elite classes about whether Nigeria should move forward. You see, I say to people, Nigeria is many Nigerias. You go to Sokoto, they say Nigeria. You go to Akwa Ibom, they say Nigeria. You come to Lagos, they say Nigeria. It's not necessarily one uniform as in many places. But to make one Nigeria, you would have to have the most important people want it to be so. Just as we were saying about education, if you really want Nigeria educated, you have to want the people who matter to want it like that. So what you had in America, you had people like that who sat down and wanted progress. We need to have people in our ruling classes sitting down across the Niger to decide Nigeria must progress. That's what we have not had.
All right. The end always seems to come too soon here on The Advocate. I trust you enjoyed today's show. However, The Advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa with the hashtag TheAdvocateNG, and on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. You can catch up with our previous podcast by going to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let us keep advocating for a better society. Bye for now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like, when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
Yes, it's been a long run educating us on the menace of drug abuse in our society. And there's no gainsaying that Nigeria has been the worst hit when it comes to drug abuse and, of course, crime. That being said, it takes an organization with a big hat to be at the center of fighting all of this. It's my singular honor today to welcome to you on the show Dr. Dokun Adedeji, the DG of KADAM. Today, we're talking about how KADAM has been on the rescue. Need I say that Dr. Dokun Adedeji has been steering the ship of KADAM in the last 26 years. And today, he'll be letting us into some of the shocking testimonies, some of the great stories that they've had in the facility, and of course, how you can be part of this laudable project. We'll take a break at this point, and then when we return, we'll delve straight into today's issue. It's still regardless. My name is Louisa Olaniyi.
It is said that over 50 million Nigerians abuse drugs nationwide. Speaking to National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Chairman, retired Brigadier General Buba Marwa, said over 50 million Nigerians abuse drugs nationwide.
Having a 40.3 million population of drug users, among which 10.6 million abuse cannabis, should give any reasonable citizen sleepless nights. There was no way our attitude would continue to remain lukewarm.
He further added that the recent survey done by the United Nations put the country's drug users at 14.3 million Nigerians between the ages of 15 and 64, which is roughly 3 times the global average.
After that, research indicated that we have a drug use prevalence of 14.4%, almost triple the global average of 5.5%. Hence, by 2019, it was obvious that the drug abuse epidemic was looming.
From my own little experience, the percentage of our youths that are involved in drugs, let me just be conservative, will not be less than 25%. And that's very high for a society like ours.
While these frightful statistics should bother every Nigerian and promote a call to action, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, a Christian body with a goal of winning souls to Christ, was one of such organizations touched by this predicament and saw it a clarion call which inspired the founding of the non-governmental organization called Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, or KADAM for short. Founded in 1991 to cater to the treatment and rehabilitation of drug addicts, it started its residential rehabilitation with the construction and dedication of the Enoch and Folu Adeboye Rehabilitation Center in Ekpe, Lagos. Pastor Mrs. Folu Adeboye, wife of Pastor Enoch Adeboye, the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, serve as both patron and matron of the organization.
If we don't do it, it means we are not grateful. Don't let the effort of everybody here be wasted over you. Seize the moment, seize the love God has for you, and retrace back your steps to how God made you, because whatever God has not planted in your life, the Lord of hosts will uproot them. Amen. So I want to thank God for allowing you to do this awareness, and I believe you will not be a wasted person. Amen. What you are trying to promote, God will help us to promote it. Amen.
I was a parish pastor at Ikeja Parish, Ladipoluwale, in 1991. And by the grace of God, this program we had to initiate the program at that point in time because of our location. Given the location where we found ourselves, the children of these affluent people were involved in drug abuse, and some of them found their way to the church.
KADAM has since become the #1 go-to center for drug abuse prevention, drug addiction, rehabilitation and aftercare services, with a mission to identify, prevent and combat the multiple causes and effect of drug abuse through the development of effective programs and services.
Then was to go to churches or go to homes or go to hospitals to go pray for people who have drug problems or issues like that. Until I joined in 1992. And in the process, we found that it's just not as easy as that. I remember particularly we went to this, I think they call it Phase 2, that Shokeno started, Maria Shokeno in Central Lagos. And then we were talking to these people every Sunday. We would bring them food and give them clothes and talking to them. Then they said, if you want to really help us, you just have to take us out of here. That coming to pray for us and all the rest is not enough. That the moment you leave, you begin to smoke again and we sleep there. So it was then your continent said, why don't you go find a place where you can put us in the residential capacity and then start a rehabilitation. That was the beginning of how we started rehabilitation in 1996.
These facilities are open to all, not minding social class, professional group, religion, ethnicity, or nationality.
Here in Kadam, we do drug rehabilitation. We do not discriminate, even though it is a church-based rehabilitation center. We take people from all walks of life because drug is what I call equal opportunity affliction. It's cuts across all classes of people and all religions. So we take people from all religious background and all social backgrounds from all over the Federation.
It also accepts referrals from families and friends, partners, drug agencies, medical and healthcare services, schools, social services, and voluntary agencies. Kadam provides 3 basic services which vary from 1 year period to 3 months. They are namely prevention, rehabilitation, and aftercare. It administers to 2 kinds of people, namely the chronic problematic drug substance user who have to go through a free treatment for 1 year period, and the second type being which runs for 3 months for experimental occasional users, students and workers with drug substance issues. The Enoch and Folu Adeboye Rehabilitation Center in Ekpe, Lagos begins intake with a registration process starting from the month of March and September, and admission for the 1 year program commences from October every year, while that of the Moji Balogun Rehabilitation Center takes on every 3 months. While the war against drug abuse and addiction continues to rage in the country, all must get involved, as this represents a clear and present danger by continuing to support noble establishments who have taken it upon themselves the Herculean task of salvaging those who have been ravaged by drug abuse and addiction.
So Kadam here will change you into someone you've never been before in your life. Kadam will structure your cognitive thinking, the way you see things, the view we have of people before. Once you see someone, the first thing you come to your head is, how will I extort money from that person? That's the first thing that comes. But it will restructure your thinking now. When you see that person, you'll be, how will I make an impact or a positive thing on that person that you're seeing?
I've been into drugs for the past 17 years ago. But thank God for my life today. Really, I'm into drugs. I'm into Charlie tie, cigarettes, and alcohol. And really, it almost took my life away. And drugs depart children from parents and parents from children. So I just decided on a very fateful day, I decided to get something called Kadam. So since I've been to Kadam, I came here in Kadam, I look rugged, I look like someone that is insane. But thank God for me, my life today, I'm okay, and I want to thank God, I want to thank Kadam, I want to thank everybody.
It it takes an organization with a very big heart to delve into matters as huge as this. Well, we have the doc with us in the building this beautiful episode, and welcome to Regardless. Dr. Adedeji, tell us, how did this journey start?
It's a fairly long journey now. If you look at it, about 31 years ago, CADAM came into existence, and we traveled a long way. It was just one of our pastors, Pastor Deyemi, the founder of the ministry.
Interesting. So years down the line, how has it been?
Oh, as beautiful as it's been exciting as well. What do I mean by that? You know, when you go through the dynamics of going to the joints, where they smoke and they take this drug, and then you bring them into the ministry, and then you take them through a period of a year to recondition themselves and to start life again, particularly in the area of personnel and the area of funds as well. It takes up because we had the notion from the very beginning that we should not charge for the services that we render, because these were people that have led home for years, who's never had any family member wanting to relate with them. So we know that there'll be nobody to pay for them, and the church took it upon itself as a CSR responsibility to offer that to the society. And but it's been well worth it, no matter how exasperating or frustrating it can be. It's been well worth it.
Now, you've been coordinating CADAM in the last 26 years. What has been your most shocking experience?
Quite honestly, and on reflection now, I would suggest that I would think that probably the most shocking experience I ever had was I was in a joint. We had just finished speaking to the users, and then somebody hailed me. And I turned back. The way he hailed me reminded me of when I was in college, in University of Ife. So I said, how would that be? The moment I turned, it was a guy that we were in school together. He's a lawyer. And then I looked at him. He said, Doxy, can you remember me? I remembered him. He lives in the joint. And he had finished as a lawyer, he was practicing. So I was shocked to find him there. So he said, oh boy, now wow. So for me, it was a huge blow, and then thereafter I began to see people of same sort, medical doctors, accountants, and so it began to dawn on me that we really have a major issue to deal with here, that it wasn't really the issue of motor park boys or derelicts in the society. It was up to the mighty as well. And so for me,
it was really shocking. Now, coming to up to the mighty, I mean, I want to believe that some of these people that you bring into the facility would recount their experiences. What is the most common reason why people like that go into drugs?
You know, interestingly enough, it's as varied as you see a user. But if you're talking about commonality, it's usually experimentation. Going to friends, I went to visit with a friend, there was a party, and then I ate in my friend's house, and I took a piece of cake or I took a drink. And also those kind of frivolous things that people do together as young people. And then they then find out, some find that, oh, I love that. What did you do? And then inquisitiveness starts, and then they continue in it. Some say, hey, I won't touch that again. So it depends, but then you then go into society issues, family issues, personal issues, as to why they went to drugs, which many times hinge on parental indiscretion or parental neglect, or those kind of issues.
Interesting. So it's a faith-based organization, Do you scrutinize who comes in there? Is it open to everybody?
It's open to everyone. You see, the issue of drugs that I also want people to reflect on is the fact that it has no respect for anyone. Has no respect for your status, has no respect for your age, has no respect for your religion, ethnicity, or nationality either. So what we've done is to make it as open as it can be, understand that this is faith-based, and if you come in there, then there has to be a spiritual bent to our training. And people accept it, because when you go into drug, you're down in the gutters. The only thing you want is out. So whatever can give you the out and give you the opportunity of starting your life again is just as well. So it's open.
Interesting. We'll be speaking with Dr. Adedeji, and it's all about CADAM to the rescue. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we talk more on what CADAM does for the society. Stay tuned.
My name is Dokun Adedeji. I used to practice medicine, as I said to people, but right now I'm the Director General of CADAM, Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry. And what I like to say to young people is never start drug at all. It's self-destructive. So the best thing is stay off it and live your life fully.
Thanks for staying tuned. You're still watching Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry and under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Today, we're looking at CADAM to the rescue, what this faith-based organization is doing to rescue people that have been enmeshed in this menace of drug abuse. And of course, we still have Dr. Dokun Adedeji with us in the studio. Thank you very much for obliging us your time one more time. Yeah, before that break, we're looking at some of the shocking stories you've seen there. And I want us to bring it down now. How do you people go about getting this people? I'm trying to avoid calling them, inmates or victims and all of that. Yes. How do you get them? And would you be off the hook to say how much does it cost to rehabilitate one person?
Right. Thank you very much. Initially when we started, we were going to the joints because that was like an introduction into what we were doing. But by the time we brought the first set of people, I remember very well, was at phase 2 in Lagos. We went to talk, we've been going there. Then one day they said to us, hey, we like what you're doing. You bring us food, you bring us clothes every Sunday, but can we tell you something? The moment you leave, we go back to drugs because we stay here. Why don't you take us out of here, away from here, away from Lagos, and so that we can get a new life? That was what stimulated having a residential rehabilitation center, which was in 1996. So we did that. Thereafter, we then found out that people were coming on their own. When they saw what had happened to the first set of people we brought, who up to today, I think the first set of people we brought was about 10. About 6 of them today are still living drug-free, and that was many years ago. And so when people began to see the result, they began to come, and they began to introduce other people, and began to tell other people, and families began to bring their people. So hardly now if we go to the joint, it's just for a form of advocacy. We are inundated with number. Just about 2-3 weeks ago, when we were to take a new set of beneficiaries, in Abuja Center, we saw 55 people. Benin in Port Harcourt, we saw about 108. In Lagos, close to 300 people. And we needed 100 people for the bed space we have. So you can begin to understand and imagine the number of people who began to appreciate what we're doing, and they're coming out. And one of the things is, one of the criteria is you have to be willing. So nobody can bring you and say, I want my son, I want my husband. The person must say, I need help. And I want to
because we also have people that would hide under the guise of wanting help just to see where to eat, drink, wake up, and then feel good. We also have people that they'll go in there for rehabilitation. When they go back to their old life. So how do you deal with that? More like an after service or something? The aftercare.
Let me take it from the first part. True. When we take about 100 people, initial hunger to want to live is there. But one thing we found out as well is when they come, after about a week, when there's no more source of supply and Johnson starts, that is a withdrawal symptom, they say, hey, sorry, they find a way to want to leave. We let them leave. It's not by force. We don't chain them. We don't force them. So we leave allowance for that. So we have another set of number, like a supplementary list, that can replace them. But in terms of people going back, you see, I like to say this and emphasize it. People think rehabilitation is just about that person and us. No, it's not true. It's also about the family. It's about the person, about us, and about the society. If the person finishes, because by the time we're in the process, we have what we call family forum, where parents come, family members come, we tell them this is the progress of this person, and this is the future inclination, professionally or in whatever form. Oh, they promise them not to worry, when they finish, we'll do this and that. And when they finish, they don't give any of those things. And then so the person goes back home, there's nothing to do, and then they remind him of what he had done before. money got lost, we don't know who Hakuku taking it without telling him he's taking it. Or they say, you've started again, you've started to see your friend, are you going back? Those are some of the things we need to work. The moment you stigmatize, or you make them feel less than normal, or self-worth is taken out of them, you're telling them to go back.
Now, what kind of relationship do you enjoy with the NDLEA and the NOA?
Oh, we have very good relationship with them. I mean, incidentally, I'm one of the special purpose committee set up by General Marwa. So, and then we also have a working relationship. They come to us, we go to them for assistance, and then we talk, and they talk about what we've done, and they even refer people to us.
So you have a lot in your hands. But talking about having a lot in your hands, have you been beaten before by these people?
You know, interesting. Look, I'm glad you asked me the question. I can tell you this. These guys are probably one of the finest people you can meet.
Wow.
You know, there's something in psychiatry called defense mechanism. They do that just to frighten you. They are just like normal you. And people think, oh, these are people, they're terrible people, they come area, but we walk in their midst. No one had ever attacked us. Not in any of the joints. The moment we go, Kadam has come, oh, that's this person, that's this, because there's hardly any joint I haven't been in Lagos.
So you go to all the joints, you tend to want to act like them to get them?
Oh, sometimes when I dress in shorts or jeans.
You take some of this?
No, I don't. I've never drank in my life. I've never smoked either.
Oh,
that's the interesting part of this. But I think it's just a natural thing for me.
To endear them to you so that they can talk to you.
And look, honestly, and I'm serious about this, they're innocent, they're good, but other times come when they need the fix, they can do a few things wrong. And I say to people, a moment of misadventure should not define a man's life.
So true.
We all make mistakes. We need second chances. That's why I can sit here today. I was a rascal. But if God can redeem me and make me what I am today, why not another person? So that is an extension of grace that I have enjoyed to them.
Interesting. So let's talk about the facility. How big is the facility? And do you have volunteers that help you? Because it could really be overwhelming.
It is overwhelming. It is. We have two centers, actually. Okay. One is in Abeokuta. That one was donated to us, the Mojisola Balogun Rehabilitation, donated to us by a Nigerian woman. Oh. Facilities provided. She gave to us everything, and she signed off the papers. Wow. So in that place, we take in undergraduates that are rusticated from their universities upon the understanding that if we certify them, they take them back to school and they complete their education, and many have. And we also take in workers, we take in graduates, people with masters, with doctorate, who fell into drug in the office, who can't spend a year. And because that center caters to occasional users, not chronic users, occasional users, experimental users, so we give them 3 months to clean, and then they do very well. The other center is in Ekpe. We have about 5.1 hectares of land.
Wow, the biggest.
Big, massive. But as massive as it is, we are just beginning to understand that the facilities are not enough to cater to the issues we have. I just told you, we wanted to care about 100 people. We had to interview about 500 people. So you can then begin to imagine. What happens to the 300 and something? They go back to the street.
Well, is there effect? I mean, sometimes you're doing stuff and you're supposed to be seeing the numbers dwindling, or does it keep increasing by the day?
No, you see, it's just like, let me talk now medicine. When you buy a gadget to test for goiter, goiter had been there, massive, endemic, but because there's now a gadget to test for it and you get it, it then says there's an increased number. It's not. The number was latent, but because there was something now to show you the reality of it, it begins to appear as if. Look, one thing that we have been careless about in this country is the issue of substance abuse, and I'm glad that Jeremiah came. UNODC did a survey in 2018 and published the figures. The percentage used in Nigeria prevalence rate is 14.3%. The global average is 5.6. We're almost triple. The same thing in terms of number. And then so if you begin to look at it, and I can show you, that was a microcosm of what the reality is.
So you're saying in the continent we're more?
No.
Nigeria?
Even in the world.
Wow.
Because if the global prevalence use is 5.6%,
okay,
and Nigeria's one is 14.3%, translating to over 14 million people.
A huge problem.
Imagine a 14 million nation then you can imagine that means that number of people are in Nigeria using drugs. And that is just because the people you did the survey on. What
You
about
might have
people?
others.
Absolutely.
So are you calling for more partners? I mean, how can people come in to support what you're doing?
Like yesterday, we need partners. Why do I say so? We need money. To cater for one beneficiary in a month, it costs us about 100,000.
Wow.
Because we clothe them, we feed them, we take them to hospital when there's a need, and they don't pay a dime to come in. So you can begin to understand when you take about 100 people, you can translate them into numbers. We need improvement in our facilities, in our infrastructure, sports center, staff quarters, and some other things like that. Even
Nomination for volunteers and the rest, and then more centers.
Oh yeah, we will be glad if somebody calls us and say, hey, I can give you a center in Abuja, or give you one in Port Harcourt, we'll be delighted. But the challenge will then be the maintenance and the sustenance in terms of personnel. It is not because a man has a degree in psychology.
Does it mean?
It doesn't mean that he can cater to an addict, because he needs a huge dose of empathy.
So training too. The need for training and all of that.
Absolutely. This is
a whole lot of work in your hands, but you're
work.
doing fantastic, and we hope that drive would continue. So at least we, prune down on the numbers as the day go by. Thank you very much, Dr. Adedeji, for all you do at KADAM. It's been all about KADAM to the rescue, and we've been speaking with Dr. Dokun Adedeji, the DG of KADAM, that has been steering the ship in the last 26 years. Of course, they call for more partners to drive this advocacy, and you can do that by following all of the social media platforms you have on your screen, and even call the phone numbers. This episode, of course, wouldn't have been possible without our program supporters, Fitson Healthcare, NEM Insurance, Sifax Group, and of course, our collaborating partners, NDLEA and the National Orientation Agency. You're still watching Regardless. Louisa Olani is my name. Until we come your way again next week, stay away from drugs.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible.
Good evening. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has for the first time responded to accusations that it failed to follow the Electoral Act 2022 and also failed to abide by its own guidelines and mode of collation of results in the last presidential election. The development comes in a response to a petition by the Action People's Party, APP, before the Presidential Election Petitions Court, PEPC, in Abuja. The APP is challenging the result of the presidential poll and the declaration of the All Progressives Congress APC standard bearer, Bola Tinubu, on the grounds of the alleged substantial non-compliance with the electoral laws of Nigeria, as well as a breach of INEC's guidelines. But in reply to the suit instituted by one of the parties, the APP, INEC, through one of its lawyers, Abubakar Mahmood, insisted that it conducted free and fair polls on February 25. The APP had alleged that INEC breached its own laws and guidelines. However, INEC dismissed the party's argument that the result collations were to be done electronically, citing paragraphs 50 to 55 of the regulations and guidelines of the conduct of the 2023 presidential election. It also dismissed the allegation that its official doctored results to favor a particular political party's candidate or that there was overvoting. The dates for hearing of the 5 petitions so far received from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the Labour Party, LP, the APP Action Alliance, AA, and the Allied People's Movement, APM, has yet to be fixed by the PEPC. The governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, has stated that he and his party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, do not trust the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to keep data and materials from the last elections safe. He stated that because he and his party do not trust the electoral umpire or opposition parties, he had taken the liberty to save data from the elections in a flash drive which he displayed. He spoke during an interview with journalists in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital.
If you have not had experience about after election, what you may see, then you will be shocked. So we're being extra vigilant because we know what our opponents are capable of doing. I can tell you something. You see, we are also letting them know that we are not people you can go. We have this. All the plans, all the results they have printed to come and bring to the table, we have it. It's a flash. I'm telling you all the things they have planned to do. It's not their business. The source of information is not matter. What's material is the relevance of it. That's what we're saying. It's not, see, you are dealing with criminals. And you must be extra vigilant. People can go to every land to procure documents and you'll be shocked what you see in the tribunal. You'll be shocked. And most of you, all you gather is that, oh, this happened. Most of you don't even attend the tribunals to witness yourself. So that when you are coming out to make reports, you can be sure that you are talking authoritatively, not what clients or lawyers on the other side brief you. What you see in tribunal, you'll be so shocked.
Speaking on the arrest of some lawyers of opposition parties in the state in relation to allegations of fraud, the governor stated that the arrests were in order and that it was left to the police to investigate and establish whether or not a crime was committed. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has submitted a petition before the Governorship Election Tribunal of Lagos challenging the outcome of the state Guba election. Abdulaziz Adediran, the PDP governorship candidate, says he is calling for the disqualification of the All Progressives Congress APC and the Labour Party LP candidates in the election for non-compliance with the Electoral Act 2022, as well as the guidelines of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. In the petition dated April 7, the petitioners said APC did not comply with the INEC timetable and schedule of activities for the 2023 general election, which stipulates all political parties must give 21 days notice to INEC before the conduct of the primary election. While INEC is the first respondent, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Obafemi Hamzat, his deputy governorship candidate, APC, Gbadebo Rotsvivo, LP governorship candidate, and the LP, respectively, are the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth respondents. Adederon asked that all votes cast for them in the election be declared wasted. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahya, has applauded the professional conduct of the men and officers during the recently held general election. The Chief of Army Staff, who gave the commendation at a luncheon at the Maimalari Barracks Officers' Mess, Maiduguri, Borno State, said the nation is proud of the professionalism displayed all through the electioneering period. Represented by Major General Koko Isoni, the theater commander of Operation Hadin Kai, Yahya paid tribute to fallen heroes and wounded personnel receiving medical attention across military facilities. The luncheon, which featured a musical interlude by the Army Band, coincided with the Ramadan observed by the Muslim faithful. A Zuba Magistrates Court in Abuja has refused to grant bail to the passenger who was debarked and handed over to the police for making a sensitive statement about the President-elect Bola Tinubu on board an Ibom Air Abuja-Lagos bound flight. Ruling in the bail application filed by Uja through his counsel, Senior Magistrate Mohammed Abdulaziz Ismail held that the application was premature. He held also that the exhibits attached to the application did not say the defendant was unfit to face trial, but rather indicated he was of unsound mind. He also held that while the Constitution guarantees every person's liberty, a court can deprive a person of it based on health grounds. Citing the provisions of Section 35, subsection 1E of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, and Section 278 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, the magistrate held that Uja cannot be granted bail. He subsequently ordered that Uja be held at the Kuje Correctional Center of Nigeria Correctional Service and adjourned until April 20 for report and hearing. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee on Oil Theft is inviting several high-ranking officials in the federal government over its investigation into the alleged loss of $2.4 billion in revenue from illegal sale of 48 million barrels of crude oil export in 2015. Some of the officials invited to answer questions are the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, and the Secretary General of the Federation, Boss Mustafa. Also summoned are Acting Accountant General of the Federation, Sylvia Okoliebo, and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, among others. The committee is also concerned about the disparity in figures from crude oil sales from 2011 to 2014 and is accusing the Minister of Finance of approving payments to whistleblowers in variance with the whistleblower policy. The ad hoc committee is investigating a whistleblower's allegation of illegal sale of 48 million barrels of Nigeria's Bonny Light crude in China in 2015, valued at $2.4 billion. Troops of Operation Forest Sanity say its operatives ambushed and neutralized 2 bandits in Kaduna State. The Acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations, 1 Division Nigerian Army, Lieutenant Colonel Musa Yahya, confirmed the incident in a statement in the state. Yahya said that following a tip-off from an intelligence source, troops of Operation Forest Sanity under the 1 Division Nigerian Army ambushed and successfully neutralized 2 bandits, capturing arms, ammunition, and other equipments. He said items recovered from the bandits include 1 motorcycle, 2 AK-47 rifles, 6 AK-47 magazines, 250 rounds of 7.62 mm special 1 power bank, 2 charms vests, and a sum of 200,000 naira. Still on security, a security expert, Augustine Ega, believes that the renewed attacks in the northern region are connected to the availability of cash, as bandits and terrorists operate with money too. Ega notes that the government must not relent in the fight against terrorism and banditry.
Known. They don't want military. And that is something that the government will have to decide on, that you cannot decide whether a people or a community should have a heightened security or not. That is left for the government of the day to decide. So they have made themselves clear in each of their attacks. There's always something, there's always a remote cause. In this case, they don't want the military in Zamfara. That is not something we can just undermine, or the government can undermine. It's left for government to take such decisions. And in Benue, we are sure that it is not far from political violence. So what I can say from Benue State, because previously they've had things like that. There was a time the anti-grazing law was passed in the state by the governor, and they had series of attacks in that state. And now one of the attack, if we profile the attack in Benue State, we see that it came from the southern district. So the the eastern district and the northern district, there's no attack there from what we compare to that, the southern district where we had the former Senate president. And so even the incoming, the governor-elect is from somewhere around, I think, Van Dijk, also that's his place of birth. And that's around the East District. So we see this attack concentrated in the southern district. So from there, it is very clear that it has something to do with politics. There was a cash crunch issue. People didn't have enough cash to run their businesses. You must understand that these people in the underworld, they also need money to run their businesses. Everyone needs money to fund his operations. And with the policy, the cashless policy from Central Bank, it really helped to curb some things at that moment. So there was no way, all sort of movement, we had a restricted movement or reduced activity at that moment. Everything was affected at that moment. And that is one point. Secondly, they all had candidates of their choices. Don't forget that these people carrying guns to fight a legitimate government, there is always an underlying cause.
We'll move now outside Africa, where the United Nations Office for the High Commissioner for Human Rights says the estimated civilian casualty figures for the war in Ukraine were nearing 8,500, but warned that actual numbers are likely much higher. The OHCHR said a total of 22,734 civilian casualties, including 8,490 deaths and 14,244 people injured since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022. Of the casualties, 7,011 deaths, the overwhelming majority were due to explosive weapons with wide area effect, a category that includes bombs, cruise missiles, and shells. Additionally, 13,495 civilians were injured by explosive weapons. The total now is 163 casualties, including 44 people killed and 119 injured from April 1 to 9. One of Russia's most active volcanoes has erupted on the far eastern Kamchatka Peninsula, shooting a vast cloud of ash far into the sky that smothered villages in drifts of grey volcanic dust and triggered an aviation warning. The ship-launched volcano erupted just after midnight and reached a crescendo about 6 hours later, spewing out an ash cloud over an area of 108,000 square kilometers. Lava flows tumbled from the volcano, melting snow and prompting a warning of mud flows along a nearby highway, while villages were carpeted in debris and drifts of grey as deep as 8.5 centimeters, the deepest in 60 years. Pictures show the cloud billowing over the forest and rivers of the Far East and villages covered in ash. Around 24 hours after the volcano began erupting, a 5.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast of Kamchatka. In entertainment news, popular music producer Don Jazzy has advised artists to learn from Davido in promotion of their projects. The Maven Records head, in a tweet, made reference to the marketing efforts of the OBO Corona towards his album despite his popularity. Don Jazzy said Davido never felt complacent and assumed everyone will take to his album because he is Davido. In sports news, fans of Sunshine Stars Football Club of Akure, Ondo State, have called for the removal of Commissioner for Sports and Youth Development, Dele Ologun, over the recent woeful performance of the club. Some fans and key stakeholders who spoke with reporters at Akure Stadium after Sunshine Stars matched against Rangers blamed the team's poor outing on the planned sale of the club, an announcement they described as ill-timed. The club, also known as Owena Waves, has failed to win its last 3 games in Group B of the Nigeria Premier League Football League. And that's the news update for now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for watching.
Necessity is the mother of all invention, and there is nowhere more filled with invention than the tech space. From the dawn of human existence, our innovative spirit has always directly correlated with our needs, which often have a social component. As they say, your ideas belong to you, but your inventions belong to everyone. Certainly, there is a question of whether innovators owe the world a duty to make it a better place. In today's world, the most ubiquitous piece of technology is the mobile phone. The history of mobile phones dates back to 1908, when a US patent was issued in Kentucky for a wireless telephone. Yet, it took till 1940 for engineers working at AT&T to develop cells for mobile phone base stations. This led to an early form of mobile phones, which were really just two-way radios. On the 3rd of April 1973, Motorola was the first company to mass produce the first handheld mobile phone, and more manufacturers subsequently got in on the act. By August 2001, mobile phones were introduced in Nigeria, and since then have become available to both the old and the young. It has influenced the way we socialize, listen to music, and has turned every amateur into a pro photographer. Today, most mobile phones rely on 3G or 4G technology, with 5G on the immediate horizon. The evolution of the technology to smartphones has raised the bar of personal computing. To help us understand what mobile phones represent to our society today, we spoke to a telecoms expert and an entrepreneur who gave us their impressions and opinions on the tech.
I'm a telecoms expert. I've had trainings in information technologies for my bachelor's and postgraduate studies. Presently, I work with one of the biggest operators in the continent, Africa.
I'm a dentist. I'm also a fabric and fashion entrepreneur.
Mobile phone has bridged the gap for communications and connectivity between people, regardless of their distance, can communicate and interact. As it were before, we would have to send letters that would take days and possibly weeks or months, or you would have to travel long distances to connect with loved ones and friends.
My husband, most times, is not home, he's not around. Imagine if we didn't have mobile phones. Communication would have been an issue. With my mobile phone, I can reach out to him, video call, normal calls, we communicate, even my kids.
Conducting business with international and even local partners has never been easier, with mobile banking now commonplace and video conferencing available on the go.
E-commerce or banking. If you need to pay for a service, you don't have to go to your bank, withdraw the money from the teller and go and pay. We have cashless systems where you could use your phone from your app, pay for your services.
So I can imagine what I would have done with my business without mobile phones. I get most of my customers online using my phone. They make payments. Almost all my transactions are via my mobile phone. Nobody wants to go to the bank to carry out any transactions, so most of it happens on the phone. Local transactions, international transactions. With phones, I post pictures. I reach out to my suppliers anywhere and everywhere in the world with my phone, and I get my products using my phone. Especially because I don't have a physical store, I don't have a shop, so my business is online. So it makes it mobile, so I can run my business from anywhere. Sometimes I'm out of the country and I'm still running my business just because I have my phone.
Smartphones offer us greater computing power than the computers NASA used in 1969 to launch the Apollo 11 space shuttle to the moon. These operated with floppy disks, offering kilobytes or megabytes of storage at the most. Today, the storage capacity of smartphones can reach as high as 128 gigabytes.
If I don't have to go to the bank and then carry out transactions with my mobile app, it's a plus. If I don't have to go to the grocery store and request for grocery from the comfort of my home with my mobile phone, it's a plus. But if we begin to use the mobile phone in a wrong way, then it becomes harmful.
The greater social awareness afforded by mobile phones has made us more self-conscious, with a constant need to own the latest version as a symbol of social status. Our obsession with documenting our lives through pictures and videos has turned us into an attention-seeking people, and even voyeurs consuming other people's lives for entertainment.
Because we have put our information, we put our lives, because you have social media services where you can post your pictures, you can post your location at any time. You can post about your family, your children, your events, wedding ceremonies, graduation ceremonies, and all of that. So you become vulnerable even to strangers. People you don't know have access to your information. Some people even put their location. You enable your GPS location and it states, okay, I'm taking this picture from Lagos. So they know this person is in Lagos this day, this week. So there are informations hitherto we think it's just fun. I'm just letting the world know where I am, but your privacy is being eroded and you are giving out too much information to people, strangers you don't know. And it's very, very alarming that people don't even understand the harm they cause themselves. You put your home address, you put details of your work or details of your family online, and you just expose them to attacks from strangers, to unnecessary scrutiny.
Yet, with such potential dangers of mobile phone usage, not everyone is concerned.
Funny enough, no. I don't know why, for some reasons. Maybe because I'm careful with the things I put on my phone. Of course, you won't put too personal stuffs on the phone, very personal things. You won't put them on your phone.
In today's world, mobile phones can be a valuable educational tool, and parents are faced with personal considerations over when to allow their children own one.
I'll probably say secondary school. For example, if you had to pick up the child or drop off the child somewhere, the child might need a mobile phone for you to reach the child. I remember we started having phones when we were in secondary school, when phones came out.
the efficiency that comes with being able to access information. Prior to now, for students, if you are doing a research, you might need to go to the library and book for a particular textbook, and it takes you a while before it gets your turn for you to have access to that textbook. But from the comfort of your home or from your classroom, wherever, you could turn up your phone and search for an ebook, and that ebook becomes instrumental for you to carry out your assignments or carry out your research, as the case may be.
However, there is also a cost to young people and their education. The distraction it offers makes concentration on schoolwork and other things harder for them.
The negative effect mobile phones will have on young people is their overdependency on the information they get from mobile phones. Some people get distracted by some content that they see or lured into vices that becomes harmful to them.
The greater dependence on mobile phones has created less need for a personal computer. And this trend portends a future where personal computers become a relic of the past.
Your personal computer? I can't remember the last time I opened my laptop.
The way we're going, yes, because your mobile phone is more or less like a computer. You can draft your letters, you can check your emails, you can attend meetings, you can edit your documents with your phone. So in the long run, your mobile phone should be able to do all the functions you are able to do with your computers.
For as much good as mobile phones offer us, there's just as much bad. There's a question of whether we are socially evolved enough to keep up with the evolution of our technology. The irony of a device created to make us feel more connected is that more people are feeling more isolated than ever. And the worry for our society is if we can find that elusive balance. We must always ask ourselves if our dependence on technology, as symbolized by how we use our mobile phones, is a good thing for our social health.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
good morning. It's the start of yet another fantastic week right here in Lagos, Nigeria. And of course, as the new week starts, it comes with a brand new wave of sporting action. The action never stops. The excitement that comes with sporting action, of course, never ceases. And it did continue over the weekend. And as we always do, we're back here again to take you around the world, crisscross from venues to venues, sports to sports, spotlight on all of the athletes that are bringing all of the brightness from all the excitement in the world of sports. You're welcome to Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. My name is Wale Agbede. Back on your screen for another bumper edition of the show as we go into what promises to be a very, very interesting week. We're inching closer and closer to the second Grand Slam of the year. In tennis, Formula One is back this week after taking a break for Easter. And of course, in football, the Champions League returns. It's the final 8, the quarterfinals. The men are now being separated from the boys, and the action resumes tomorrow night across the grandest venues in Europe. But this morning on Plus TV Africa, we'll start off on the home front in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Enyimba ended their 4-game winless streak following a hard-earned 2-1 win against Plateau United at the Aba Township Stadium yesterday. The People's Elephants took the lead through Imo Obot 11 minutes before the break, before Chukwuemeka Obioma added the second in the 53rd minute. Obioma has now scored 10 goals for Enyimba in the Nigeria Premier Football League this season. Innocent Chimeze reduced the deficit for Plateau United just 10 minutes from the end of regulation time. Meanwhile, in what was a Southwest derby, Shooting Stars and Remo Stars battled to a 1-1 draw at the Lekon Salami Stadium in Adamasingba in Ibadan. Shooting Stars took the lead through Desmond Agbekomo right on 9 minutes before Anier Keme Okon equalized for Remo Stars 20 minutes from time. At the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo, Akwa United were held to a 2-2 draw by Nasarawa United. The visitors took the lead from a Victor Collins free kick in the 20th minute. Akwa United responded immediately with Cyril Olisema netting the equalizer. Collins turned Yubong Friday's shot into his own net on 56 minutes as Akwa United took the lead for the first time in what was a very, very exciting match. Nasarawa went on to equalize 3 minutes from time to take a point away from Uyo. Running through other results, the first game we saw this weekend was on Saturday between Bendel Insurance and Kwara United. Bendel Insurance are still unbeaten. It is now 13 games, although the gap at the top could have been cut down to 2 points. It remains 3 because Bendel Insurance have drawn their last 2 games, drawn the game last week, and now drawn at home again against Kwara United. El Kanemi Warriors lost by 0-0 against Gombe United, while Lobby Stars beat Abia Warriors by 2-0. Sunshine Stars and Enugu Rangers played a 1-1 draw. Sunshine Stars, by the way, are mad in some... the stories that the Ondo State government have thrown the club open for sale for any private investment.